studio. We're here for the second day of the Idaho Esports State Championship. If you joined us yesterday, you saw us crown victors in Overwatch and Rocket League. And today we're ready to crown the champions in Valorant, Smash, and Apex Legends. So 3 more great trophy sets to hand out here today. I'm going to be in the studio while we have our casters in the arena covering each individual game. But here in the studio, we're going to talk about champions, giving them all these cool prizes that we have here before us, and then getting a little one-on-one with some of our players and coaches. And we've got some of those coaches here today joining us from Burley here. Can you both introduce yourself?
I'm Levon Anderson.
My name is Mitch Young.
It's nice to have you here, and you're both coaches in Smash Bros.
Correct.
Now, Smash Bros is coming a little later in the day. That's going to be at 4 p.m. And I have to ask, one of the main things that we ask the students, and we're going to be seeing student interviews throughout the live broadcast, so one of the first questions we ask them is there any school in particular of the 8 that are showing up here that you're most excited to face off against? And of course, I like asking students that, but I also like asking coaches that as well, because you see it from a more macro level of the whole season of how your students have been doing.
Me in particular, I'm excited for the twin match because we get twin at our local tournaments, and we've got a pseudo rivalry going.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Blackfoot. They're going to have to beat Boise first, but if we could get a rematch against Blackfoot from earlier in the season, that would be awesome.
Now, Burley, a little bit of a ways away, south central Idaho. Tell us a little bit. We had Rigby over here yesterday. They were the Rocket League champions, and they were talking about how they had to get up at 4 a.m. because they had such a long way to travel from eastern Idaho. What's the travel experience been like for you so far?
I mean, we came down last night so we could see the other games, meet the other players, and stayed at a hotel. So,
yeah, if we'd come just this morning, we would have had to have left, about 6:30. So definitely was nice to get the travel time over with yesterday.
All right, and then what has it been like for you to see the general growth of esports in Idaho over the past few years to something as cool as this, where we have all this great hardware to give away for the top champions?
I mean, our kids have improved. Our club in Burley has grown, and it's been awesome to see the players improve. We've had some stellar players who have helped some of our newer players to improve quickly, and I think that's why we've been so dominant.
Yeah, and Burley, we've been here since the beginning. It's year 3, and it's crazy. I mean, the first year was us in a corner, basically, in this facility, but this facility's gotten bigger, the arena's gotten bigger, and our play-in, the schools involved, it's been awesome to see the growth.
Now, as coaches, I'm sure one of the main things you talk about with your students, I know Doc Haskell, Boise State's coach, often talks with individual players about the win condition for their particular games. Whether that be an Overwatch, never take a fair fight, secure the objective. It changes with each individual game. And I wanted to ask you two, not necessarily for Smash, but just for the whole event here. You're bringing your students and kids all the way over here. What is the win condition for this entire event as a whole? Other than the obvious, the gold medals in front of us, what has been the win condition for your program attending this championship?
I think it's kids playing games. I mean, we're giving an opportunity to students that don't want to play traditional sports, or even if they are playing traditional sports, can also grow this community, and it's a new way for kids to be involved, and it's a great opportunity for kids to play games.
Esports is only going to grow, so I'm glad to be a part of helping it grow. Seeing these kids come out here is super cool, super awesome.
Now, one of the refrains that I heard from you two before we went on the air, it's a common refrain we often hear from older people looking at this event who aren't students, is, boy, I wish I had this in college when I was attending here. Can you give us a little bit of your two personal gaming history? How far does it go back for you two? What were your favorite consoles growing up?
I started 8 years old on the Nintendo 64, Smash Bros, Mario Kart, and I really never played competitively until I joined our Burley club here. I thought I was the best Smash player around until I showed up and learned that I didn't know anything at all.
Yeah, for me it started with the 64 as well. I was 8 the first time I got it, and yeah, I've played Smash since 1998 when the first Smash came out, and loved it. I mean, I wasn't like ultra competitive, but I would go to locals and stuff in high school and enjoy it. But yeah, esports unfortunately wasn't a thing until after I graduated college.
Yeah. Are you two part of that original generation? Did either of you play like the original Mario parties on the N64? Yeah. So you know the grinding your hand down to the bone, you know. I mean, these players, it's competitive, but they'll never know the true hardship of the bodily harm you had to do to yourself to win your Mario Party games. Yeah. Well, that is going to be it for this interview. We are going to be getting to the stage very soon. We're going to be starting out with Valorant matches, and of course we have these lovely trophies to give away, and I do not want to wait 1 second longer to give them away, so let's get to the game. Stay tuned. We'll bring you the first one, top of the day, in a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Today is the first day of competition for the Idaho Esports Championship. Over 20 different teams from all across the Gem State have converged here in Boise State to fight to become the state championship in Valorant, Smash Bros, Apex, and Rocket League. Today we start out with the matches of Valorant and then Smash. Let's get on to move the championship for, once again, Valorant. I am your host, Colin Majunkin, and joining me today will be Greg. It's been quite some time since we've casted together at all. So I'm really excited to be on the desk again with you to be casting Valorant as well. Especially to be back here with the State Idaho Championship. Yesterday I got to cast the Rocket League State Championship, and that was a special moment because you got to see the sort of future of so-and-so esports, especially in the Idaho region. And it gave me a bit of hope. It gave me a bit of hope in that sense of these kids are really talented. They're really driven. They're motivational almost to watch to a degree. And I'm even more excited to get into the Valorant today.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what Jem and the coaches were just talking about. And it's nice to see that progression of something that didn't exist just so recently and really blow up into what it is today. And I'm glad that we could be a part of it. And like you said, though, it's an interesting recap point because this is the end of the season, really, as we come down to the final 8. I mean, you saw the sign. It all comes down to this. So we're excited to jump into some of the games.
Oh, yeah. And starting off with the match that we're going to watch again, the two teams, we're going to see the Timberwolves against Middleton. And we're going to see the bracket right here of what's going to be going on. To get down to, if you didn't join us the first day, This day's competition is based upon a 3-round competition. Each team will play a single best-of-3 series for each round. And if they do manage to go 1-1, the technical tiebreaker will be a swift play, still decided by the map decision. And like we said, we're going to be watching the Timberline Valorant Gold versus Middleton Valorant, the V team. You get to check out the rest of the squads they're going to be playing. We'll probably see most of those, but the general idea, I believe, is that also if you win, you get to stay on stage.
That'll be nice. Yeah, Winner's Court is up on the stage. Very exciting, though they're going to have to perform under a lot of pressure. I mean, this is not just an important game, but we have a little bit of crunch rules going on. I mean, like you said, it is best of 3, but that third one isn't a full match. And you could even argue that the first two aren't full matches. You don't get the whole time to really relax and play it out because, I mean, we got to keep things going. So there's a soft cutout. It's a first to 13, win by 2, but if you go too far, we can truncate. So you want to keep it brief, and you want to get in there, get in your jabs, and win some points. And like you said, best of 3 for a round, but then every team is going to be playing 3 rounds.
Oh, yeah. And, of course, to help every other team to succeed in their possible games in this state championship for Valorant is set your play style. Don't underestimate your opponents. If it's not working, change it. And, of course, the win condition is have fun and play games. Stocks Keys is brought to you by Dropping Gaming. It is the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through fee and pre-entered matches and tournaments. Whether you're new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Dropping Gaming is the right games and competition for you. To begin your competitive gaming journey, sign up at droppinggaming.com.
That's interesting. Some of those are, you want to keep the opposites in mind as well.
Yes.
Like he says, set your play style. You want to be on the same point with your team. You don't want everyone going in a different direction, but you also don't want to be too predictable. And we've seen that be a big problem in the last couple of weeks, honestly. So you still want some variety. You still want to be using your entire kit there, and we want to see variety out of the picks as well. I'm excited to see some of the picks as well. We just had picks and bans come out on maps. That's where the strategy begins. And then we're going to see picks and bans on characters. Not exactly bans, right? But we're going to get all the character picks out coming out pretty soon.
I was on the stage when they were going through some picks and bans, and I got to hear a little bit of it. And if the rumor's true, what I heard was right. We should be seeing Bind for that first map.
Oh, Bind for the first map is a good one.
I think. Oh, here we go. We do get to see it. We get to see Split and Breeze banned first, then Bind, Sunset, Icebox Ascent banned, and then Lotus as the tiebreaker if we get there. Which on a Swift play will...
That's going to be... It's going to be flashy. It's going to be bright. I mean, you're trying to dump all your utility across 3 zones in like half the time. That's going to be intense. Bind and Sunset, we have not seen a lot of Sunset action. I wonder if that one's like a little like pocket fun pick. Icebox and Ascent. Ascent ban is interesting. Usually Ascent's kind of a casual map that everybody's comfortable playing on. I think it would be kind of fun to do one of the crush plays on Ascent, but I guess not. I guess that's not what they're into.
And I'm pretty sure, if what I heard was correct, I could be wrong here, I'm pretty sure the Timberwolves were looking for Ascent, and I believe it was Middleton that did get the ban on it, so maybe they did some research, found out what some maps are comfortable on, and did some heads-up plays and banned a favorite map of the Wolves, but could be wrong. That was just mere speculation. But I'm excited to get to that Sunset map. We will guaranteed get to see Sunset in the rotation, so that'll be nice, especially with how new it is. And all the opinions I've heard so far have been you either kind of like it or you kind of love it.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's that negative side to it that a lot of players can end up not liking a map.
Sure.
But I kind of want to hear your opinion on that. I haven't talked to you about Valorant in general in a long time, so I'm excited to hear your opinion on Sunset.
It's been a while, and honestly, what I'm going to do is zoom out a little bit because it looks like they're ready to dive on in. And I think the maps always start off in their most negative. Like, people might not hate the map, but they're not going to love it nearly as much as they will later. And I remember, like, Insta diving out of Icebox all the time, and that would be the first thing that I would ever ban. And I don't hate it. It's kind of fun to play now. You learn to love the stages, and they get tweaked a little bit by the devs. So I think that people will grow to love Sunset even more and more. But right now, there's kind of a bad taste in the mouth because people don't want to play a map when it's not all the way polished, when they're not comfortable on it. They don't want anything crazy to happen. And some other teams were forcing them to anyways. And I wonder if that's what's happening today. If someone, just like you said, might be comfortable somewhere and the other team is going to ban it so that they can't pull it. If a team's not comfortable somewhere and don't ban it in time, you want to pick that. Maybe it's not your star stage, but if you want to catch someone off guard, that's an easy way to. And we've seen a lot of the pros win some crazy matches on Sunset. First, before our pros in the making are going to make their debut on Sunset, they're going to have to make it through this one. Bind.
Excited to see on Blind. We got to see the picks there for the operators that we got to see. We got to see a bit of a sneak peek. I did like seeing the Gecko there. Gotta be honest, one of my favorite initiators to play. Their blast, I think their util can be used really creatively, but can also really round out some weak spots that a team may have. But I think it also exposes some weak spots in a competition as well. One of the things that I think I see a lot is the bomb going to be planted by Gecko. But that setup, that site may not be under full control, and then you lose bomb in the middle of the site, and you have to risk yourself to go out for it again. So it's kind of a double negative, can turn into a positive to a degree.
Right. It's interesting because you use Wingman and Gecko and everybody to like take space. It's a very initiator feeling because you feel like you're not really risking that much when you throw some of your util out. But the truth is you're risking more than you usually do. You're risking using it a second time because otherwise you can go in and grab it. Wow, speaking of going in and grabbing it, this is a little bit feisty. They're going to get a little bit of a flash off, not find very much. But like I was saying with the Gecko, you want to be able to get in there, get your stuff, and get back out. And securing the space like guaranteed first try with this sidearm pieces is not always guaranteed. It's a little bit tense here. People have backed off the site. Middleton giving up the space for a bit of a retake. They're going to have to come together and strong. As the clocks go off, they come rolling in. A couple shots through the dark aren't going to find very much other than Lem taking down Warminch.
Ooh. Okay.
Asteria finds one and then goes down. Moo does much the same to Cairo, and Timberline only loses one. A near flawless for the first round of the first game of the first match.
It was good that Moo finally was able to get one there, so they didn't go down entirely into a flawless, but I did like Timberland's ethic there of splitting B, but still staying as that 5-man stack because it's so important to do in that pistol rounds, especially in those quote-unquote eco rounds as well.
Yeah, speaking of eco rounds, we've got an interesting setup here coming in round 2. For people a little less familiar with the game, it is typically so that when you win a round, when you win a round, you have lots of money, right? And when you lose a round, you don't have as much. So you win a round, and you want to use all your money to get decent guns. But in this case,
whoever walks in this room is going to have a horrible time.
No,
unless
this
they
is scary.
manage to
I'm
just,
ready.
Like, find 3 heads. That raised nade could have done a lot more damage.
The whole squad is here. This is a classic game.
Oh,
Whoa,
that's the one gun you didn't want to walk in that room.
Yeah, bringing the shotgun into there was devastating play. Now they're a little bit trapped. They're going to have to try to recover out the backside, and it's not going to happen because Lem, another gun in the right position. Oh, the bonus isn't caught either, so Cairo gets to take it back home if he'd like. Another brilliant play from Timberline. I mean, they just executed that correctly, you know? I mean, we love seeing the fun plays right here. Middleton trying to cheese the situation.
Yeah, I do like the idea here of sitting here in the stack, trying to catch your opponent, whoever ends up rounding this corner off guard. But that's the one weapon you don't want to walk in that room with you, is the one that can spray all of you down and just a few swipes to the mouse. But that's kind of what you get for being a bit of a smart player. And
yeah, and then Lem was in the right position.
The corner.
Yeah, Lem was in the right position with this long-range gun as well. The Marshall, kind of the debut sniper rifle that you're going to see early in the rounds when they don't quite have the money to get the real one. Up throw, a good pop flash. Oh, the Guardian just almost doesn't place there. He's going to make it out with no damage to the health. Through hookah, it's a little bit of a fake out. And after one player goes down, they're going to go for a soft rotation, maybe around a B long. But not hard committing anywhere. Grab that Marshall. Looks like they're backing off. They want to watch the clock here. Having a full minute is not too bad, but the clock only decreases.
They will be walking into site. That Cypher has all the util set up here. So they definitely have to make sure to keep that in mind. If not, clear it if they can before they enter site.
And 3 players as well. Usually people will use that Cypher util or that KJ util as a clutch to even out the 2-3 imbalance, but at this point they're just doubling down. They've got 3 whole players there as well as a bunch of util. Ooh, and it's a quick rotate. Love the TP rotate. It does tell everyone that that's exactly where you want to go, so they're going to be ready for it. Flank Sinatra taking one out before going down to Cairo again. Warminch ends Endy, and another one before Winston follows it up and finishes off the round 3 Middleton. This is how it usually goes, though. The person that wins first has a bunch of money, so they're going to win the next round. But then you don't want to throw away all your guns just to buy another one. Kind of pearls after swine, so you end up keeping the medium quality guns into the next round, and you don't always make it, but you hope to do some damage. So Middleton coming around with the bonus round there. And now we get a full gun round. Everybody has the creds to buy up these Phantoms and Vandals, the 2 most commonly seen guns. Maybe switching over to a little Marshall. Yeah, this is where you want to debut your fun guns.
Yeah.
And knocks it down to a small shield.
Flank Sinatra was the one to go down last round. They did get 1 kill, though, so they might have a little bit of money. We do see that they still have 2,100 left over. We get to see, and for the side of Middleton, that still had 3,000 left over there. You see a split onto A, 2 into showers, 3 into long. There is a Cypher Trap in their way, as well as Cameras. Cameras going to get some info. Might have got destroyed there. Looks like Timberland is looking to execute this. Gets stuck. Ooh, getting caught in that trap is going to highlight the body. Flash. Lem's going to be able to get one, and now all of a sudden in the back of the site. But there's Thrash already into the 4th round. Not able to capitalize on that shot, though.
Last player standing.
A little bit of back and forth. Kairo's going to take the last 2 for a 3-piece total. Timberline doing excellent. Only lost 1 player, but it was the one that came into the round with an ultimate. We're finally getting into the ult econ section of the party. That ultimate wasn't used, but some other people were able to pick up a couple of frags. And like I said, we even had the Thrash come out nice and early. It's pretty much on cooldown there.
Thrash is one of those ultimates that I believe is 7?
Yeah.
Yeah, so 7.
believe
So
it.
We'll see Thrash at least once more for this half.
Yeah, definitely. I'm excited to see that Raze will come out pretty soon here. Another pop flash going off. The Guardian did better than last time, but not quite enough to take down 3. And Flank finds 1, but goes down. See a little bit of a rotate responding to the pressure that we got on the B site. Luckily, they kept all of their util from last time, so Timberline will have the same amount of pushback they had. Ooh, there it is. Oh, coming through. Do a little blast hack bounce. And they take him out of the sky. Cairo,
There it is.
very, very
Not
close.
hit.
Cairo's about to finish. Andy closes out the round. It was a little bit of screen time, but they survived. Get the plant down for a little extra creds and move on into round 6, which is the first half of the first half.
First half of the first half. Timberline now sitting 4-1 here. It's sitting pretty when it comes to the economy there. Definitely not struggling in any means whatsoever for that.
No. On the other hand, though, Middleton would love to see their way into a little bit of income after this round. But if they don't make this one, they'll have to go for a big econ push.
Timberline has been hitting B pretty consistently. They do got 1 lurker over to the sides of A.
But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, they're hitting B consistently, but at the same time, it's still working. We do see these pressure balances happening a little bit quicker. We got a little bit of a rotation coming out, maybe even a soft flank. We'll see if that got spotted at all, but we definitely have Raze walking.
Might be able to catch 1. No, the timing there did not work in their favor. That trip. But maybe has a bit of an inkling. Still sticking around here. Another timing.
Jeez.
Not able to see the Cypher route.
Now, that tripwire is an incredible deterrent. Moombot's going to give it a little bit of information, but the information goes both ways. A double blast pack out in the midair, and they're going to find one. Winston and Flank Sinatra each to take their one, responded by No and the crew. So it's down to a 3v3. 1 ult left on line. And we might see it coming out. Hopefully we don't have any Sabrosa issues with that one. Lemon No each find another one. 1 man left. Looking out for Asteria, and No. Just can't find it. No with the 3-piece. 3 of a kind, bringing Timberline up to 0.5. Plenty of ultimates on the board. Middleton might be able to get out another round with 1 or 2 of these, but how many ultimates are you going to throw on an eco round?
Yeah, exactly. But you are getting into that dangerous territory where you're looking at 1-6.
Right.
If you let this next round go, considering you're on eco, looking to do a little bit of damage. If you can't get a Thrifty, great. Get the Thrifty. Yeah, you do have 4 ultimates online. Oh, immediately going to pop the 1. I was going to say you're probably going to use at least one of the informationals.
Right.
And getting a lot of information for that. Are they going to take a fight here, though?
Interesting. Oh, yeah, it just did not totally play out. Tried to go for the flash and stand on the other side, hoping the guy might turn around. Didn't totally work out. Now they're still charging in, and he does get one. Looking for a little bit more. It's going to take care of that Dizzy. We see another ultimate coming out. That's 2 pops so far by Middleton, and they've already lost 2 players. Ooh, brilliant shot from Lem. It was pretty close. Can he do it again? Nice.
I like the Sky having the operator here.
Yeah. Sky Operator is a fun idea.
Is not the ideal character, but clearly they're going to make it work with those.
Right.
As long as you don't get pushed too. As long as you don't get a bad timing or get pushed very heavily, Sky's going to be able to continue to do damage to there.
No, it's nice because they were also playing for body shots in the hallway, so they were pretty close. They got nice swingable zones there.
Middleton did go ahead and use 2 ults during that round, though.
Yeah, they did, but they still have 2 online. You know, you don't want to just have them sit there.
Yes, yeah.
Kyra making some first damage. Wormage going crazy now. He's already taken out 40% of the team, and Andy going to get the revenge there. Winston grabs another one. Lots of fight down right in A main, and they dropped the spike as well. Kind of alters the win con a little bit, shifts your positioning. To the attackers back up. Winston takes one out. 1 remains. Lolo helped by one of the Middleton players. Lem takes care of him from a distance. This is the position they want to be in. Just isolate one of these players. Bring it down to a 1v1, maybe get a gun switch out. But honestly, the clock is on their side, right?
I've got your trail.
Ooh,
Gonna use the
popping
Seekers
the
here.
ult. If they want to get greedy, there's a couple ways they might get greedy. Here's switching to the Vandal, go nice, and melee has the guiding light. Oh,
there you
no.
go.
Hit him with the old one, too. The guiding light was all he needed to absolutely barrel stuff that last man, but coming around the corner wasn't quite prepared. A very quick 2-piece brings it down. Timberland takes point 6.
Staying in the mix of it here. Middleton gonna take that first, that second round. They get that big break that they've been asking for.
No, which is so good because their credits were barely hanging on. And I mean, when you go all the way down to 1 player, you have to rebuy all those guns up. So it was a tight round, and it leads into an even tighter next round. We're even going with an expensive Marshall Flank Sinatra, trading himself in for 1. He's going to bring an ult to the ground with it, but there's still 2 ults available if you can find a way to use them. One of those is a little situational. Wormage, no situational about it.
Oh, here's a flank they might not be expecting, and there it is with the Cypher Trips down. And it's going to have a lot of free reign here. It gets 2, now 3. Middleton looking alive right now.
Yeah, that was a nice wide straight spray transfer he was able to really rein in. Good on him for grabbing those 2, bringing it up to a 3 of a kind, and getting on out of there. A couple distance shots as well as this kind of bonked the raised nade. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see one of those paint shells go wild. But look at this. Nice crouching after the 3rd bullet. Got the spike. He could have paid, backed off of it and played a little defensively, but decided to go in, and it worked. Ooh, speaking of going in, we'll have to see if this works out. No, getting the first peek. Ooh. And Flank hanging out behind. Very, very initial mouth of the hookah front. I didn't see a great check of that 50-50 in hookah, so they'll have to watch out for that later. It could get trapped up pretty quick, but Timberline making a strong push into Middleton's B site. Winston fighting back. Grabs 2 already, and Timberline is totally surrounded. Defenders, Middleton takes point 4. I mean, they're moving along pretty smoothly. If Timberline is totally halted here, then we're looking at a smooth and even 6-6 to move into the second half. But
I see Timberline use their, was there a typical faster paced attack shots that get used on B, but I really got to point out the Cyphers can play here. Gets the initial ping. Nobody finds the cam. Gets this one, waits till they see somebody's about to jump out. But that last ping on the Cypher was still there. And the use case of the cage came in beautifully, and then from there they just got stuck in hookah, and there's no way out from there.
Are we going to see another flash off the wall pop? Going in for a quick reload. Oh, sure enough, and flank. Gets a good flash pop, runs out there. Oh, they tried to 1-2 it. I'm glad we got that angle. Oh, fell for it. At this point, he's just wasting time, which is exactly what you want to do. Just like hang out. If you can keep them at bay for another minute and 7 seconds, you take the round regardless. Don't play the hero.
Especially when you have the better guns as well.
Exactly.
You can also...
You're risking more.
Yep. Oh, and there's a good headshot there, and there's one of the better weapons left out in the open. Not going to recontest that angle. They're going to be able to grab it. And they are going to go with the original rotate over.
I'll handle this.
Going to go and use dimensional drift, though. Looking for some info. Yeah, I'm going to TP out. Big thing is you got your info. Going to be able to, go with a good decision. Get out.
Yeah, much smarter. Learned the lesson there, apparently.
Yep.
And flank hanging right out. Paranoia takes him down entirely. But that's just enough noise on stage to alert the defenders. And the other 3 Middleton players come rushing in from across the field. One coming in from the long on B. But they're isolated completely, and No makes it a 3-piece by taking Wormanship down. Now 2 left back in the U-Hauls. Walking around. Looks like Cypher's found him with a neural theft. Interesting. They don't quite clutch it. Endy, excellent work. Pushing Timberline over the halfway ledge as they take 0.7 for the first half.
So now we should see everything used.
Right. Leave nothing on the table because they're packing up after this.
This was really good at Paranoia here, even though, I mean, it's really the most common spot to use the Paranoia. It really is the one that I see get used the most, and I think it pays off. I think the audio cue may have given away and just a tad bit too late. Might be looking to take another aggressive angle. Once again, and keeps taking these angles. And just to get one.
Oh.
Ray's not able to find an opponent with the rocket, and we see all of Timberline down B long, but they're going to TP out, and Lem gets one with the op. Moose going to be able to get one.
Ooh.
Launching smoke.
Yeah, Moose sits right down on that point and takes one out on the big rush towards the A, but that's kind of their last bastion, the big defense here. Now everybody's going to have to come rushing back in to cover A site. Cairo was already getting an early plant off, and they try to wobbling through the shiny, but it doesn't go well. Wow, Cairo coming around. Absolutely flicks that one. Excellent side. Winston gives Andy an extra hat, and everyone, once you know where they're at, just got to close the deal. Flank Sinatra finds one more. And then out bold Moroccan Winston is going to get an easy defuse for another old charge. You won't be able to use it, though, because we're moving across the half line. A strong 5-7, I mean, that's kind of the best you could ask for coming out of a 6-1, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Going down from 6-1, managing to halt them to a stop, only able to get one around. The other thing I want to point out is Flank Sinatra won the duel over Lem, over on B long, and I don't know if that was caught up on a rotation or got a good timing on it or straight up just beat up the operator, but nevertheless, it was a critical role to play in winning that ones, and I think that's what I got to see Middleton perform a lot better in this sense of winning their ones a lot more.
Right.
When they face an opponent, they manage to get the one and get out, which is so important in Valorant. Is more than anything, getting the kill is surviving in a lot of engagements because you're a lot more helpful to your team at 50, 40 health than dead and continue to take that fight. A quick TP over. Oh, but they might be going for a little bit more of a tricky play.
Yeah, the long rush towards A, it might not be everything they need, though. Timberline with a solid 2-3 stacker, even sending a couple of flanks down the bath. So as they come out, they'll be in the perfect position to harvest, sending up that cascade wall. Ooh, wow. A lot of action there. We saw the blinding light.
Remaining.
Oh.
Aid taking one down after a big shakedown, a lot of action. Middleton, one player left, trying to stay strong here, but they're closing in. Can he get one on the way out?
Yeah.
Not quite.
Got triple swung there, and not much you could do about that. I like the idea that Middleton had to try and go for the trick play there, but unfortunately did not fool Timberline as much as I think they were expecting it to, as Timberline still had 3 on the site, and the rest of the team would have rotated over very quickly.
Now, this is a little rough because if we peer into the future a little bit, or maybe just into the statistics, we expect this to go fairly like another point for each side, right? 9-6.
Yep.
And if that's the case, Timberline is right on the edge of hitting double digits, and Middleton hasn't even caught up with where Timberline was at the halfway point. So Middleton would have loved to get the first 2 rounds, and I think that's why we saw such a bold play of all of them rushing back through A, because when you really would love to take the round, more than most rounds. Ooh, getting a little bit of info. He sees 2 people go across, tries to go with the dart. They're going to take care of the gun, but that's not enough. You're going to have to take care of all the players on site. But they only have pistols. You can run a lot faster. You can risk a lot more. You can risk everything and not really risk anything at all. So I think that's why we saw that high energy play that we don't usually see out of them. But they got burned by it. They were slapped on the wrist a little bit. And now we see a tentative play style. They're kind of breaking the team up, walking nice and slow.
Which is interesting going to this eco round. You definitely don't have the weapons to take an advantageous fight over Timberline. So breaking up the 3 here, definitely not what we saw from Middleton as compared to the last half. They might end up using the TP here. I think they're just trying to buy time, show some presence here, keep the defenders that are rotated over the side to keep using util. And this is exactly what they're doing, as just as the other side, Middleton starts to hit A, everybody else is going to rotate through. They're going to take a fight into showers, though. Lem's going to get 2, and now all of a sudden the rest of Middleton's boxed in.
Ooh.
1 enemy remaining.
Man, they committed to truck and they took the space well, but they're being re-infiltrated so quickly. No, and Lem going absolutely sicko mode with the shotguns this game. We've seen a lot of good plays there.
They get the spike down, though. So that is credits that they get to use next round. So while I imagine they would have loved to get an elimination or 2, at the bare minimum, they did get the spike down.
Yeah, look, they took space so commandingly, but it was just camping it out that was a little bit difficult for them.
Yeah. Time and time again, they keep running into these judges in less than ideal situations when they take these fights. I think there's 3 judges in total on the side of Timberline there. So absolutely no mercy from them. They're going to keep 2 of them, too.
Yeah, why stop?
Why stop? Yeah, exactly what you said. If it ain't broke, you don't need to fix it. Ooh, no.
This is not exactly the angle. This is the angle you want to take with the judge, so they might just camp out here and wait for a little bit of
They might clear you, though. They did.
Oh, yeah. Ooh. Definitely you want to pay attention in geometry for that one. Oh, the hunt. Oh, very, very close, but it's not quite enough. And flank is going to be just a tad bit closer. Yeah, the further you are from an angle, the more you see her Radiant moving over. So if you're held tight right behind and somebody's walking nice and slow from a distance, they'll see your shoulder long before you see anything.
Bringing it back to the good old CSGO basics right there. Swarm getting 1, look for the second, not able to get it though. Indy
had a very thin angle there, was super, super close. Brought it down to 1.5. The chance for one more man to finish his legacy. Oh, the all-fire. Yeah. Classic all-fire to the head. It's a bold move, but when it works, it works.
It works. It works. Missed the initial right click, but it's going to land the second one. With how low they were, it wasn't going to take much to get there.
Yeah, and as the prophecies foretold,
this is exactly what you're talking about.
9-6. Yeah, look at this. You just don't see anything.
Yep.
And if they see your shadow, it's a headshot too, because they know you're just going to sit there, and that corner is wall bangable. So they'll just line it right up, and you're over before you even knew they're there.
Gonna take another fight in the showers here. Lem's been doing a good job of holding it down here. Gonna take a fight. And no hits though. Lem's gonna initiate onto site. Still holding to the blast pack and grenade here. Gonna use that to clear out Puka. Gonna get 1. trading here is the initiation on the showers. Middleton now has control of showers. Endy's going to get one on Worm, though. That's Hookah lost control for Sad Middleton. There's 2 more for No. Now all of a sudden, Middleton's attack starts to slow a bit down as yeah. RPG right to the face.
Yeah, RPG right to the face is all it takes. Unfortunately, we don't have enough shields for that, so Asteria gets out the defuse and Timberline crossing the line into double digits. Middleton, I'm hoping this wasn't their pick, right? Hopefully we see some map that's a little bit more their flavor.
I don't think it was. I don't think this was Middleton's. I think Middleton's map pick was Sunset. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that was their map pick there. Which doesn't make sense because Timberline seems to have a pretty solid grasp of how they want to play this map and the rotations they want to take and how they're splitting this site, both offensively and defensively. So we're going to see the standard split, 3-2. The heavy side on B with all the trips over on B as well.
Yeah, Middleton's got some kind of second round fun guns still going, even though we're past that initial round 1, 2, 3 setup. Timberline, though, looking at a full roster of AR, so they'll want to be staying far from the angles and moving nice and slow. Lem is going to be the first one to display these key tenets to win the match. It's Wormage throwing in some good utility, gets a little bit of shell damage, a little Dizzy. Ooh, proving no problem for our defenders as they throw out a guiding light and come rolling back around. Oh, the timing on the cams to Endy, Cairo, and Lem each take their 1. And Timberline, though sporting a little bit of low health from their 1-man with a ultimate, still doing pretty well. Middleton looking to stave off a flawless here. Winston, will they go flying in with their Sheriff in hand? Or will they save it out? I do love the Sheriff gun, buddy, on the Sheriff. Oh, a little bit of eye contact. Now that they know where Winston is, Timberline is not losing much by going in for the hunt, but they might just wait. Like I said, they've got the arms that they want to play at a distance. Oh, and after a big swing, Cairo is actually going to be the one to take it.
I love the display discipline there right there from Timberline. Even though there's one last defender left, maybe they knew they only had a Sheriff. Maybe they didn't, but I love that discipline by Nono and the rest of the team there too. They've got to kind of come to us, not necessarily. Yeah, they got to come to us. They've got to plant for the objective here. Let's just sit back. Where I think a lot of players would ego peek that.
True.
And maybe you lose that fight to Sheriff, and that's an unnecessary gun that you don't need to lose there.
No, exactly. Yeah, and at this level, it's hard to quiet the dog inside you when it sees a squirrel like that.
Yeah.
You try to get that very clippable, flawless with no health. But it's more important to not risk so much for so little.
Especially when the camera's on you.
Yeah, embarrassing.
Everybody wants to show out for this stream.
Definitely, definitely.
Deluxe approaching Middleton, slowing it down a bit. Ooh, Thrasher is going to be used by the side of Middleton. So is Dimensional Drift. Going to be getting a lot of info here. Potential to capitalize on it. The blind comes out. They're going to take full control of Hookah. Not quite yet. There is a Cypher lying in wait there with the Bucky. Going to get one. Ooh. There's and get another Nono with the trade. However, going to get taken down by Thrasher. Are they aware of the person on the right? They are. And that's Worm getting a double there. Middleton staying alive here.
Yeah, Wormage, a Guardian 2-piece to finish out the round is a fun play.
Yes.
I love seeing the util dumps here.
Yep. Especially onto a map like Bind, I feel like the sites are
so open.
Tight corners where they are open. There's really tight corners, so it's one of those things that you have to dump a util to clear them safely. And I don't think we've really seen a whole lot of that from either team of that right now, besides a couple rounds are the exception. But I really love to see it there. Really pouring everything into it to make sure they secure a round.
Ooh. Ooh. Sabrosa moment there as the Razor doesn't quite go according to plan.
They're going to get the plant down, but they don't have control of showers here, so it's going to create an interesting angle here, as well as with an operator for the side of Timberland, and Caro's going to get one.
Ooh. Winston's trapped right now. They are coming in after him, but he stains his around. Winston finds one before going down to Hysteria in the op. Playing through the smoke. Are they still on the defuse? It looks like they backed off of it, so Kyber's going back in, and they know exactly what it is. That's why you ping Spike. Beautiful. Flank Sinatra having no problem taking Cairo down. It's going to be a fake out, and they know it. Going in nice and strong. What a flick right around the corner of the wall. Hysteria doesn't have enough time, but it was a beautiful shot.
Did your job.
A clutch time waste from Flank Sinatra.
Did your job right there in the last second. Got this pick on a Caro. It's not about getting this elimination right here. I imagine they'd love to, but they stalled. They did their job. They played it perfectly right there. With only 5 in the chamber there. I was a little worried about taking that fight with only five in the magazine, but it works out and Middleton stays alive, but that was an expensive W. That was an expensive round W.
Whoa.
I thought we were going to have some fun for a second.
Andy, are you going to lock something? Ooh, the rich get richer and the poor have classics. There is a wealth disparity on the team here. One man sporting an operator, and here it is, Timberline. Oh, just trying to find a little point there. Oh, shocked into the corner, taking a little bit of damage, down to 52 health. The operator can still stand its ground, but not against everybody all at once. Got the wingman coming in strong as well. After good flash, it's a little bit of back and forth as Flank finds one, but goes down for the trade. The operator changes hands. Not quite going to be there. Lem goes down. That little hallway right there behind Truck has been a serious problem for the teams today.
Stereo was thinking about using the ultimate here. Going to be taken down, though. Endy's going to get a wall playing on Flank Sinatra. There's Winston to get a Stera, though. Get around the corner. All you have is an op, and on the reload. Caught mid-air. Middleton, 3 in a row here right now. It's a little similar to what we saw in the first half of they lost a few, but they finally found the footing, and they're making it count there. That op still had a pretty significant impact though. I think getting 2 or 3, one of those numbers. But was it worth buying the op though? We're going to be looking to see what we're going to see the rest of the team have here, and if Timberline's good for it.
Camera taken out. Cage triggered.
Bit of info gathered here. Be trying to show a presence here, but this dog could. Dog may have thwarted all the efforts, but we have yet to see a rotation here. Thrasher is going to be used over outside of B.
Yeah, it's a quick rotation by both teams. I mean, that's kind of how it goes down when you're going to throw an entire Thrasher into it. We see the wingman and the Dizzy getting their work in as well. That plant coming out nice and strong from Flank Sinatra and company, considering that wingman getting in, I think, their 3rd or 4th plant for the game so far. Oh, Asteria, Andy, and No are going to take a few, but Flank Sinatra and Flank are replying, even down to 3-piece here. Middleton, 2v1 left. The spike is still down, and it's an uncomfortable position.
Lem knows.
Nice.
Oh, Lem's
gets that one. It's still the 1v1, and they still have to defuse. Lem going in for a pro stick. Oh, no. Had the angle. There was just no chance. Bringing it to 10 and 11, right? We're into that pseudo-overtime territory, the deep teens.
Love to see the energy from the team there. It's a pretty solid round for them as well. Still staying in this game. Now 10 to 11 here. So with the idea in Valorant, you got to win by 2. Definitely not out of the danger zone yet, but feeling okay. Might have taken a timeout. I'm sorry, Timberline. I think that's the vibe that I'm getting here. Going to be looking for exactly what they're going to be changing up or switching. Going into this next round, they're going to be broke.
Right, which
They're
is
going
tough.
to have no money.
Which you don't like to see near the almost overtime zones. I mean, 10-11, like you said, it's a win by 2. So either you get the 12 and you're at match point, and then the other person is struggling to run up that hill.
Yep.
Or the other person takes the point and you're looking at, ooh, it looks like the judge buys are coming out. A little fun guns, maybe a bucket, maybe a stinger. I don't hate that. It's all light shields, though.
It was working for him plenty last time around.
Yeah.
We do see all light shields, though. But, once again, you're playing against all 5 Vandals. That heavy shield doesn't play as big of a factor as it should be.
That's fair.
Camera's going to be used there.
Someone's there.
Alito going to be coming out here from get-go.
Yeah, coming on very, very strong. Middleton trying to make a serious move here. Cairo shutting down the run. No, doing much the same. Flank Sinatra trying to get a little bit of money back. And they own the site, but oh wow, and they're defending it as well. Middleton, a player and a half left. Winston kind of getting out of there. They may just line up and hang out, wait for some of these peaks. Wait for a couple of the sticks onto the spike, a couple of defuse taps.
Hammer is
Utility
running
to
out,
make that a
using
little bit
Thrasher
easier, but
just buy some time.
yeah.
I like the angle Winston holds here.
They're
The
trying to
Molly's gonna
fly
scare
out of
off
there
the
as
initial
Nona
touch.
is absolutely cooking the scene.
One enemy remaining. Last player.
Excellent done, and that is it,
There it
right
is.
there.
And gets out. Oh, never mind.
Let's not get out. Everybody goes down. Middleton taking point. 11 means we're basically in overtime.
Yep. Still definitely an opportunity for either team to get 2 in a row here and still pull out the first game W right now. But with this being Timberline's pick, Middleton is finally finding that rhythm, that groove here, and that sneaky assassination by Winston there inside the enclosure, the enclave there was massive.
I hope the Middleton aren't just finding their groove because they've got a lot of practice working on an attacking side, because if you do make it out into the overtime, it switches back and forth between attack and defense. And teams that have a big difference in their comfort levels playing offense versus defense, we see long overtimes go. And we don't want that to happen because we don't want to have to cut off a game or catch anybody off guard with a win by 1. Flank Sinatra going in for a fast land. They don't totally own this site, though. It's going to be very contested. Lots of fire coming out. And the lines haven't moved an inch. Nono's going to be taking the first mark on and flank. Cairo catching up with their 20%. And the defense kind of pushes back out.
Oh, gets caught trying to collect the util back. Winston's going to get one. Now looking for a second. Able to get the second as well, but Nono gets third. Winston and Nono popping off right now in a 1v1 with the neural theft. Trying to back up, realizes they have spiked down. They can play the game they want to. Oh, they get caught off guard. Low on the HP. Wow.
What a run. Nono taken near the whole family with a 4-of-a-kind to finish it out. Gets into safety. And that's point 12. Middleton looking at a match point. What a comeback that would have been. I think they're ready.
They've been doing a really good job of making sure Spike does not get contested early on. They get the Spike down, and they fight tooth and nail to the very end here. I mean, you see the smart play by running away from the Spike, trying to get Nono away from it, and then just using all the capabilities in the world to just buy the most time you possibly can, and it paid off. So now all of a sudden Middleton's match point walking into A here. And the thing I've been seeing is Timberline's no longer challenging Showers anymore. They're playing a lot safer, and they're not taking that risk anymore.
Spike planted.
Yeah, it's good to see a bit of that variety coming out and kind of saving the bacon here last second. Lemmy in close contact. Again, that hallway, it's a tough one for them. Hopefully that's not a big contention point right here, but the judge is ready for it to be. And from just the right amount of distance, the Vandal looking after, that Jiggle Peek is enough to save him, but oh, never mind, they do take it. A quick follow-up, though, is going to drop him back down to fair. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Gets the
enemy
half,
remaining.
but just did not quite stick it out. He's going to have to play through the molly. Gets a quick tap, tries to bait out a sight. Ah, and he finds it with the paint shells. Is it enough time, though? Nice.
We're going
Expertly
OT.
done.
Switching sides. Overtime.
And now it's time to find out if I really think it might be one of those things where Middleton finally started finding that groove on the attacking side of things. So it'll be interesting to see them on the defensive half, and then to see that reverse come back and back again. Of is it just going to come to the same exact rotation of where each team is so into a groove on one side that they're not able to recoup on the other. If they're good on defense, are they going to be solid on offense enough to make it work? Because you have to continue winning by 2 here to win. I don't think it's troll anymore. I think we're seeing that Odin come out here.
Oh, tries to get the pop flash, but it's just not there, not quick enough. Unfortunately, that Odin is going to go down. That could be helpful later. We'll definitely see if they want to use it or not, but one thing's for sure, a little bit of the weight has been pulled off of B-side, so Middleton kind of resituating, getting a player over to help out, and after the call comes out, all the util is there. Oh, a lineup almost. Lem very close to have serious lineup. Winston's going to take another 2-piece. Oh, and after the 2-pair, we see an absolute bail. Timberline with a spike flying out of there. It's a race for A-site. They're going to get it down. They even have ping from the coach to get one. Already tossing out the util, just clearing the situation. Lem doesn't really escape unscathed. I mean, they're looking at solid health, but dropping the ult as well. They're just trying to waste time. Oh, flies on to the 2-stack. Wormich is going to be the first one to flick the fastest and takes him out. Middleton looking at point 13.
The flash one was telegraphed exactly what they were going to do, a little bit more than it would have normally.
Switching sides.
A dry peek onto those
Match
2 players
point.
is not going to be fantastic either, you know?
Yeah. I think, yeah, it was a bit of a timing, bit of a bad call situation. Especially even with Middleton having lost a player so early into the matchup, they managed to pull through. It's definitely Frank Sinatra and Winston that are having such an important role here. I mean, we see Frank Sinatra get 2 here, go down, and then we see Winston get 2 and stay alive, which is massive when you have 2 players in your team that are able to do that in these clutch situations.
Well, it is all quiet on the A-side front here. We see a little bit of a spread out as Middleton throws a 2-1-2. Leave a 1-man in the middle to hang out with cams. Cypher actually operating the cams and guiding that spike down through hookah. You see Timberline on the A site. Beautiful cross angles set up there, ready for an attack, but it's not the attack they're actually looking for. No here to give you a little sight on the situation is ganged up with Lem. And obviously Flank Sinatra just looking to make some noise. They're going to throw more util in. They just kind of want to warm the site up. Oh, that's an uncomfortable position. Where do you go? Where do you go? Get absolutely stuck between a rock and a hard place, and they're going to be taken down by the paint shells. Another Molly thrown out, trying to find Cairo, but he does well. Grabs into Winsto with a good response. Trying to shake down the situation here on the A side. Timberline is still a 2v2 because they had 1 player coming in, but now the things have changed. It's a 1v1 race. Timberline sending Winston in for the defuse.
Wow.
It's not going to happen. It doesn't get down. Andy punishes Winston for jumping over the iron box.
So yeah, this will be Timberlane's round here. Not nearly enough time to get the spike and plant it. They are unfortunately doing all these efforts in vain and gonna go down at the last second of the round as well. That is Timberline keeping this an even game, staying alive.
Overtime.
Back to a double OT we're going.
It is tough.
What did you see? What did we really see there that we got to see Timberline I saw most of their success on the offensive side, so to see the success come through on the defensive side as well, what do you think they pulled off that helped in that?
That last round was interesting. I think it was just good calls because there were some flash rotates there, and you had to be light on your feet and not commit too hard to a site when offensive side is trying to work you back and forth and just snap the paperclip. But it didn't work. They stayed strong, and Timberline was able to get just 3 people on site quicker than Middleton ever could. So I think that's what it came down to, is just owning the territory. Because if it was down to just a 1v1, well, it was down to a 1v1, which didn't go very well. So, but if it was down to another 1v1, I would give some more credit to Middleton. Here's not the case, though. It's full team attack. Timberline trying to make their way onto the A site, leading in from Bath, and the Harbor Wall goes around. It's going to isolate that high heaven. Oh.
Spike down A.
The double take, a devastating catalyst to a reaction they don't want to find in their soup. Middleton has got things locked down, but Clem is already going in for the plan.
Wow.
Oh, beautiful help from Nono and Cairo, just watching their back. Another muzzle stuff or 2. Doesn't quite take the flank. Sinatra grabs 1, but it's down to the last player. Middleton going to get the leg up to 14.
Cairo's really low right now, too. One singular spray from the box could do him in. Luckily, none of those land. They chose a good spot to plank here. But Ann still has 2 flashes here. Cairo does have paranoia. Both shadow steps as well. Also have the ultimate available to them. I can't really find a useful situation to use it here. Oh! And Ann doesn't peek the right angle first. And Cairo for Timberlands going to put them up at match point.
Match point.
Absolutely wild. Just what an off angle of position.
Yeah.
There's nothing to hide behind.
And sometimes that's the best place to be, especially as low HP as you are. Sometimes it's better to just play the field as open as you can and just leave it down to an aim game rather than trying to be sneaky.
Because no one's gonna pace out the crosshair placement for that area.
Yep.
Ooh, this could be a little Odin showcase if they can call this at the right time. Moo and Winston on their way in, gonna be nice and quiet. And the action to back comes out. Lem does find one and survives, returns alive from their mission, and flank does get on to Cairo. Lem lets him know they've still got one in there as they send in the, goes down for the flash. Womp, no. Got scammed, trying to play for their 6th player. Timberline's only lost 1 player, and they're staying strong. They've left an anchor on B site for any switch-up shenanigans, which I don't think we're going to see. I think Middleton kind of has to commit to this with 50 on the clock.
And it's not their Cypher, too, which is interesting. Their Cypher's playing on the A side as well. But left all the Uto on the side to help out their Harbor flank. Going to get a bit of timing on Lem. Now they have a lot more control sides. They do. Endy's going to get 1, though, but not the person planting the spike. Flank gets a 2nd, but No's going to get the trade out. Now it's just up to Moo here, but Spike is down. Not exactly planted for them, but they're still able to get the off angle. Now we're down to a 1v1 situation between the Harbor and wow!
For the game, Timberline takes it, hangs out on high the Harbor Wall, and just times it right. Woo! We see the man nice and cold holding down 4. And the Wolves take map 1.
Really, really well deserved. Played full of heart till the very end of it, and it's honestly one of those things that I'm excited for map number 2 now, because these teams are playing on map number 1. I can't really wait to see what it seems like for that map number 2, but I love the excitement and the crowd reactions here. It's definitely one of those things that I don't think we saw a lot of in Rocket League, so I'm excited to see it in Valorant. But I understand it a lot more in Valorant. It's definitely one of those games you can get behind a little bit better.
Yeah, Rocket League, sometimes it feels like it comes out of nowhere. They're just like grinding for a long time and then it happens. But Valorant has a nice, obvious lead up. Like, there's down to 1v1. They're hanging behind the Harbor Wall. Are they going to peek that? Are they going to not? So it's something that gets the crowd excited, and we can all get into it. I'm just really happy, since we're talking about things we like to see. Timberwolves stayed undaunted in the face of a comeback, right? They had a menacing pushback all the way up to, I think, just several rounds up. But I don't want to give you all the breakdown. We'll give a little bit of analysis from behind the awards. Here's my friend Jem and company. How are things going on in the studio?
Well, it's halftime, and that means it's time for the Jem and Day play-by-play. I'm Jem, she's Day, and we got a whole bunch of games going on right now. We saw an amazing game just happen where Timberline pulled out a victory in overtime, but I'm looking at this game right here, right beside Daydream. If you look behind, Shelly and Bora are playing right now. It's 11-11, so effective overtime between these two teams, and we'll be recapping some of the plays from the game we just saw over the next 5 minutes, and in that 5 minutes, we'll be giving you updates on which team wins that, because much like the game we just saw, it involves a lower-seeded team like Middleton really giving the upper-seeded team a run for their money. In this case, it's Shelly going up against Bora, who has the higher seed. So another possibility for an upset in the first round, at least, though, with Timberline. They managed to pull it out, but you never want to underestimate these lower-tier teams. They can be spoilers.
Yeah, we were both literally at the edge of our seats watching that Timberline game right there. And honestly, good plays from both teams. And those angles were so good in that last game. I just wish that they had stuck to that angle.
I know that was the main thing, because you're in the post-plant position. You have the advantage of, you could rely on the sound cue. It's just very... I get you want to use the stim beacon, I get that, but I would have at least waited until I know for sure where he is, even if he's faking the defuse. It's just going through a wall like that completely dry. It's just, but it's easy for us, with the benefit of hindsight to say, there were so many times when it came down to a 1v1 clutch mode.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of that. Cypher being the last one on, Middleton's side, and then Timberline having that raise as that last person left. And they kind of duked it out a lot of times.
Yeah, they really did. Middleton, there were also a lot of moments that it seemed like they were down and out for the count, where Timberline was up maybe 1 or 2, and then all of a sudden, Flank Sinatra right here that we're seeing right here, he was the one to bring it back so many times. So you really got to watch out for this Gecko. He could sneak up on you. Meanwhile, I want to give you the live update right now. We're in the final round of Shelly v. Bora. Bora is currently at match point. They've placed down a lockdown here onto Shelly, who is trying to defuse, and they just clenched it right there. Bora wins that one 13-11. So these are some close games
Very
for
close
round
matches.
1.
All of these teams are so good this year, and I mean, we've seen it in every single game so far. There's not been like a very runaway victory in any of these games.
Now, you and I were also talking, common refrain, but we'll keep saying it because the truth needs to be said, is of how great these trophies look, but how much of a sleeper hit the third place trophies are. But I think for Valorant, more than anything, the red goes. I mean, red is Valorant's official color. I mean, to have that there with the Valorant logo, I think this is the best looking trophy of the tournament
far.
there. Yeah.
I think third place is nothing to scoff at, especially if you're getting this specific trophy. And I mean, a detail that I didn't even notice is that the back is actually full sparkle. So, I mean, we have as much sparkle as possible, which I think is amazing.
I bid $250. But yeah, and I personally, I'm glad that yesterday we got an opportunity to broadcast one of the third place matches, because in a way there's sort of, it almost feels like a greater stakes then. I mean, yes, first place getting gold is nice, but no matter what happens in the grand final match, everyone's guaranteed a trophy. But in the third place match, it's the difference between walking home with nothing and walking home with something to stick in your trophy cabinet as well.
Of course, yeah. And I mean, with this game back here that we saw Bora win, Bora has been very close in all of their games this whole entire, LAN. And seeing them do these things that are so cool, I'm so happy that yesterday they got to walk home with the third place trophy, and maybe even today too.
Now, in terms of predictions, do you think that after a very close game like that, because I have a running theory, just on all the times that I've seen casting, that if a game goes into overtime, particularly a very competitive, nail-biting overtime, the team that wins that overtime is favored to win the match, because I just think there's nothing harder than when it is so close. I mean, it's not just like it's a sweep or anything, but it's like you were so close. It's down to a 1v1. You're at your maximum mental stress because it's this or the game, and you fall on the wrong side of that coin flip. I mean, you being in the competitive side of this, I mean, I just have to imagine that's the hardest thing to reset from.
I agree. I mean, seeing these teams, how they react under pressure is how they react at their worst. And if you are reacting very well at your worst, that means you are the best.
Yeah.
That's just hands down my opinion there. But these teams that are so close, both of them, probably super, super scared. Like, you're up on stage, you're in your element, but you're also so scared because it's so close. And it causes the best moments when you're with a team. It causes you to be, stronger and closer together, but it also causes you to bring the worst out of yourself.
Now, I don't know if production can do this for us, but I do believe we have the maps and stages all set up, because I do remember that Lotus was the third stage, but I'm still trying to remember what the second stage is. I remember Bind and Split were banned as well, just right off the bat. We are seeing Icebox. I know that was a ban for the second stage as well, but yes, thank you very much. Yes, Sunset is going to be the next stage, which it always seems like those Valorant stages, they go through growing pains. When they're first introduced, everyone has their complaints about them, then gradually over time people start warming up to them.
I agree. I mean, with any sort of new thing in a game, people can have large reactions to them, and especially with something as big as a map in Valorant, where it's so important, those angles that you're taking, the sites where they're at, and how you can play on those. I think it's super important for teams to play what they're comfortable on, and with newer maps like this, I think they're trying to maybe take some people out of their comfort zones.
I tend to, I'm tending to warm up on Sunset. I think it's got a really prominent mid, and that's always exciting, as someone from defense holding that long angle down through Plaza, but also not only the fact that there's the angle the defense can hold through mid, but then once you get into Market, that cross angle through Market, I've seen so many great ambushes in Market that Sunset, as someone who likes to watch, and that's the key takeaway here, a huge asterisk, someone who likes to watch, not play, I like seeing Sunset.
Yeah, and I mean, it's such a beautiful map, like one of probably the most beautiful on Valorant, I would say.
Yeah, well, I think they keep trying to top themselves.
Oh, of course. I mean, have you seen Lotus?
Yeah.
I think it's personally my favorite when it comes to looks and aesthetic.
I mean, you go on to, I remember when Fracture came out too, it really stood out. You look back at these old stages, and you go back to Ascent or Haven after being in Lotus and Sun, and you're like, oh, yeah, this exists. It's a stage.
Yep.
Well, it looks like everyone in the arena is giving their team great support, and that's one of the things I love here about the LAN, because I'm sure, you now being in the collegiate scene, you're very well versed in how things are, but I'm sure you still remember your first LAN.
Of course, it actually was here at Boise State at the Grand Finals for high school. It was my first LAN ever, and it was amazing, and I've never, felt so much adrenaline and love for a team and a sport than that.
Yeah, and look where it's led you, the path. That's the main thing, is that this is the talent pipeline that we're going to be drawing from, and eyes are always open. I know there's a desk right near the front door, about recruiting, if you want to come to Boise State as well. And I think it's great to see also just kind of different games also supported, because sometimes you get a high school scene that supports a game that might not be at the collegiate level.
Yeah.
Hence why we also have Apex in front of us right now. If you can see in the second row there, we've got lovely Apex Legends tournaments, and then Smash, which is going to be coming later today. So as much as I liked handing out trophies yesterday, there is so much more to give out today.
Yeah, and I mean, I haven't seen very much of Apex's competitive scene, so I'm really excited to watch throughout the day what that's like and get more ingrained into that part of esports.
Now, we also got one more game going on in the corner. That's Valley View versus Twin Falls. That could be the one that is would seem to be most up for grabs, because that's 4th versus 5th. But Valley View seems to be doing a great job. They are 5th, I believe, right now, and they have a significant lead over Twin Falls. It's 7-1 currently, and with the way this next round is turning out, actually, I'm pretty sure that it's going to go to 8-1 in just a few seconds. Valley View up 4-2, defending on Icebox. So that's kind of your state of play of where things are sitting. Oh, and then one more thing. We had one more game that ended. This game has already ended. We had Wood River versus Bishop Kelly at the very top there. Bishop Kelly was number 1 seed, though, coming into, and it's always hard when you're 8th place seed because you're almost set up as a sacrificial lamb, so to speak. You got to go up against the very best team first match of the tournament. It's very hard to do that, and Bishop Kelly has shown us why they are number 1 seed, taking that 2-0. So that's everything we got for the other games. This has been the Gem and Day play-by-play. We'll send it back to you up on the desk.
Way to have it back on the desk.
Oh, yeah. We're back.
We're back. Looks like everybody's warming up still, shaking hands and coming up with big thoughts for the next map going in. What are your big thoughts? What are your big takeaways from that? What would you change if you were one of the people on deck?
You know, oh.
That's probably fake news. Because it's still banned.
Did they switch it up on us?
I don't think they can. I'm already emotionally committed to seeing the.
I was emotionally committed as well. Honestly, I put a lot of thought in what I was going to talk about Sunset.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it anyways. Give us the
Okay.
breakdown.
I mean, we already know about Ascent, right?
Right.
You've heard 1,000 times about Ascent.
Yeah.
And this is most likely correct. Like production is probably correct about this. Let's be real. So I guess we should talk about Ascent, but I think it's going to be one of those ones tried and trues that kind of like Bind. We've seen it a lot.
Yep.
It is, I guess, the boring map, right? I think it's played a lot more than Ascent, so it's one of those things where if this truly is Middleton's pick, then I'm going to be seeing a set and clean strategy from them here. And I think we're going to see Sova. We're going to see a Jet.
Right.
More than likely going to see an Omen with it. I think Geckos can find their way in here, but I think we're still going to see a Sky as the main initiator. The big thing is, and also I guess we're going to see a Cypher. I think we've seen Cypher work their way into the meta, especially on Ascent.
I actually enjoy throwing the Cypher out and putting a KJ in.
That is true, yeah. But what do you feel about the KJ nerfs that happened a little while ago with that nerf to the turret? But I guess Ascent's also one of those maps where you don't need that massive 180-degree field of view. You can be very specific and just work off the, what was it? It was like nerf to 100 field of view. I'm not entirely sure what it was, but
no, yeah, not awful at all. Like you're saying, it's not a huge open map. Like that's going to be more kicker on like Breeze.
Yeah.
And Icebox maybe, where like verticality is a bigger deal and you're covering more angles at once. But I think that KJ just being able to use that lockdown on the site, I've seen be a huge difference in such a site that is packed in so tightly, where the lockdown doesn't have to be on the site to cover the entire site. But
production's playing with their hearts.
I know we got fake news. What was your big Sunset speech?
I was just saying I kind of love how fast the action starts. I think it's one of those maps where, especially on, I think it's A's site. I could be wrong. I'm still learning Sunset, to be honest, but I feel like you round 2 corners, you're in sight.
Yeah.
Like you are taking a fight with that to the first. Oh, they're playing with their hearts again.
Look at the picks, though. We've got Clove coming out.
We do got Clove coming out, which I think this is the first time I'm going to see Clove play in a competitive setting.
Is it? I feel like I've seen Clove played once before.
And how did that look?
I might be lying to you.
Might be lying to me?
Maybe I just I don't think I've casted a game with Clove, so this will be fun.
Because is Clove legal in VCT?
I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. I feel like I've seen some pros practice, but I don't know if I've actually seen a match with.
I don't think in this current
that
run.
Newest patch. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't think in this current run. I think the next VCT run, the next championship store that Clove will probably, because I think that's sort of like the general idea.
I mean, and it's exactly what Jem and I were talking about earlier. You need to let things like kind of shake down a little bit because when you get new things dropped. And I love this logo, the Middleton, the Viking with the headset on. That's kind of cold.
I think some of these high schools get really creative with with the way the logos go, and I think it's honestly one of the coolest things ever.
But the cool logo isn't enough to stand on. They're going to have to cook things up. Fight back against Timberline here.
Yeah, so it will be a scent that we're going into. Sort of the same. Kind of we're talking about. I feel like I think Cypher is also the main. I think the meta sentinel in Sunrise as well.
But here's the reverse psychology thing. When you know, right, the stage isn't solved, but if there's something that's like hard meta, do you start picking the anti-meta and playing against it?
Yeah.
And then how far down the ladder do you go, you know? So we see some fun picks for sure coming out of Middleton. I mean, this is a ragtag team of champions, whereas Timberline is sporting, you know, that was as exciting as we had mentioned it might get. You said the Gecko might come in. I said the KJ might come in, and they wait for it. They did sacrifice a Sova for it, which means they won't be able to hard stick the Odin on B, which is my favorite part of the game for a long time now. But that's all right. Middleton is still giving us that chance, and they're pulling out a Phoenix.
They do got a Phoenix as they're running a double duelist. What role is Clove again?
Controller, gotta be
controller.
Right?
I was about to. I think they are controller. Gonna get a couple trades here. Lem, no, Lem again. Middleton gets one, get a second. There's Winston. This turn's gonna go down after post plant here. Lem now having a 3-piece. Winston's gonna put a stop to that though.
Ooh. Oh, just almost. But no, it's going to be a little bit quicker, and that hair maybe blends in with the box a bit. Yeah, I got to refresh my mind here on the limitations of Clove. I thought about mentioning Clove earlier, but I was like, if they're not in the VCT pick, is it going to be an option? Is anybody going to be like pushing that hard for the freshest meta? Yeah. But, I mean, these are the leaders of tomorrow. Look at these guys. They're out there ready to pick some things. This was a tough one here. No. Just playing whack-a-mole with a professional just doesn't go well. The Ghost from a distance takes one out. And that's a finish to round one. We're obviously expecting Timberline with all these Spectres and a Bulldog to really crush round two. So coming in with a little bit of a split pay here. Ooh, a little bit of an aggressive peek from the front of A as Tree is still lining up and setting the stones. Timberline taking one down. That Bulldog making the debut. Oh, and in hell, it is not looking fantastic.
Spike planted.
Oh,
almost saw some Clove action.
Especially with that overheal too. That C is really critical in those situations. I think Clove is one of those characters where it's that risk reward.
Right, and I'm excited to see the whole death is only beginning. Death is only the beginning aspect. Once we heat a little bit higher up into more creds, more ult points.
I mean, really just interesting team comps. I'm still liking the Phoenix Bowl here, but I mean, we're seeing the double duelist on Middleton, and also Timberland sacrifices Sova.
Right.
I think we have some interesting picks on both sides, but I think really shakes up this map. Where
the Guiding Light. Oh, 1-2ing the Guiding Light finds one, but just can't quite straight transfer. So Moo's going to find it. Ooh, and our British brothers sporting the fiery Phoenix.
Placing swarm grenade.
Bringing it down to a 3v3 with low health from a few. Location revealed coming in from the Recon Bolters that Sova is going the distance. Andy finds Winston from it. And our friend of the Sova, Flank Sinatra, doing well to find even another one onto Andy. I didn't expect that one out of him. Ooh, devastating. Oh, the turnaround is just not there.
I thought that dart for sure would have played a bigger role than it initially did, but no. Did a good job of staying hidden.
It was just good timing, though, honestly. I mean, you see your teammate who's under serious scrutiny by 2 other players get revealed. You know that's where the crosshairs are going, right? They peaked at just the right time and were able to take one down. Then it was just down to a disadvantaged 1v1, which was impressively won to round out the round. And this is a little bit of a prophecy breaker, as we're seeing a 3-0 Middleton kind of slipping. We can't quite attribute it to a comp setup yet. Timberline with an ult on the stage, comes rushing in towards the mud. Silva still holding, Boathouse strong, a couple shots through, gonna find some skin, but not everything they need. Already, we're gonna have the plant out coming out from Cairo's assistant. Ooh.
Last player standing.
Ooh, all of Timberland going off right now. This is where we're starting to get to dangerous territory right here. I mean, 0 and 2 is kind of what we expect to see naturally, but 0 and 3 is one of those outlier situations that you're not expecting to see, to be honest. And the fact that Timberland could go 0 and 4 here is really going to be a big indicator that they're about to go on a rampage.
And Lem takes down what I assume is Middleton's new sub in for the round. We'll have to see if this Phoenix player can play a little bit harder than that. They're top fragging as it is, and they lasted the longest last round, so we'll have to see if they're a big contribution to the team. As we unfortunately have lost and Flank, which was a great name. I like it. I like Flank Sinatra as well. Just
Flank
funny.
Sinatra as well. They got some solid names that are coming on the side of Middleton.
Dropping smoke.
They're waiting for this new Phoenix player who's going to be taking on Cat. They might be running into trouble. If they can get a good timing here, it's a good flash going out there. They're going to be able to get one and get away from today's situation, which is absolutely massive and a great pick.
Yeah, menacing catwalk pick. Moo. Ooh, scaring off the situation there a touch.
Might be going for seconds. Flash doesn't find anything. Especially on that pick on the Sky, because then you lose those Seekers. You lose the valuable amount of utility.
Right.
Oh, and Moo with the headshot. No, that's the top fragger for side of Timberland down. Now we're going to have to retreat back to the back half of the map. They might be taking on Cat. In that case, they'd be taking on this Phoenix. They use the Gecko util. Not going to find anything. Sneaking up Cat right here. Flank Sinatra might be able to catch the back half of the squad. There's Phoenix getting one. Might throw the molly. It's not going to be in time, though, to save them. They're going to go down, but there's Flank Sinatra on the flank to get 2. Beautiful round executed by Middleton.
The catwalk skirmish. It's a fun fight to see. Middleton grabbing point 1 and rolling themselves up to 3 ultimates. I would love to see that Clove ultimate debut.
I would as well, because I think it's one of those things where I was talking about with that risk-reward type scenario, because I think that's really what Clove kind of feels like of you have, and the first controller that can initiate their smokes from the grave as well, which I think is an absolutely massive reason why to pick that agent right there.
Yeah, it's fun seeing Ryan break out agents that change the way the game is played. Yes. No longer are the days am I just going to throw so I can go make a sandwich. You have to keep playing even when you're out.
Right here.
I can still throw. I just don't put down smokes.
No, going 1 for 1 pretty early out on the mud. Looks like attacking side Timberline is holding it in pretty solid, and they've even got a flank working. Let's see if that gets what its money is.
Oh.
Andy going out, takes 1.
Wow. Beautiful trigger. There's that ultimate coming out here, but they've got to find one if they want to stick in this game.
Oh, very, very close from Timberline's Lem. Still doing well to take 1. Moo gets the res off as hangs out, but it's not quite enough. Flank Sinatra to finish it off with a 3-piece. The 3 of a kind getting an easy defuse now. And we got to see Middleton win with a 6v5 setup, right?
Yeah. Yeah, even with... that could be the crazy thing. Can you imagine playing with the Sage
Yeah.
and a clove.
Yeah.
And all
No,
of a
that'd be
sudden, you get 7
And
lives.
honestly, and I've described this not as a Sage play, but as run it back in reverse, which
Yeah.
we do have Phoenix. So you could still have to kill like 7 people.
You could, could
It
you
could
imagine?
happen. Yeah.
Could you
That's
imagine?
the trio right there.
That'd be a deadly one.
I
And
know.
not a fun one to play against.
Also, a weird one, ISO, leaving the stage and then coming back, similar to the run
Similar.
it back. Not in the sense that, there's 2 deaths coming out of the situation, but in the sense that they literally leave the stage and then TP to a place where it's determined entirely.
No,
So
now
the
Stavia
dynamics are
getting one.
shifting.
Yeah, I think that's definitely been the trend that Riot's been on. They've been changing up the meta, not by adding new characters, which can definitely be an interesting and fun thing, but can be dangerous if it starts to create a power creep.
Right.
Last player standing.
There it is, Caro getting 2 there. Moo's going to get 1 though, but Timberland lost 2 in a row, but they seem to get it back for a second. As Timberland is at match point right now, they have the opportunity to end this and get the first W into round 1 and move on to round 2 feeling good. As I believe they are the higher seed than Middleton. I don't remember exactly what seed.
Makes sense. I mean, this is their place to do it, too. Holding on to 4 ultimates right now. You want to start using those up. You don't really want to use all 5 at once and then be in a drought waiting for the next 5 as if it were the first 3 rounds again. So I would be very surprised if they don't, like, pop knives right now or something. I would not even hate seeing the lockdown come out as an A-site grab.
Yeah. Ooh, that's absolutely massive, but there could be a response. There is, but a trade back. Phoenix is going to go down.
The Vandal is the weakest gun in the game when you're holding your knife out, right? It just isn't enough.
Just doesn't get the job done like it should.
Right.
Blocking sight.
They're going to get scanned, though. Lem.
True. And send it in the wingman while they watch it out.
Yeah.
Last player standing.
No, a menace. Taking 2 now, 1 out of Worminch.
Oh, missed start, though.
Link Sinatra, last one alive, is going to have to really sweep up to make things happen. A little bit of whack-a-mole. Oh! That was close. That was too close for comfort. Lem takes it. Timberline running up to 6, securing their half for the half.
6-2 here right now, and I think Timberland's sitting pretty when it comes to the money department. I don't think Middleton's sitting well anymore, but they do have 2 ultimates. Yeah, they have to go to the Nico there, but they are going to pull out. Nope, baiting. Yeah, they're just messing with this again. Much like production, the players are messing with their heart as well. I would have loved to see the Ego Phantom there. I think that really shows that you're feeling solid, you're feeling good, but that also puts a lot of pressure on you to perform. But just going for the subtle little eco round isn't necessarily a bad call as well. Middleton does have 2 ultimates here. Or that's 2 ultimates that...
Look at the gamble stack. Middleton working on strong 1-1-3.
Unfortunately for them, they chose the wrong side to gamble stack on.
Yeah, we're going to see the yin-yang flank, right? You gamble stack, there's nobody there, so you just bump push.
Oh,
what?
Oh, almost got 3 there.
Incredible. Still really slowing things down, and now it's going to be a rough rush when we see the rest of Middleton and company rolling it in from the wrong side. Are they ready for it? Oh, tried to hold the angle, but a lot of that spray just hit the wall, and Lem finds 2 before going down. Unfortunately, not going to see a brilliant amount of close shenanigans here unless they retain some smokes. And 1 player left with half health. Worminch, can they make their way in? Raze is it's not an awful pick for this map. We've seen it happen, but it's uncomfortable here because what do you paint shells Bath?
Yeah, it's split. That was a good split take.
Or not paint shells. I meant the ultimate because that's what they had left. But
yeah. But yeah, Raze is definitely one of those duelists that we don't see often on the side of Ascent. Traditionally, it's always just kind of been Jet that's been the one. Honestly, they're taking a very untraditional approach to this map, one that we haven't seen much. The Phoenix Raze. I would say the only 2, in quotation, meta picks they have is Sova and Cypher.
Which which is tough because it gets to a point where the meta only exists because of synergy differences.
Yep.
And if you start dropping characters, keeping the other ones isn't staying meta at all. So you got to consider how these players play together, as well as how the agents play together under the hands of those players.
Yeah, because Valorant isn't a game like Overwatch where it is ultimates can combo with each other, and you need to take into account the speed and mobility and the type of abilities that each individual character has in a role. No matter what the role you pick of initiator, duelist, controller, you're going to be able to fill the role. And the shutdown on the ultimate for Phoenix, but Flank Sinatra is going to be able to get one. And here we go back to a 4v4 though.
Get out of my way.
A devastating end to the first run it back. Sad to see. Unfortunately, he did post that run it back up next to a paper, then wall.
Everyone hiding.
Ooh, and we're seeing Cypher get that location revealing and showing a lot of people just hanging out in the boathouse. No, though. A nasty pixel angle shuts down. Flank Sinatra, as his thigh is just barely missed, is going to deal with a Thrasher as well. They're dodging ultimates left and right.
They were not initially aware of the flank by Astra. Astra's going to be able to get out. The dart goes there. All that's left is Frank Sinatra. It's going to go down, and Timberland now 8-2 right.
Yeah, as they just work that last man back and forth. And I love, again, we see a good team stay good through to the end. Yeah, it's 4v1. Anyone could just ego peek. You can also just, like, spray and pray, waste your ammo, and become just a sitting duck afterward, but just try to find a guy through this wall. Instead, they all play pretty meticulously. They hang back, they leave the flank to, like, bait the crosshair, and the other person sneaks slowly up the stairs and absolutely barrel stuffs.
Yeah.
It's the right thing to do, and I appreciate that they're doing that instead of playing hot and getting in their heads, because I've seen even our team lose rounds just by getting excited and being in the lead.
And we saw that even on the last map on Bind, the level of discipline that Timberland has when it comes to effectively closing out rounds. They do not mess around when it comes to the things like that, and I really like the team that values that heavily. Cypher's going to be able to get some information with the camera there. Going to be going for a wall bang. Ooh, going to get some damage off, but the Sheriff unfortunately doesn't do enough through a wall, nor do you have enough bullets in the... It's a magazine for the Sheriff, I would say that.
Lem gets absolutely caught in the ear. Not checking the angles, and Frank Sinatra takes care of it. No to find Phoenix. Frank Sinatra, another one before going down, and Hysteria does much of the same with a little 1-1 trade. Hanging out in hell in their own one way. It's a little scary. Clove drops the smoke, and it's not enough. Winston.
With the Sheriff getting it done. Wild Wild West style. Beautiful. Bringing it back after, this is sort of a trend that we've seen for both maps so far, is that we tend to see one side go on a rampage for several, 3, 4, 5 rounds. And then finally we see the opposition steal the resolve, stand their ground, and shut them down for a second. Now it's a big question of, are we going to see Middleton go on a rampage like I would expect the trend to have been set would tell me? Or is Timberland going to be able to get back and end this half at a 9-3 curse? Or do you tactically whip this?
Tactically whipped to the 9-3 curse. That's menacing.
Not going to have to get one. Is able to do it. Plus is going to have to use the steal. Get a bit of overhealth for a short duration amount of time, though. But they go down nonetheless. Which does Clove get back after the ultimate with 20 HP? Or is that just because they took damage?
I'm not sure. Oh, Asteria hanging out on Jenny is going to take a nice pop on a Flank Sinatra, leaving only one. And it's a hard-fought battle, right? Timberline has already downed 5 players this round. Seems unfair. They're still just got to wait around. As the door's broken, this is the old gotcha. Break the door, but you don't go through it. You wait a little bit. They realize you're not going through it, so you go the other way. Then you realize, well, now they're waiting for me. Finally makes a decision, comes on into the site. hanging out by the plant. It could go for a little tap on the spike and try to get somebody out.
This is no problem.
Oh, or
Paranoid
they could just
misses.
stick.
Oh, this is dangerous.
That's scary.
right
That's
here.
scary.
Yeah.
Pulls it up to a half, but it's just not enough, and Cairo finds it. That's a three-piece.
Switching sides.
So the trend wasn't set. So I was wrong, and we didn't see a team go on Rampage. Granted,
Yeah.
I did say that when we were at the end. So yeah, okay. So here we're gonna see replay. I think
Yeah, they come back with 100.
did they come back with 100? That
They came back with
damage
100
just
and no shields.
registered. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
It
That
just
is-
barely ticked. And it looks like they have some, I don't want to call them iframes, but that's what they are. They get some iframes to get out of there and find a spot.
I think it's more than just iframes. I think they get 2 seconds. I think that's what it is. I think they get 2
Right.
seconds to get out, get to a location, and then they have a set amount of time to get an elimination or an assist.
Right. Yeah, so you have to be ready to manage.
Yes. Oh, here's a aggressive peek by No-No, but it's going to be swung by 3 different people.
Yeah, Moo's going to take the charge on it, ready to move, dare I say. Takes one. Yeah, the overheal is strange, too, because they're only at 70 health, but they're overhealed. Moo goes down to a couple of jaw shots. Cairo and Lem each taking their one. Flank Sinatra doubles down. And Phoenix grabs another one. Middleton, 3v1. And look at this distance hold. A little back and forth classic. Tries to switch to the Ghost, and it's not enough. Endy goes down, protecting the spike. And that's a tough one, too.
Which I imagine the overhealth has to work a little bit like Reyna's
Right.
overhealth as well, where it counts 1 for 1 as health, where you can effectively have 150, well, at least with Reyna, because it only goes up to 50.
Yeah.
So with no shields, you could effectively have 150 HP. I think, if that's how I imagine it would work. Riot might have tweaked that to be like overhealth might only count for like 1/2 of an HP per tick. I have no idea.
Maybe.
Nevertheless, Middleton having grabbed a round. They are now the ones in the driver's seats. With,
Leaving a Cypher as the sentinel, the safeguard, the flank guard here. Everybody else making a nice streamlined attack towards the A. And looks like Timberline is arriving, late to the party here. To the A side as well. Fashionably late, though. They're still defending it fine. Middleton can't quite make it through the choke point here. Flank Sinatra getting a couple of shots off onto one and finds a second one. Menacing is really picking away the Timberline setup. And another as he returns to tree and finds the 3 of a kind. Can he make it anymore? He will. It's a 4.
4.
A near ace flawless.
It's a big momentum grab.
Eyes up.
It really is, because considering how far Timberland went off of winning 3-4 in a row, that could be the reverse for the side of Middleton. We've really seen that with both these teams excel at the attacking side of things. I think defensively we've definitely seen both these teams fall short at times, but then they swap and we see completely different sides.
Yeah, and I think we see a lot of this momentum governing situations.
The outlaw?
Op plays. Oh, dodges right out of there. Good thing to prep the dodge with the op up, but you are going to give up a little bit of space. I think the momentum is really important because the game is a mental game.
Mono?
As
As
the outlaw?
was closing. As the door was closing, they ankle bit
Villainous.
with an outlaw.
That's all it takes.
Which I do love seeing
back
the
on the
outlaw.
A site. Winston takes an early one, which is devastating because Winston was the only player even close. They've got plenty of time to set up camp here, and Timberline's going to have to respect that. They consider thinking about a world where they imagine walking through tree, but looks like they changed their mind as they're hanging out above in heaven. No takes another one.
Oh.
Cairo responds. Moo goes down, and they're not coming back up.
2v2 here. Mala's going to go out. Going to have to watch for hell.
Oh, the
Flank
drop down's
Sinatra.
just not there. Flank Sinatra climbing to the top of the leaderboard, I'm sure.
That's a good ping off the camera as well. They're fully aware of Nono's position here with only a Guardian, but that might be just enough. Only 3 in the magazine. Now
What?
Stunned by the trip, and Winston's going to be a
just
smart player here.
playing
Just by time.
Re-trips, breaks the trip, just can't grab it. Yeah, Winston did well to just kind of milk out the clock there.
I think we even saw that during Bind, that
Yep.
Winston is a very smart player when it comes to that. They are very disciplined in that sense as well. If they do not feel the need to ego pick when not necessary, they'll just jump peek, throw another tripwire in there to confuse the enemy and secure around that way.
No, it's important to recall the win con whenever you want to get a little bit greedy.
And winning always keeps the energy high for the team, which is so important when you're going 3 rounds deep in a single day. You're bound to play 3 games.
Yep.
Good to see Middleton stacking up on A here. They might go for a fast execute here. They're going to clear the tricky little wine corner. See Phoenix get blocked by the door. They're going to close it down, though. Oh, Nona gets a bit of information, but is running out.
Yeah, Middleton seeing an uncomfortably familiar scoreboard here. Flank Sinatra's going to take out Lem, who is trying to shoot a couple birds out of the air.
Good smoke with a good headshot as a follow.
Ah, beautiful flick there.
Oh?
Oh, bold shadow step to get up into the place. Right onto Jenny Winston and company doing well here. Phoenix going on the hunt.
Yeah.
There it is.
They did damage. They got 3, which is definitely not bad.
Right.
And that was a very risky shadow step. I will say that. I think I love that we both called that out. But they did their damage. They should be able to get rifles here. And have we yet to see Middleton attack B? Or they've hit it once, right?
Middleton attack B? Yeah, I believe they've hit it once.
Because they found a lot of success on A.
Yeah.
It's just now the question of, will they keep going back to that same well?
And we saw
or
that
mix
a
it
lot
up?
from last round as well. Just
Yeah.
keep hitting it. Ooh. Sees Moo out first. Rest of the team comes rolling around. I expect a guiding light coming in soon. Maybe a Trailblazer.
Did just use one, but didn't.
Beautiful. I see
didn't
them
aggress off
use
it.
both of them.
Oh, use both? No.
Well, at least they don't have both. Trying to get rid of that dart. It's a little bit slow, so they're going to have some info. Flank Sinatra is going to capitalize on it, as they ought. And it's a rotate. They're not loving it. They're not loving it. I mean, you get the one you get out. You could rotate to where you think things are going to be a little bit more dry, and now we see them hitting that B site.
Winston is very deep in here. Wait till the rest of the team to catch up. Camera gets destroyed. They're now aware somebody is this deep here. Run it back. It's here. Gonna use the flash. Not gonna be good for the second time. Endy now getting 2, but Winston and Moo, Flank Sinatra, all getting 1 apiece. But there's no Lem on the flank. Now it's just up to Lem.
Who has to find one? So they go in. Guns blazing. Len's going to take them out.
I know exactly where.
Oh, but this narrow theft. But it might have been too early. But I don't know if there's any other bodies on site. There was one
Planted.
that they could have used on site.
Right, but what really are you going to do? You just made contact with them.
Yeah.
That's all right, though. Lem coming around the corner. Oh, a couple of pre-shots.
Oh,
warms up the crosshair. He has absolutely no problem flicking right on over and covering that point. Middleton doing well to pick up 2 in a row to dig themselves out of that 3-point difference. Yeah, Middleton fighting hard to make it back.
From the grave smoke there.
Yeah.
I wonder how much of a key factor that played. I don't think it played a massive one, but I definitely do think it made Lem second guess the angle they were peeking or have changed where their crosshair was placed. An aggressive peek by Lem here with a stinger, trying to change up the momentum. Wasn't able to get it. Now it's up to the rest of the 4 on the side of Timberland.
Wow, I'm surprised Nono actually survived with that one. They find a second one as well. Can they get a third under the paranoia? They do.
Player standing.
But they're going to go down to Warminch. It's going to break their ace capabilities, and Endy
only on 34 HP, but maybe that's all they need to get it done. Asteria
Wow.
just barely gets the sight. On the rotate around. Ooh.
3 HP in a dream, and it's just not enough. Did well to find that one, but Flank Sinatra goes down to Cairo, and Timberline finds double digits and 3 ults on board.
Whereas Middleton has none. I don't even know if they're close.
Yeah.
In terms of scoreboard-wise. I do like the switch up by Lem to, hey, I'm going to buy a really cheap Stinger, and I'm just going to run. I'm just going to run and gun it. And while necessarily they didn't have a big impact, and it was no, they got the 3-piece and a lot to credit for it, I still like the idea. I like the attempt, and I think it shows the willingness to change and adapt to the scenario.
Yeah,
Where's
I
your
mean,
friend?
getting the interesting attempts in there and having the right idea, you start to say shots on goals make goals, right?
Yes, exactly. Yep. Asteria taking a fight here. Going to be able to shadow step out, though. Boombot going to go try to clear button and Boathouse. Ooh, a good peek by Nono. Able to get some solid damage, but not do much with that. Going to get scanned by the dart. Wormage sitting in this little corner here by Logs. Going to jump into sight. Moo and Winston getting one here. Timberland now down 3.
Yeah, pretty shallow in the mud, too. We didn't see a lot of crawling back into the boathouse or anything.
Last player standing.
Oh!
They're hanging way off the point as well, just trying to make a little bit more damage. Lem, last one, is going to make it all the way through.
I don't think it's a horrible idea to save here. I don't think it's a bad idea.
We've seen no saves, by the way.
Yes. Yeah.
We haven't seen 0 saves today.
We've seen 0 saves. The team ace, the boot, though.
How do you think... How do you think team aces work with Run It Back and with Clovis Res and with Sage Res?
I don't think they do at that point. Well,
I think if everyone gets at least one,
I guess like with Clove it would work because Clove could get revive off an assist. And with Sage Res, as long as you get one before or after you die, I think Run It Back would be the only weird one.
think so.
I think so, would be the weird one.
We're getting you a little bit of a tour through the situation here because everything you've seen on stage is not the entire stage. We've got plenty of performers working it up in the back.
In what is known as the Battleground, you got plenty of teams that are playing it out here, duking it out. This is where the rest of the 3 or other 6 teams play to decide where they'll end up playing for the rest, or who they'll end up playing into round number 2. As I believe the only team that's finished is the Bishop Kelly matchup versus the 8th seed. I think that's the only one that I remember being finished up right now. Could be updated, could be wrong now. We're back into our Timberland versus Middleton matchup. We got Timberland 10-9 right now, facing off against Middleton. 1-0 in the series, favored to Timberland. Looking to close up this series by getting 3 more rounds. Winston going to be taking this catwalk again, trying to clear last time. Middleton found a lot of work here. Well, the opposite because of them. 2 of them holding McDonald's right there. Ooh, there's a steer at the shorty facing off against Run It Back, and also a big whip by No. That's 2 down on site, and all of A is cleared out.
Yeah, that shorty against the Run It Back was not the situation when you find yourself in. He was ready to just barrel stuff for no reason. Run It Back expires, and he gets back on site. A site controlled entirely by Middleton. They're doing expertly here. Moo finds the first one. Good judge positioning, but it's just not enough, and the Sheriff has no problem taking that one down. A little bit of a spray off. Cairo's going to take frame 2, and wow. Not off the Run It Back. He finds the 3-piece finisher. Bringing Middleton up to an even double-digit score and finding one more ult in the pocket. Timberline, I'm kind of expecting an ult dump coming up pretty soon, considering they've got a lot of points on the roster for their other 2 players, I'm sure. And you're about to lose them all. I mean, we're in pseudo overtime as it is. Extended overtime. Imagine win by 3.
And he's going to throw the alarm bot there. Might be looking to peek off. It's going to decide it's better to not do that. Going to throw a couple of mollies pretty late here, though. Going to delay in advance. Do some damage to the Phoenix here. Get scanned, though. Lem sitting at door. Wow, Current and Envy getting headshots there, respectively.
I'm surprised with the high pen rifles that we've got that we don't see a lot of playing through the wall there. Yeah, I made a joke about like, oh, well, at least we have a Sova. We've got a lockdown, you know, Odin on P. We haven't seen it.
No, we have not seen it at all. This has definitely been a very out of the normal map or play style of Ascent.
Yeah. Yeah, everybody's going with a whites of their eyes kind of thought. We haven't even seen like blind gunning through hell either.
Yeah.
People have been going for the whack-a-mole strategy a lot more.
A lot more clean cut, I would say.
Right. Yeah, it's a definitely line up and fire kind of playing.
Ooh, yeah. There's a near flawless Ursata Timberland there. After that quick timeout, they found the footing again. Now it's a real question of are they going to be able to keep it up for 2 more rounds in a row? Or is Middleton going to be able to put up a fight and perhaps sweep this from underneath Timberland's feet or push it to overtime at the very least? A quick little replay.
And over my shoulder, it looks like a couple of results are coming out for round 1. If my eyesight mistakes me not, it appears that Valley View has taken their game against Twin Falls.
Cage trigger.
Okay. We already confirmed that Bishop Kelly takes their matchup as well
Against Wood River, indeed we have. And we know that Boro was ahead of Shelly by at least a map, but we'll have to see if they found it all the way.
Let's see if that gets updated.
Oh, big ult coming out. Not a lot of place to put it, though. They're kind of stuck with this thing. And as the rocket fuse goes down, they're going to have to dry fire on a nice Hail Mary down the hall. But it's nothing. They let it expire. Oh,
Sub
they do that to us. Sub
Rosa. He misses he doesn't fire it. It does it all.
Yeah, yeah. See,
Okay,
right here, I would be
lockdown.
absolutely playing through the floor, but they stay nice and quiet, and they just keep this 50-50 hidden. We'll see if it pays off as we get the drop downs coming out. Sure enough, Wormage finds one on the Lem, which is a strong play. But man, Cairo already getting into the defuse. They're going to have to come rolling in. What a lineup right through the smoke. There's no chance. Cairo, no each to take one. Timberline finds another point, bringing it up to 12. This match point.
Match point.
Get a couple refrags there at the very end of it for Flank Sinatra. This is a really good use case of this Defender Ultimate here. 2, 3 get detained.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy detain there. And
Yeah, look at him.
I really wonder what Middleton's plan was there to, once the lockdown was initiated with the 2 in hell there of how do we get out, or we just try and make a play happen while we
They're
can.
just way off the point. And I think that's a problem of not watching the use cases because you have to have the Sova ult ready to deal with the KJ ult. And you have to understand the rock, paper, scissors of it all when it comes down to the ult economy. And I think that's why meta picks exist and why counter metas exist.
Because I think that is one of the few there that is
Yep.
KO, and I think Sova have very specific roles to counter other specific other ultimates or abilities. But now Middleton has 3 ultimates to their name here that they have to use. This is the round to use them on, because if you don't, you could end up throwing it, and Timberland could take the whole series. But we definitely see Middleton a very big slowdown here as we see Winston going off on a limb of their own, going a bit of a lurk. Maybe trying to find any cheeky little opening they possibly can. I don't think Middleton has the guns they're looking for here.
Ooh.
Oh, and going to walk right into an operator. I think that's the signal for the rest of Middleton to attack into A. They're going to get no-no. But Asteria is going to get a blind fire through smoke.
Yeah, it's a quick trade, and Middleton is still down that one player they lost on the other side of the world. They do have an extra player, though, and as we see Moo taking a little bit of damage, is not worried. Death is just beginning. Lem finds another one with the off. Moo getting lots of money. Oh, and they come back.
There
Last
it
second
is.
res. Can they find it? This is tough. No
There.
way. There's just not enough time to pull it out. And Indy, that's it. Finishes it off. Cairo with an easy defuse to get the Wolves there. Point 13. Map 2 and match 1. They're on the board.
Both of those being pretty close wins, but nevertheless, it was the timeout that helped Timberland just sort of take a beat, relax, get back to the game. And after that, they took 3 rounds in a row. And while that was only round 1, this is the beginning of the day, and that was a pretty exciting matchup and might be one of the better ones we see for the rest of the day. But we have yet to find out if that'll ever be the case. And I think both teams play their heart out. I think ultimately at the end of the day, Timberland –
oh, yeah.
for Ascent, comp-wise, I think when it came down to the ultimates and those very last couple rounds, I think they lined up a little bit better, further in favor. But I think we're giving it a good show.
Oh, we were definitely giving a good show. I mean, I knew we were going to have a crazy show starting from the comp picks for an Ascent. I mean, that was a bold pick, and Middleton and Timberline played it out pretty well there. Mm-hmm. I like the setup. And like you're saying, they fought nice and hard. But we could see it go a little bit closer. I mean, we didn't touch it all on a map 3. We didn't have to truncate any games. So we might see things be even closer and even more intense as the night continues. But really, there's only one way to find out.
There's truly only one way to find out. And nevertheless, though, I'm pretty sure we're going to be sending to the studio for a more post-game review and possibly a bit more in-depth talk about how the rest of the games went. We'll have to wait and find out.
Game review. It's the Gem and Day play-by-play here. That's what we got going on here. I'm Gem, she's Day, and here's the play-by-play. So we got the finish for that match, very close between Timberline and Middleton. And Middleton's consistently been a team that's been punching above their weight. They've kind of been lower seeded, but yesterday in Rocket League, they went up against Bishop Kelly, second seeded team, and took the win away from them, went away from the tournament with 4th place. So Middleton has been the team to watch.
True, and I mean, even with these Timberline matches, they have been so close, every single one of them, and it's pretty super entertaining to see.
Now, I know that they were just saying up on stage that that was probably maybe one of the best games of, most competitive game, blah, 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 blah. I'll do you one better. Round 1 isn't over, guys. We still got a tiebreaker between Bora and Shelly. That's right, Shelly has tied things up in round 2 for Bora, so it has to go to a game 3, which means in true Valorant fashion, the fun just never ends, does it?
No, never. And I mean, I'm fully expecting this game to also be one of those, nail-biting, you're clenching every bone in your body, one of those games that you're just not ready to see because it's going to take a long time, and both teams are going to bring their A game.
Well, and we had Rocket League yesterday, and those matches were best of 7. So especially when matches go this long, we were talking about it back then, attrition can really start to set in because now, 2 rounds of Valorant having passed, both of them very competitive. That's a good hour 30 that's already passed, and the match still isn't decided.
Yeah, for these players, it's important for them to be good at the game, but it's also endurance training, basically. However long you can last at the highest level you could possibly last is, what'll get you through these games that are super long.
What's been personally, you playing Overwatch, been the longest game that you can remember?
Longest match was probably about an hour long, but longest
Okay,
time
imagine it was 30 minutes longer than that,
Yeah.
and then they said, you're not even done, you still gotta play.
Yeah, and these high schoolers are probably playing for hours and hours every single night. Mm-hmm. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're just getting started.
Yeah, it is probably right up their alley. But again, it's the first round, and you almost have to wonder, whoever advances from this, Bora and Shelly, has placed themselves in a position to possibly get one of these lovely trophies here. Mm-hmm. But you might kind of think that they might be kind of a more worn-out team. Every other team right now is getting to sit down, have some lunch, relax, and Bora and Shelly know it is still nose to the grindstone.
Yeah, and they're going to be thrown right into their next match, too. Mm-hmm. It's kind of what everybody's waiting on at this point, but it's also, one of our most vital matchups right now, just because it's so close.
We currently have a specific player, though, that we want to... player of the game that we want to highlight right now through our highlights. So let's bring that up right now because it was such a competitive match that certainly there are a lot of different people that we could highlight here. It looks like the player of the game, the nod is going to be going over to, oh yeah, Flank Sinatra. I was saying, I was calling him out at the end of the first round as well. There were many times in which that Middleton, it looked like they might possibly be out of the running, and then Flank Sinatra just comes right in and completely reverses the script.
Yeah, I mean, even looking at these plays, it just looks like they're very calm, cool, and collected in these clutch situations that they have been put in constantly.
Yeah, definitely a very well-earned player of the game. So congratulations to Flank Sinatra. Definitely probably one of the most explosive players that we saw for Middleton. And so Middleton, man, it just seems like such a pity that a team that gave us such a close match has to go down in the bracket. But that just sometimes is how it works out. So we'll see how Timberline does going forward. They had a very trying match. We'll see if they can dust themselves off. Get ready for the next match, which we will have coming to you in just a little bit, but we're going to take a short break and then be back with more of the Idaho Esports State Championship, so don't go away.
I'm most excited about trying to win, trying to do my best, and hopefully get in the top 3 at least this year.
Just playing specifically offline is going to be really fun. And I think a lot of the players here are like really friendly, which is nice. So it's going to be pretty fun no matter what happens.
I'm excited for playing offline specifically because it's fun to put a face to the player on each team and like meet them in person. And I think it's really cool to come together in person like that.
In person, it's a lot different play style, play in person, and I think it'll be a lot more competitive and fun.
I'm pretty excited to see how Valorant's going to play since the first match next, and I'm just hoping that they can put a good performance to get a good place.
Just probably seeing how our Smash team does and how they can progress in the tournament.
Just playing with my friends. I love everyone on my team, so I'm excited that I get to be here with them.
Honestly, just to play with our team because it's my last year in high school and this is a good opportunity to play with my friends that I've been friends with for a long time.
I think most excited just to be here with our students and to be able to mingle with other teams and learn a lot and have fun.
It's really cool because it's kind of hard to find people who are going to sponsor esports because there's really not much money. We're really happy that we're being able to play here. So yeah, tons of thanks to them.
I think it's really great, obviously. Having a league to play in definitely makes me want to improve and gives me a lot of opportunity. So,
Obviously a large thank you because without them it would be like I wouldn't have a league to play in, and it's brought so many opportunities for me. So I'm really grateful for them and what they've given all of us.
All right. I think everyone can say that we appreciate them a lot, and without them, a lot of us wouldn't be here and we wouldn't have a league to play in.
Just thank you in general for giving us this opportunity and putting up an event and making the funding for this to be possible.
Shout out to ICCU.
I think it's super cool. I mean, I've loved games my entire life, and I'm so glad I have this opportunity, so thank you.
Thank you for supporting us.
I'd just like to say thank you for supporting this esports league and supporting these students with their dreams and all that they're trying to do. So thank you.
It's the end. It's really cool because
it's the end of a good day's work in Idaho. Time to punch out. Time to check in and catch up. Time to remind ourselves that what we work for isn't a paycheck. It's to make the good things we have even better. So here's to your good day's work. Idaho Central Credit Union. We believe money is a thing. It's not everything.
Here in Idaho, we do things a little differently. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. Next, always use fry sauce. I mean, why wouldn't you? Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. We call it pop, not soda. We always put a lift on our pickups. And we always buckle up because we still have a lot we want to do, and I'm guessing you do too.
build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're going to save families from disaster and feed those left in the cold. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Once there was a traveler whose feet never left the ground. With only his mind as his map and his senses his compass, he raced into the great unknown. Armed only with the speed of legend. His trails he blazed, his rivals he played. Every sprint a blur. Every turn trusting his allies. In silence he raged and waged with quickening, sickening speed. His name a chant filling arenas. Because some heroes leave footprints, others an afterburn. Without conflict, there is no resolution. Without verses, there is no victory.
Full team attack. Timberline trying to make their way onto the A site, leading in from Bath, and the Harbor wall goes around. It's going to isolate that high heaven.
Back up, realizes they have Spike down. They can play the game they want to. Oh, they get caught off guard. Low on the HP. Wow.
Play, but man, Cairo already getting into the defuse. They're going to have to come rolling in. What a lineup right through the smoke. There's no chance. Cairo and No each to take one. Timberline finds very, very close from Timberline's Lem. Still doing well to take one. Moo gets the res off, hangs out, but it's not quite enough.
Obviously because of them, two of them holding McDonald's right there. Ooh, there's a steer at the shorty, facing off against Run It Back, and also a big whip by No. That's two.
It's really cool because it's kind of hard to find people who are going to sponsor esports because there's really not much money. We're really happy that we're able to play here. So yeah, tons of thanks to them.
I think it's really great, obviously. Having a league to play in definitely makes me want to improve and gives me a lot of opportunity. So,
obviously a large thank you, because without them it would be like I wouldn't have a league to play in, and it's brought so many opportunities for me. So I'm really grateful for them and what they've given all of us.
All right. I think everyone can say that we appreciate them a lot, and without them, a lot of us wouldn't be here and we wouldn't have a league to play in.
Just thank you in general for giving us this opportunity and putting up an event and making the funding for this to be possible.
Shout out to ICCU.
I think it's super cool. I mean, I've loved games my entire life, and I'm so glad I have this opportunity, so thank you.
Thank you for supporting us.
I'd just like to say thank you for supporting this esports league and supporting these students with their dreams and all that they're trying to do. So thank you.
Last player standing.
Not quite the team.
You forget your place.
That are playing.
And welcome back. I don't know if you can hear us right now. Yes, indeed. I think we are right here. This is Jem and Day here for some more play-by-play here as we are actually into the last remaining first round match we have. We've got Shelly and Bora competing right here. So we'll get everything all set for you. I do believe Shelly is on the left defending, whereas Bora is on the right attacking to start things off. So, terms of what has been chosen, both teams deciding to go for the Yoru, maybe trying to bring out a little bit of trickery. Both of them also go on the Gecko. I am concerned, though, seeing Bora foregoing the Viper pick on Breeze. Viper is often considered a must pick on Breeze. If you need to divide up A and have that be easy plant at all, Viper is mandatory. Course, unless that's the one that is just eliminated, but no, that was Omen. So yeah, there is no Viper for Bora, and that could prove to be very consequential here for Bora's attack.
And we've seen both of these teams be super close in both of their games so far, so I'm expecting them to go into an overtime like we've seen so much today.
Dizzy's going to be thrown out for the recontest onto B, try to go around the corner. He's not looking, check! your angles. It is the main thing we repeat over and over and over again on Valorant. Every single angle you need to be checking because someone is going to be hiding there at a right angle, ready to get that one-tap headshot onto you. Bora, though, wins the match, and that was some great positioning by them on the post plant, allowing them to go into a 2-1 lead. Standard 3-round opening that we normally see in terms of Valorant, but now that everyone's going to have a chance to purchase up full rifles, we should see the rubber meet the road, so to speak. In terms of ultimates, I've seen the Yoru mask up, Command Null available for the KO. Shelly is hanging on to their Neural Theft. Good if you can get the first blood.
You are powerless.
Slick Roads pulling off a lurk into mid. Can't really take any peeks through A, and this is going to be where it's difficult for Bora. They only have those pyramids for cover, and Shelly is using that high point near tube to just rain down shots. The door is closed, but it looks like the chamber is rotating on back. Delusional. And there goes the Yoru. He's brought his mask out. Is going to go for a flanking motion. Does he see him? Trying to time it at just the right moment. Dimensional drift wearing on out. Trying to get a shot in the back line. Into Cave. Trying to land the headshot. Can't find it. Point lands it against Slick Roads. It's a 2v2. Time is ticking down. Toasted finds one. Goes for the stick. And nice, but
Not
I would have said, he was forced into a bad position there because he was basically in a protect the president situation. He's relying on his teammate to provide cover. The problem is that you saw the elimination feed. As soon as the split second they saw the elimination feed go up against their teammate, that forced them to contest on that, and had they just stuck that through, I think they might have had enough time, but that's unfortunate.
Great job reacting super fast, though.
Now, Bora is the higher seeded team, so they were the ones who were expected to win this. But Shelly is being a team that can definitely prove that they're in it for the long haul, and I certainly am not opposed to seeing upset victories be brought out. Ray hot into Allen 3. Everyone spent their ultimates also for that last round here. We completely reset.
That just means that the players have to use their raw skills right now to win this game, or win this round.
Slow move down hall. Might run into this Omen, maybe catch a cross angle on here. He'll make it through there all right. Okay, we have gotten an update from production. Thank you very Shelly is the one attacking first, and Bora is defending. So what I was saying a little bit about that Viper, it's really incumbent on Bora to run up the score as much as they can here on defense, because it's going to be on offense where they're really going to be wanting that Viper utility here.
One enemy remaining.
So yeah, I'd say a 4-1. Get that? Yep. Complete team wipe. Nice job. I mean, look at that. That's a triple for Bora on the Yoru. They'll hand over the ultimate point to Ostrich.
Bora looks to be pretty favored so far in this specific match, but we have seen them both go into that overtime in the last few.
And because this is a tiebreaker match, this does mean that it is a swift play. So it's first to 5 wins it all.
Very quick.
And everything I was saying about Bora wanting to run up the score, I mean, yeah, this is very beautiful position for them to be in. And if you're in swift play, you're not in it for the long haul. Maybe, you know, that is, you go with your comfort picks, you know, maybe they thought, you know, we're good enough on these agents. We don't need to pick the Viper. And I certainly can't argue with their scoreline right now. Slick Roads is going to send out a bait through mid, try to get anyone to hit that decoy. Shelly contesting on to B. The first time we're seeing them try to push that. Bit of a split push, although the main route is pretty smoked off. Might run into the Gecko around, and is stuck between 2 targets. Invasion will be able to pick up 1. Ostrich answers back with the double, pushing Bora up to a 1-person advantage.
Time to jump.
Slowly looking, that Omen just hanging toward the back of B. Gengar having a very good look at this choke. They're still managing to hold both routes toward A, and they have plenty of time. So they could contemplate possibly a rotation over toward A. The only problem is that they got this Yoru looking down mid, and that could be really nasty here. If they do not check this angle, they are toast right here. Do they tempt fate? Does the Yoru find it? They tempted fate, and they did not come out on the right side of the coin flip. He just shreds through them with a triple. What did we say? Check
those angles.
Your angles. Okay, wait, let's contemplate. Let's coordinate, okay?
Yes.
Check your angles. Oh, we're probably not going to be the last time we repeat that right there. But congratulations to Bora for picking it up in the tiebreaker match. They'll be moving on, and being in the upper bracket, they have a great chance here at one of these great trophies that we have in Valorant.
Yeah, and I mean, Bora really wanted that win. I mean, as you can see, they were up by almost 4 that entire match. And knowing, that team and how close they've been in previous games, that is like the drive and the power that this last game can give a team to make them want to push through and get that win.
So that's going to do it for round 1. We're going to be ready for everyone to launch into round 2. But with all sorts of these nail-biting close games, let's take a look actually at the overall bracket. So we got Bishop Kelly and Timberline up at the top of the bracket. Whoever wins that match is going to go into the championship. So whoever wins that match guarantees themselves a trophy. So that's already pretty sweet. Whoever loses that match still might be in the running for a third place trophy, but you're going to be wanting to watch what we just saw there. Bora moving into the F bracket because they won that match. They're going to be going up against Valiview. They need to win. Whoever wins has guaranteed themselves a medal also. Whoever loses is into third place to fight it out.
Yeah, and I mean, like we've said, these teams have been so close that I'm super excited going into this next round to see if there will be like any real upsets. I mean, as we can see, BK is #1 on our standings right now, and Timberline is #3. So maybe seeing Timberline kind of come out and maybe even win that game could be a huge upset for this finals
But also
bracket.
look at the difference. Look back to see just one more time that differential in the seeding placement. Shelly was considered the underdog and drove it to all 3 games. So you have to give them a shout out for making that as competitive as it can. But just like them in Middleton, they've been playing their hearts out. But at the very end, when it comes down to those last few rounds of tiebreaker, victory has eluded them.
Yep, and the endurance that Bora was showing right there, they seem to be in their element. They seem to be fully warmed up and fully ready for it.
Well, that's a look at what we've got going up for the rest of the day. But of course, as you saw, round 2 is supposed to start at 11:30, and it is a little past 11:30, which means we are running a little short on time. So I'm going to throw it to a break, and we'll be back with round 2 as soon as we can get it to you. Don't go away. We'll start to see who gets these lovely trophies in a few minutes.
It's really cool because it's kind of hard to find people that sponsor esports because there's really not much money. We're really happy that we're able to play here. So yeah, tons of thanks to them.
I think it's really great. Obviously, having a league to play in definitely makes me want to improve and gives me a lot of opportunity. So,
obviously, a large thank you because without them, it would be like I wouldn't have the league to play in, and it's brought so many opportunities for me. So I'm really grateful for them and what they've given all of us.
All right. I think everyone can say that we appreciate them a lot, and without them, a lot of us wouldn't be here and we wouldn't have a league to play in.
Just thank you in general for giving us this opportunity and putting up an event and making the funding for this to be possible.
Shout out to ICCU.
I think it's super cool. I mean, I've loved games my entire life, and I'm so glad I have this opportunity, so thank you.
Thank you for supporting us.
I'd just like to say thank you for supporting this esports league and supporting these students with their dreams and all that they're trying to do. So thank you.
Here in Idaho, we do things a little differently. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. Next, always use fry sauce. I mean, why wouldn't you? Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. We call it pop, not soda. We always put a lift on our pickups. And we always buckle up because we still have a lot we want to do, and I'm guessing you do too.
end hospitals in a day. We're going to save families from disaster and feed those left in the cold. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
It's the end of a good day's work in Idaho. Time to punch out. Time to check in and catch up. Time to remind ourselves that what we work for isn't a paycheck. It's to make the good things we have even better. So here's to your good day's work. Idaho Central Credit Union. We believe money is a thing. It's not everything.
Once there was a traveler whose feet never left the ground. With only his mind as his map and his senses his compass, he raced into the great unknown, armed only with the speed of legend. His trails he blazed, his rivals he played. Every sprint a blur. Every turn trusting his allies. In silence he raged and waged with quickening, sickening speed. His name a chant filling arenas. Because some heroes leave footprints, others an afterburn. Without conflict, there is no resolution. Without verses, there is no victory.
Hello, welcome back to the Boise Esports Arena here. Today is the second day of competition for the Idaho Esports State Championship with over 20 different teams from all over the Gem State. They've come here in the Boise Esports Arena to fight to become the state championships in Valorant, Smash Bros, Overwatch, and Rocket League, and Apex, where today we're covering Valorant, Smash Bros, and Apex, all in that order. And right now, we're on round number 2. We just finished up the game with Middleton versus Timberland. Timberland with it taking that game number 1, 2-0 in the series. But you'd have to watch those games to understand that those got pretty close. They were pretty intense games. But nevertheless, because Timberland won, they get to stick up on that stage and stay comfortable and get used to those little spots. Whereas their new competitors and competition come up to the stage is the former Bishop Kelly, who are the 1 seed currently right now and finished their matchup against the 8 seed fairly quickly. So I honestly think that Bishop Kelly should be able to give Timberland some sort of worries.
Yeah, a little run for their money. I mean, if someone's going to dethrone the king, it's Bishop Kelly. I think has the best shot, being the 1 seed, finished up their first match pretty quickly. So hopefully they can secure the turf up there and get a long exposure to the spotlight. But I'm sure Timberline would love to keep it to themselves. So
yeah,
and like you said, they were both 2-0s, but it doesn't tell the whole story.
No, it definitely does, and that might be the thing where Bishop Kelly had such a staggering performance that we unfortunately didn't get to see. If you watched one of the try streams that we had going on, you probably did get to see that performance. But I do want to take a look at the standings to sort of get an understanding of exactly in cement what happened with the other games, so we get a bit of understanding of where we're at right now. So you get to see that Bishop Kelly over Wood River 2-0. We got to watch the Timberland versus Valorant matchup. And then we see Bora versus Shelly High 2-1, and also Lightspeed Valorant versus Value View 2-0 there. We now get to watch the BK versus Timberland Valorant matchup, and you get to see the rest of the matchups that are going to be going on. We still have one more round after that, and this is essentially single elimination. So you're playing for your final seeding. The way you play and how many games and at what point you win or lose determines your seeding out of 1 through 8. And you know, we will get talking about the prize pool that we could possibly bring that up. But I think the one thing,
a little Lotus,
a little sneak piece. This could be, I think this might be the first map.
Yeah, this looks like a very live pick ban scenario, so I'm assuming that is the case. Everybody's just out assigning their gun buddies right now, considering what skins they might be pulling out for their agents.
I'm excited. Lotus is one of those maps that I think is super fast-paced.
Yeah,
and
I'd say
can
so.
get very congested, and teams can get caught up in their head of just clicking the W key until they see the enemy, and it takes a real solid, composed team to sort of slow that down and really control the limited amount of space you get in Lotus. But my words of advice are nothing in comparison to Doc's keys to the game. I'll let you get Doc.
I mean, Doc, we saw Doc's keys to the game in the last round. I like your keys to the game there, saying you don't want to get caught in this monotonous role of just W keying until you see the other enemy. And it's tough because the game is obviously a big mental game. And you got to recognize they're playing all 3 rounds right in a row. And the second one it's not a strong beginning. It's not a strong finish either. Ooh,
a new animation.
I know, that's a fly-in I haven't seen. Very fun. That was the map that we just finished up on. Now we're going to be running into Lotus, which we teased considerations of last round. It could have been the swift play finisher had we gone out to a 1-1. But it was not the case. Now we're going to see it live and in color. Knight Esports playing up against the Wolves again on stage. Can they again, I say, dethrone the king?
Which is still one of those things of it's almost like, is it dethrone the king, or is it that the king has showed up in the arena?
It's a
It could
Robin
be either
Hood
of those.
situation, yeah.
Because I feel like the number 1 showing up is one of those things. If I'm Timberland, you know, either you're a little afraid here, or you're a little excited because you get the opportunity to play the highest level team here theoretically by the standing ratings. Which right off the bat we see that paranoia thrown offside of A. So they're expecting Bishop Kelly a push. They didn't see it though.
Yeah, we didn't get to talk long about what kind of agents we might be seeing pulled for this Lotus map, but Raze I've seen be a big one, which first time it happened I thought that was just kind of funny, but it works. It feels right. You have that high mobility sense we found from Bind, again, where everything, there's not really a mid in Bind. It was like part of the gimmick is that it was just like really connected. You had the teleports. It was supposed to be high mobility. That was a gimmick. And that was back before there were just overtly really high mobility stages. Wow, look at these people flying in. It's going to be a quick kill. Procrastinator makes their debut with a nice shot onto Asteria and flies out, does not get greedy. Procrastinator low on health, though, is going to take a little bit of the guiding light. Ooh, it's really under fire. Got the Dizzy on them, trying to dodge a little bit of KJ utility. KJ, not a mirror pick, though. Oh, wow. Cheeky position play. Bakery grabs 2 before going down to no-no.
That's one of the crazy things we're going to see about when we play against Lotus right here is you got to see that Timberland was staggering around B and A. They had a bit of a split there. Then they converge. They go to C. They take a little bit of damage there. They decide, okay, C's not the site. Let's go ahead and push B. They hit the B site for a little bit. Eventually, they all go down fighting for the B site, but I think that's one of the things we're going to see pretty often in Lotus is that it allows teams to very quickly adapt to a situation inside. Hey, this site isn't worth hitting. Let's move to the next. And it's up to the defense's job to sort of pinch the enemy team because if you don't, you're going to find yourself underutilizing a lot of your Sentinels Yuto or Yuto in general. Which we also do get to see on the side of Timberland is that classic traditional Cypher Fear getting a lot of damage, getting blinded, goes down in the end, whereas Bishop Kelly has the KG on it. So this will be interesting to see. They also, both are using a Gecko, both using a Raze. Having had a Bishop Kelly, we're seeing that double duelist strategy off here. And the Bulldog putting in the work.
Yeah, some people are clearly repping the Kovacs right now. I mean, we saw some excellent strafing. Yeah, it's a little bit of a wake-up call, I think, to Timberline. They're going to have to lock in here and make sure their 1v1s are on point to really compete with BK right here. BK coming up to point 2. We expect Timberline to take point 3 on the typical bonus rundown. Obviously not entirely determined. With a little shake-up here in B-site. Yeah, when we talk more about the agent picks, because we haven't discussed everybody out here, the AOE, or area of effect damage, where you can kind of lob whole mollies or nades or anything, is more effective when more of the ground is hotter ground. Like if you made a heat map of people standing where, none of the map could be like blue or purple. You don't see any cold spots where people just aren't, because everything is so packed in. Unlike Breeze, where you need a lot more walls to really cut things up. And that's initial contact right there. Cairo taking one on a Bakery, and that's the catalyst to just streamline on in. Grabbing a little bit of an old point as they approach site A, and the Dizzy comes out, slowing things down. Another one. Oh. Dot. Quick. Showtime. Faster. Even. Lem, Andy, and Nono, they'll get all a return. And BK, only one player left, is Procrastinator. Apt to his name, making the way in nice and slow. Be the last person on. Oh, and the dash goes out. So they're a little bit blind coming into this one. First contact, Nono knows where they're at. Oh, the wall goes over. This could be a save, low-key. I mean, there's nothing to save here but a...
yeah. Maybe get one and get out.
Try to dodge this trip, but it's just right there at neck height, so they got to go for that. Drop a cloud burst just to try to isolate angles, and it works. So they take one, but they go down Lem. Gets the credit for closing that one out, bringing Timberline up to 0.1, which was expected of them. So BK's goal there was to just do damage, and 60% of the team, it's a lot.
That's damage.
It's damage.
That's something Flex Tape couldn't fix.
Yeah. That's a lot of damage.
The other thing I do want to point out as well is, well, actually, hold on a second. I thought I had something to say, but I kind of want to look at this.
Right, this was just good angle isolation. We can see that. Now, was Lem the one that got smoked off with the cloud burst, or did they come around the box? Because I think if that was a little bit lower, they almost went for like a one-way. Oh! Do not ego peek the op. I don't care if their eyes are closed. Procrastinator takes one clean, licks that plate and turns it in. That's a 4v5, and no one's coming back this time. We don't have any interesting reses. These are kind of the classic team of old school agents here, including Mirror Pick Omens.
Shadows traveling.
All right, Timberline headed by Astra. Assyria trying to get a plant off, just didn't really work. Bakery got the kill there, and now are seriously contending for the site. The operator in hand, so they're going to be able to shut it down completely. Timberline just owned this area. Ooh, takes a blind fire just a little bit too late, but Dizzy shot out of the sky, coming around to the sand hill. Indy stands ground strong, finds one before going down. DK coming out on top with 0.3 and 3 alive to tell the tale. That's a lot of creds in the bank. Timberline probably kind of reaching into the bottom of the pockets here.
With Timberline having this double initiator setup, this op should be something they should be able to fight pretty heavily on. With a lot of util and that controller to their use case, they can force an op off a lot of angles very quickly and force them to go back and back and back into the site, but they've also got to be careful to coordinate that effectively and not dump everything to a single corner or two, whereas that op, I imagine, in this Jet's hand is still going to be as deadly at the back of the site as they were peeking to spawn.
Here.
Procrastinator, holding this angle on to C. We have yet to see. Now we have the bomb picked up, just as I was about to say. Timberland might be committing over to an A. They are at an eco round right now, so they're going to stick together. Going to look to do a little bit of damage if they can. Put the spike down if possible. That's a good molly right there. Going to prevent the Raze from peeking out of that smoke prematurely, but you got to remember there's somebody still there. They're going to do a lot of damage. The spray transfer gets 2.
Brilliant spray transfer touches back into the serenity of their hiding spot to get a little bit of a reload and leave. Dot for the field. Looking for a second. Oh, the timing. Oh, that's brutal. Oh, that's just sad. And another university had that, my boy. Dot's going to take one, but Bakery throws a little bit of paint chills to get the 3-piece there.
I saw one of the BK players get left hanging.
Dang.
Tragic.
On live TV, got left hanging.
Nevertheless, Timberland did do... They got 1 elimination plus spike down. I imagine 1 more would have been ideal for that was the successful sort of eco round besides anything but a thrifty.
Sure. Right. Ideal is getting another 4 down, but
yeah.
It's all right. We'll take what we can get there. This was a crazy spray transfer. It was such a long one, too. It was all bloom right there. That was just bloom tracing.
That's the nice thing of when your bullets tracers are colored in a bright blue is you can very easily track those things.
Multitasking the angles just did not work. Dry fired into a brick wall there. Oh, the long angle always wins geometry. 100. Andy gets a free one just for passing math with 104. Timberline has Cabbages live right now, trying to get a little bit of info out and save themselves a nicer position, a nicer outlook on the 4v4 here. We have a possible Thrasher online too, depending on how this plant goes or doesn't go. Spike.
Goal Thrasher though gets 1. Good damage onto Dot right now. No. Along with the Asteria, the only ones left standing right now. Asteria's going to get one at the Dot. All left is Fear. Sneaking up, sees a bit of the dome. Spike has yet to go down as well, but they got 35 seconds, so they're pretty much chilling here. And this is the first. Actually, they bait me.
30 seconds left. Spike
wow.
planted.
Yeah, we do not save. We do not
save
care.
here.
They're rolling for it. I don't even know if that was like a full save bait because they kind of just
yeah, that was just a rotation. I jumped the gun a bit.
Yeah, it baited us. We were excited. Asteria might be the first contact here. No, it's no, and they're quicker.
Crosshair placement wasn't on the dome of the opposition. Unfortunately, goes down. That's Timberland now up 2.
It's so crazy to see the dynamic switch so fast. Like Timberline was just a menace on the stage. They were fighting off the underdogs. They came out on top, and now they're the underdogs, fighting for point after point here as BK sending in one last espionage tactic, fakes out the casters, and tries to get a
you see a split-second decision to put the crosshair more to the left, thinking they're going to be closer to the angle. There's the operator. That's going to be the dangerous part about playing A all the time.
It's a hallway.
It's a hallway. Straight line. That operator's, and that's what I was just going to say. I think B and C might be the sites where, as a double initiator, comp might have an easier time. Rasher's able to get one. Lem's going to get the finish. Now it's No getting one as well as Bakery for the trade.
What a lineup.
Spike does go down.
Bishop Kelly getting the last player rolling around the corner here.
And with the op. What a
timing. He definitely saw that barrel. He's chasing on after. And after that hit, he's going to go for it. Catches a reload. Maybe some paint shells off the corner. Will he use it to catch the man? So quick. Cairo almost had it.
That's one of the crazy things that I've been trying to point out about Echo's flash is it does something a little bit differently than all the initiators' flashes. It gives you a lot more intel than just a regular flash, than just guiding a light or a KO flash and a pop flash. It gives you a bit of sense of direction where the enemy is relative to where they got flashed, and I think that could have been a big spot for Dot to have played in, but unfortunately wasn't able to secure the elimination. See, like right here, you see nobody looking this corner. Well, I guess besides Dot right there, but.
No, I see what you're saying. The shorty has not been very successful today. We've seen crazy judge plays, but hopefully this comes into their favor because those knives can run out. If you don't hit your shots, you're down to the shorty.
See Dot throw the flash.
Such as a high dizzy, yeah.
Yeah, it was a high dizzy to try and get any info. Just as I was talking about it. Thanks for pointing it out.
Nice. Good catch. He's going to get the refill. 4 knives in the hands. A little bit low on health, but they're unfazed. Moving around the corner, Timberline coming in nice and single file, walking towards A. Start to group out a little bit as tension gets high. And they get a little bit of pushback from Bishop Kelly. Standing in the boom bot. Oh, knifing the boom bot is not something you want to do. They finally reach up on Pritz 2. It's not quick enough. They got to roll out of there. Procrastinator shut down. Bakery with the op to close it. Bishop Kelly leaves 3 alive. I thought that boom bot was going to be the end of him. I was worried.
I thought it was for a second too. You could see the hesitation of I do not want to waste the knives on this boom bot. So I'm going to try everything in my power to get away. We still have this op in Bakery's hands, who is currently 16-3.
Yeah. We're 8 points in.
Timberline does have Neural Theft available to them, but Bishop Kelly will have 3. Their name.
Yeah, Poverty is about to strike one of these teams. Asteria had a decent arm, if I remember from the tab before the round. So they might want to go bonus that up if they can get over by the body. There it is. But Bishop Kelly's got a strong hold on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Timberline is just kind of stuck back in.
And this is a really good defensive lineup. This is really solid from Bishop Kelly right now. They have the strong side on C heavy. But you see this split between Omen's able to respond to either an A attack or B attack, and just as quickly, Bakery able to grab one, re-rotate back over. Kyra's going to get one, because he's going to get the refrag, though. Get a second, now a 3-piece on the round, but gets shut down. Bakery going with Shorty. Oh, bit of a troll play. If they're smart, they might have dropped the op.
30 seconds left.
In friendly lines. Nope, they did not.
Unforge.
I have the spike.
They're going to get around to grabbing the spike. But the audience is right. There's only 20 seconds off the clock. They've got to rush in there and get onto plannable territory.
Whoa.
No, not the timing.
Okay,
they saw just a couple of pixels of yellow. They had to. If not, they're hearing it now, but they're a little bit stuck. They'll have to take a nice 1v1 and then reposition, because they're getting pinched right now. No. In an uncomfortable position, to be sure. Queued up with a little AoE.
The ultimate going out as well, but the molly was put down.
The ult popping is interesting. Using it on the wingman, even more so. 33 health left. Can they find this? It's going to be a big corner grab. Going for the 2 could be a collateral kill.
Yeah.
Not the case. Dot. Clean finish and fist bumps around. It's an easy defuse for DOT. And it's moving up to 7-2.
It's a tough situation to be in. Being at 33 health, not being in a comfortable environment, and you don't even know where the enemy is, so you're kind of stuck in a sense.
Yeah.
You get the spike down, but there's not much you can do after that. You look at this replay here. Actually anticipating the blind there, still re-peeks it and manages to barely get Lem's elbow. Which is one of those interesting things, because the hitbox,
bro, is out.
He had a quick power now.
Yeah, so laid back he laid down. Here's the thought worth thinking. I've got a quick question for you. It's a series of questions, really, if I can put you on the spotlight.
Shoot.
What map would you say is most similar to Fracture?
Oh.
Which map would you say is most similar to Fracture?
I would have to say Bind. Just in the pure sense that there is no mid.
Okay.
And there's no solid play to play around. Like there's a gimmick there to get through mid and around mid, like binds the TPs, fractures the
ropes.
The ropes. I don't know. Fracture's just a weird little beast in of itself.
Yeah, it is. And it's also, I was thinking about like weird pick agents that we saw in previous rounds and this one. Why don't we see the Neon Breach combo anywhere else?
Anywhere else.
Because I could see it working on this map, and maybe I'm just straight up wrong.
I could. I think you might be right. At one point, wow, Bakery opened it up quickly with the 2K. We see Wide on the top leaderboard, make it 3.
Oh, he's working. Almost finds the
but
four.
he's
It's not
taking
just
that.
quite there. He's going to whiff, and Asteria is going to capitalize on that for sure. Fear
They
has
are
definitely
aware.
shown a couple of pixels. Just trying to stay nice and solid. Oh, dodges, dances around that gun. Showtime. He's going to find it through the box, and Dot can finish it off against Asteria.
That type of movement should be easy.
That was a minute. That was almost an op ace.
It was almost 2 piece away from it, and they're still going to hold on to it too. They're going to re-rotate the back that in. But I do like that conversation of why don't we see Neon and Breach? And honestly, I don't think we see them a whole lot in meta anymore. I remember about 2 seasons ago, it was very commonplace to see Breach in almost every VCT comp around in almost all maps. And I think Neon's a little bit more of a specialty pick because they don't provide much util for the team. And it's the same reason why ISO hasn't been majorly adapted as well.
That's fair.
Is they're very self-centered.
The ego solos, yeah.
Yes.
I'm looking at you, Reyna.
That's exactly what I was going to say. You're literally in the head.
Ooh, nice play. Gets a chance for 3. He's going to take 2 of those back to the bank. Procrastinator cashing out and looking rich on health and all. Bishop Kelly is going to pop the Thrasher, and they've got a few more ults on deck. I wouldn't be surprised if they want to secure this one. Unfortunately, they're going to lose their top fragging. Cover Girl to the win. 1 player left, and that's it. Cairo drops by Tree to Fear Lux, beating the rest of the team to it, and that's 9-2. It's a little bit of a landslide. I don't want to insult anybody, but this one's been tough.
This is kind of what we expected going into this, right? When you're facing the top dog in the tournament, you're expecting this not to be a cakewalk. If you're Timberline, you're expecting this to be a hard fight, and I'm a little interested to find out what map pick Lotus was based off of the bans that I saw Timberline make. Round 1, I don't think Lotus is their pick. I think this is Bishop Kelly pick. Oh, the use of the rocket with the operator in your hands is interesting. They go down with it.
With 4v4 on the table, Timberline going in for another streamline approach to A or so. I thought it looks like they're sending 2 up B. One of those just does not work out, but in another neck of the woods, Timberline is making their way onto A site, no problem. Carrying that spike into a nice default position, and they can hang out in tree and wait for that post plant setup. No.
Spike planted.
I know exactly where you are.
Really thought about it, but didn't go for it.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by that, especially after his plant went down, because you're kind of confirmed to know the site's here.
Yeah, it's a commit.
They might be waiting. They're probably waiting for the rest of their team to get here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it go down.
Here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
Don't hate that.
Yep.
Are they going to push it now, or do you think they back off? This is a mental game here. There you go.
Yeah,
Plays the wall and finds it.
that's a big
Excellent
wall
work. No. Getting some money out of it at least. Oh, and Bishop Kelly, menacing. Keep playing through the wall, chasing this guy around the corner.
Oh.
And he finally.
1v1 situation. Dot's only at 30 HP. Ooh, and there's no.
I didn't realize that Andy took one down. But Andy made that into a trade. That was the biggest conversion. That was the catalyst. I thought he was cooked. But definitely paved the way for Raze to finish that one out. And No finds it. Oh, the frantic jiggle peek whack-a-mole. City dots low and doesn't know what angle to expect at all, and there was just a massive firefight. No was set up.
The wall spam getting the lockdown as well as getting out was absolutely insane. That was absolutely massive. And
otherwise, that was never going to happen.
That was never going to happen. Not in any universe could you safely get away from a lockdown and still have the same amount of impact they did. I think it was also a good job by Winston to just press the S key back up at 2. Found the right advantageous peak to take. But now we're at the half and the side swap, and we see what I would think Bishop Kelly doing, a pretty aggressive push here. I don't think they see the tripwire. They did. They destroyed it. Showtime gets the finisher on Endy. You can see sights open. And this is what I was expecting Timberland to do a lot more, is to be very aggressive. Showtime going on a 3-piece, an absolute rampage.
And if you didn't see the wingman cam we had in the bottom right of your screen, the plant is out. Oh, a satisfying little Boaster peak play right there. This Procrastinator takes 1.
Oh, clear little 360.
Beautiful. Closes it out. Near flawless as they find the pair. I guess the Boaster play is to let the first one walk by.
Yeah.
And then grab like 3 in a row.
It was good trigger discipline. But going back to that start of what I was saying, I was expecting Timberland to play a lot more aggressively with this double initiator setup they had going on.
Yes, that goes there.
Especially on to C, being the closest site to spawn, as well as the most compact, is you could just flood it with util and try to take it in that way. But we see Bishop Kelly doing that same exact thing with the double duelist, which is the same thing. If you get 2 people in there really quickly with the follow-up of a lot of util by your initiator, you can control site very well, very effectively.
Oh, a little bit of a rain from above coming out from Procrastinator, that updraft. Paying the bills.
Lucky Gaming.
Spike planted.
Doc getting a nice clean plant. And it's kind of quiet. We're not seeing a huge ton of pushback. It looks like things are lining up, though, in Timberline.
Oh, ooh, the flank was absolutely massive.
Last player standing.
Do it with the ghost as well is something special.
Yeah.
Doing the flawless, the boot as well. Now Bishop Kelly is 2 away from taking map number 1 over Timberline, who not only has 3 here. Good to see a bit of this replay, and just exactly what we're talking about. Just once they're into this site, they're going to hold on to it with this sort of death grip that's going to be very hard to peel away from them. And here's Fear getting 2 with the ghost here, while most people on his team had rifles. Or at least Spectres, some other type of subcompact.
That was an interesting problem right there, because if they flooded too early, I mean, Timberline on the defense, if they flooded too early, they had no chance. But if they try to coordinate for too long, you get what happened, which is a crazy flank takes out one of your guys with a ghost.
Yeah.
And then it just kind of falls apart at the seams, and then you're rushing forward while you're being pushed. Procrastinator finds 2, and Showtime with a Guardian to grab one in between. Dot.
Oh, really low.
Off a little bit as well. Oh, he's on the run. He almost got Procrastinator in midair, but then 2 more were on the way. So that should kill her to come up to match point. I mean, it has felt like a slippery slope so far.
Yeah.
This is, if you're going to use that timeout,
now's the time to use it.
Now is the only time to use it.
Now is the only time to use it. Yeah, I would say that's true as well. And I definitely think if you're Bishop Kelly, you're really chilling right now. You have a 9-round lead. You're feeling great. The big thing I think I would like to see here from Bishop Kelly is to finish out strong when it comes to it. It's one of those things that we talked about Timberland having is really well, is that discipline to finish off a round and see it executed all the way to the end. So I've yet to see any reason to see Bishop Kelly unable to do that, right? They're now 11 or 12-3. They're doing fantastic. They're doing amazing. They don't really have to change anything up. They're taking their ones and they're winning them, but they're also really well coordinated team that executes their attacks on the sites well. So I see that's the reason why I think I see them why they're seated as number 1.
Yeah, good coordination, good conversions, and like you're saying, the discipline. And it comes down to getting their ones, small trigger discipline type, just keeping in line and not getting sloppy. And it's in the macro things too, not ego picking to try to race to the top of the scoreboard since you are feeling loose and you have this space too anyways. But staying strong and really beating the hammer in, because the way this round goes sets the mental approach for the next round.
For the next one.
So if you have like a crazy landslide map 1, map 2 just starts off with a menacing tone.
Molly's going to go out there. Bakery entering into side. It's going to get picked up by Lem, but does get one. Fear to get the refrag. No refragging as well there. 3-3 on both sides. Boomba. Not even get anything. The paranoia is going to cause him blind, but the double satchel is going to work in Nono's favor. Procrastinator to get one, now two. It's all up to Nono in the final bits of the round. Nice. There it is. Dot's going to get the finish with the Bulldog. Even if Dot didn't get the finish, I think those knives would have been the final bit in. And that's Bishop Kelly taking map number 1 in a BO3 series. And now we get to see them move on to round number 2 in what should be Timberland's pick.
And hopefully they pick something they're a little bit more comfortable with.
Yeah.
Because that was not a very close one.
No, and that's why I think it was. I mean, I have no confirmation, but that's why I'm assuming it's BK's pick in terms of map, because they seemed very comfortable on it. They seemed like they very well knew the strategy and the composition they were going into that with and exactly how to execute it. And going off of the bans that were made round 1, Lotus was one of those bands. And like I said, was in there. I was on the stage when they kind of were organizing that. And I'm pretty sure I heard Timberland's captain ban Lotus. So I'm just going off of that. That was not a comfortable map. That was not a comfortable pick for them. Maybe Sunset?
Maybe Sunset?
I doubt it.
Maybe Old Sunset's like, that's okay. I mean, statistically, they're not going to Sunset. But that's okay. Yeah, and map comfortability makes a really big difference, because small positional changes were sometimes all it took to be the catalyst for a conversion on a round. The last round that we just saw obviously sticks the best in my mind. Everybody was kind of lined up in the back of the site, ready for like a nice full front approach, and there was a flank that just came and like swept straight through. Look at the mobile cam, showing everybody out at a different angle. All the angles, actually, as they can just be moving right around. So here's a little bit of the big front desk where all the players are either relaxing or stressing out for the next round. That's a nice headset.
Yeah,
absolutely
got a nice flare to that headset.
Ooh. Beautiful, beautiful.
Get a look at the stage.
Yeah, here are the trenches. This is where the war happens.
This is where it happens. The big thing I really like seeing here is Timberland's over there strategizing.
Yeah.
They're talking. They're working this through. They have yet to give up on that. That's the type of determination and drive that I absolutely love to see, and to see from a team like that, because I know from the rounds we saw them take, I think in a very comfortable map where they know how to play it, they feel solid, and they feel great. I think they can really put up a big fight against Bishop Kelly and perhaps to sweep them off their legs for that second. But I think they really have to be strategic and meticulous about that.
Right. And I mean, as someone who just came out of watching this round, it's easy to say like, oh, they're maybe not like feeling at their best or whatever. And you can blah, blah, a lot of excuses. But the truth is we just saw them absolutely crush the last game. Like, we know that they have the potential. We know where their strengths are. And they have to remember that as players as well. There's like coming out of a rough round, you've learned a lot, right? That initial play is the touching gloves, and you kind of know what your opponent's range is. And you can start to get a feel for, like, do they flank all the time? Do they like to save? Do they bait this? Are they big bum rush people?
Yeah. Which I think Bishop Kelly is not a team you have a beat on yet. Honestly, I think they did a little bit of everything there. I think they did a little bit of the flanks. They did the bomb rush. They clearly showed a level of discipline on defense to slow the game down and methodically think it through. So I really think if you can start making them doubt themselves a little bit on offense, then you can start to unravel the beast that is Bishop Kelly. But I think until you're able to do that, either offensively or defensively, I think they're just going to continue to run it down without any feeling of there's a risk to this. They just right now I feel like they have the confidence, they can peek an angle, and they're more than confident that they're going to get the one or they're going to get traded.
Mm-hmm. We talk about maps we might be seeing coming out. I want to talk about agents that we might be seeing coming out as well, but honestly, I'm seeing a real strong like meta mindset here. I don't think that we're going to see this is my gamble, this is my token. I don't think that we're going to see a lot of like fun picks that are way outside the meta. I don't think we're going to see any like ISOs or any neons or anything weird. We probably won't see a Reyna popped. So if we're just looking at the consistencies of grabbing like big meta plays and just getting the composition right of having, maybe 2 controllers, maybe 2 duelists, but other than that, not straying too much from like the 5-person family that we're always seeing running a certain map. And with that mindset, do you think that we won't see these strange fun maps either? Like, I doubt we're going to see a Sunset just because they have such like a meta mindset.
Yeah.
I feel like we might see an Icebox, an Ascent, maybe a Bind, and I would probably wrap it up with those 3.
I'm really confident that we're either going to see an Ascent or a Bind. I think Timberland right now is probably going to lean back on. Right now they're on their back foot, and I think they're feeling really a little defensive about that. So it's one of the things they're going to go back to tried and true and something they're very comfortable in. And we saw them perform pretty well on Bind and Ascent. I'd be very interested to see in Icebox because with Icebox changes.
Yeah.
To me, Icebox was a bit of a boring map. There it is. Yeah, there's the Ascent, and I was pretty confident that I was going to go to Ascent. And I think Timberland's composition on Ascent was a Sova, a Cypher,
KJ. No,
they did not have
they
a
had the
KJ.
Cypher.
I think that was Middleton that had the KJ.
They did.
I don't remember. Did they? Actually,
No,
I'm
you're
not
wrong.
sure anymore.
Yeah, you're wrong. No, because remember, I said, you know what, I would trade in the Cypher for the KJ, and they did. And then you said maybe they could trade in for the Gecko, and they did.
Yeah, that's what it was.
But
they also
didn't go with the crazy ones of getting like Clove and all.
Because it was Middleton that had the Clove as well.
Yeah.
But they stuck with a more tried and true Cypher. Yeah,
Yes.
I think I remember that a little bit more.
I do
Because
remember
that was the confusing part about that is they had some solid foundation.
They had some like hard classic picks, and they had some fun new ones. But at the same time, that could be a comfort pick. Like, it doesn't matter the history of how like many times you've played Cypher. If all this month you've just been repping Clove because you would kind of like break into that new territory, or they just seem like a fun character. I mean, when Riot drops a new character, you want to get in on that. So could be that Clove was just kind of on the mindset, and it had been played a lot, but otherwise they wanted to stay pretty tight to the meta.
Yeah,
Procrastinator back on the Duelist right here. We have a pretty standard setup, like you were saying. The KO coming out is fun, and we haven't talked about it. But in ultimate scenarios, you also have to down KO twice.
You do. You do have to do that.
I don't think that's
and he takes
take.
a lot of bullets to go down the
he
second
does.
time. Takes a lot of bullets to go down the second time. I think it's one of those things of they're going back to that double initiator type situation they had. They got that Sky, they got the Gecko, they have the KJ. I think there's an Omen in there. I don't remember if I saw a Sova. But Bishop Kelly was that team that I also think that I don't think they were not going to come up with any fun picks. I don't think they're going to come up with anything crazy. And they have a very meta, hardline agent picks that they got going on right there. I do think that KO, I remember like 3 seasons ago, KO was the hardline meta pick.
Yes.
Especially in Ascent. Like Ascent was like, not having KO was really like, oh, okay, interesting. Because his pop flash was insane at the time. I remember.
No, it was a CSGO pop flash.
Yeah, exactly. It was a CSGO pop flash, and I think that's why. Where I think Gecko sort of replaced a little bit of a really fast pop time, but you can also use that as an informational tool if needed.
Oh,
that was
almost a little unfortunate. We could see a crazy flank right here. Sure enough, Bakery's going to take one for free right off the catwalk. Procrastinator, interestingly enough, is going to be the first one to turn in their homework and grab one. Nice, right in the middle. They double down, find another one. Down to less than 20% health here, though, which is tough. But they are closing in on the spike pretty well.
That's
Ooh,
a
couple of
beautiful
shots,
flash.
And that's brilliant. Brilliant. No, to find one Cairo as well, and they're just hunting down the last two. As they scurry back on through the spawn. Might get a little bit of contact here.
Are they aware of Showtime, though? I don't think they are.
No, I don't think so. I think Showtime wants to close in after as well. Let them walk nice and slow. Yes, getting the smoke in to slow things down so that Showtime can come walking in first. And they're not even considering it. Man. And then he makes it to the mud, and what do? You just kind of have to sit. That's a death sentence.
Oh, but the right click goes crazy.
A wicked right click, but getting all the way out to the spike, tough.
Oh, caught him on the turn. And dash in front of the That's a weird pinch, but that's a pinch nonetheless, and that's a round W for Bishop Kelly.
It's a pinch where it's like, you don't realize it's a pinch, but then the Bishop comes flying in from the back rank. It's that kind of pinch.
Nobody ever suspects the Bishop.
No, not never.
That was the other big thing I wanted to bring up with Gecko as well, and his flash is most people will have the tendency to shoot it because it's that instant denial of, that aim labs part of my brain activates, and that little blue sphere comes across the screen. I got to shoot it, and it takes the crosshair off of somebody. So you either got to dodge, or you got to shoot it.
Yeah,
both of those take an advantageous position for whoever's aggressing.
A lot of people do the same thing with Reyna's. Like when we put Reyna's Lyra up, a lot of people do that. Where it's like Reyna's Lyra goes to the floor or like just out of your vision, or just barely in your vision. So you're forced to crosshair distract.
Yep.
And we saw that with that crazy pinch play too.
Yeah.
Where nobody really thought the turret was going to do a lot of damage. It was just to crosshair distract so that they had the advantage in the peak. Whoa. That Marshall almost found its breakfast. Very, very close to Hysteria, just playing right on the edge here.
Oh,
did that miss?
That did. Oh, what a big scan, though. Lets everybody else know on cap. Procrastinator gets one, though. Fear now is aware. They're all aware where you are.
Drop the Cloudburst on him and riddled. Not in Fear Lex needs to find one as the gate goes down. Ooh, he's going to escape. Go in for the plant. Is it quick enough, though? No plant done. Lost the 300 cred potential there. Bishop Kelly to take their first 2 points as anticipated. Timberline now scheduled to grab this one. And BK is just going to do as much damage as they can with the guns they've got from last round.
The question I got for you now then is your opinion on the Outlaw.
Wow. I think it's a fun idea. I think it's a good implementation dev side. As a player, me personally, I just don't have the aim for it, so I probably won't, grace its trigger very often, but I love seeing it. I always love the fun gun rounds where they reach for the Marshall round 2, or they pull out the Odin of nowhere. I love when the whole team picks judges. Maybe I'm just tired of metacomp plays, but getting new guns into players' hands is just more exciting, and it changes the angles. Everyone doesn't have to just walk long angles and expect there to be an enemy at the long side. I like when everything is a little bit more alive and you don't know what corners people could be hanging around. Long distance, could be short hangouts. So I think it adds some dynamic to the game and requires more players to watch more angles.
That's
That's what we
showtime.
accept
Wow.
out of a casual round 3. BK actually gets the reach on Timberline.
The big question is, for everyone who survived, do you stick with the same gun and go till it's all over?
Double bonus?
Or,
Is what you're saying.
trying to double bonus, or do you go for we're gonna buy full, full buy, and just trying to keep the rounds going? Because now you won't be evened out because Timberland spent their money here. Oh, the operator coming out is going to be dangerous, though.
Oh, the flick just wasn't there. Now they know, so they're going to get lots of flashes coming out. Dizzy distracting. A couple blind fires, always good to just be menacing. Oh, what? Wow. I did not expect that. I thought for sure that pot flash was going to be a strong play considering how many people were just out there fighting the op. To answer your question, though, I think 1 in the hand is just better than 2 in the bush. And the truth is, if you've got a close call, speaking of which, this is a close call. No. He's going to find it. That's an easy second one. Can he make it 3 from a distance? No. Bakery grabs 2 with the Odin on Sova. A tale as old as time for Ascent, specifically. And the operator is back in the limelight. Again, a whiff on the shoulder. Down to half health. Can they convert? Can they bring it back together? Looks like they might be in a save mindset as they hang back behind the walls up in the spawn. Plenty of utils still making B into a cumbersome approach. It'll be tough to attack that, but they don't know.
Oh, yeah,
so
they're not
going for it.
I don't think they're thinking about this. Showtime barely swivels over here. They barely
Oh,
look. The timing works
that
out
was
perfectly
almost
for them.
Disgusting collateral. Unfortunately, goes in for whiff 3 after finding one.
Oh,
and
wow.
It's a nice close. But final answer, no. I think I would throw out the double bonus because the only reason that you are forced to bonus is because if you go for the reach, you barely have enough creds to make things happen.
Yeah.
But here, if they lost on it, it wouldn't be that bad. And I
Especially
think
now.
you don't need the entire team to have operators, right? Infinite money doesn't help you. So I would have trashed the guns and gone for a buy.
Yeah.
And just be thankful that you got the one that you did. Move on.
Yeah.
So Bishop Kelly on a roll now. 4 points is menacing because now we're finally into the full gun territory. But Timberline is still only barely catching up. I mean, getting the spike planted or not makes a difference in their creds. Procrastinator getting a first blood pretty quickly as Dizzy is dropped on the field. And Cairo just gets greedy. He keeps pushing on in. So does Endy. And it's not going to work out for him. On the return now, BK sitting right on top of the spike. Doesn't need to over-push their boundaries here, but they will a little bit. They go racing out for the flawless, and Doc gets low on the health, but it's still enough to converge in on Wine and close out a very fast 0.5, bringing Timberline down to no money at all. Ooh, that's tough.
And this is where it really starts getting dangerous. And we're going to get a
there's
timeout here. And I believe this will be a Timberland timeout as well. And this is where we start getting into the dangerous territory of mentally before we even get to mechanically what's getting affected, the mental side of what's getting affected right now is probably the biggest thing. Especially as a player, it's one of those situations where you lost map 1, you're trying to grab a hold of the situation that you're at, but from the looks of it, especially from that last round, nothing's sticking for Timberland. Right there, they go into sight, nothing sticks. They get no eliminations. They run into an operator. They're getting utiled out of their mind. They can't get the spacing they want. So it's really just now or never that this foothold's got to be established. You've got to find a way to break up the momentum, break up the pacing, and take a round or two to let yourself breathe. But the hard part is finding that round.
Right. BK's also taking a nice breather, chillaxed all the way back. Enjoy those chairs. But it looks like they're back up to it. Yep, plug in the Wii Fit board. It's getting serious.
Wii Fit board? I haven't heard that one in a while.
Oh, yeah. Much better than on the GameCube controller, I think. Oh, very, very close. Goes right outside the corner. He does grab a second one, but he gets greedy. Goes running up for a third. I'm surprised we didn't see that corner grab. Coming back around with the knives, the op mentality does not stop Bakery to find one with the Odin through the wall. Oh, and they are closing in so fast. It is just uncomfortable. Procrastinator. Save for that Sova Odin, who always eats first on Ascent. That was a 4 of a kind.
Getting forward there. Whoever that teammate was in the Odin.
There it is.
Shame him.
Right through the what happened? He had that.
Stole the ace.
Had that.
Stole the ace. And I mean, this is the big thing that I think Bishop Kelly is going to get to here is now they're getting really confident in the sense of they feel like they can peek any angle they can, and they're going to have absolutely no competition for it. And I think this is the time that if there's a moment to shut Bishop Kelly down is now to do it.
Yeah, went in between a little bit, dropping the smoke to slow things down as they backpedal and try to get the rest of the forces in. Sure enough, all of the util on B side is being abandoned, and we're seeing a little bit of a flank maybe be considered. Catwalk's warming up a touch as we've got 2 in mid. Admittedly, we haven't seen everybody so far, but there it is. Made a lot of eye contact as Nono finds one. Dot replies. Bakery getting one through the wall. This finally playing through the wall here, getting serious about the Ascent build, knowing where the cardboard is. He's going for another one. Some shots toward the feet, but Cairo much more successful in the aim. Nono takes a second one, I believe, before going down. A Procrastinator with the op. Be careful. Walk nice and slow. Comes out another one. Asteria finally finds it. Now 1v1 with a suppress. Coming out with a shorty. It's not enough. And Asteria takes .1 for Timberline's Wolves.
That's exactly what I was talking about.
And pops the op.
Exactly what I was talking about. Steal the op. But nevertheless, the big thing there is you put a stop to it. Bishop Kelly, you know, that confidence, nevertheless, whether it's still high, gets retracted a little bit. Of, oh, wait a second, we just lost a round. Momentum sort of dies. The team sort of has to sit back for a second, and
it's interesting because the confidence is like Elo. It doesn't just disappear. It changes hands.
Yeah.
I mean, when you get to crush a team after they've been kind of taunting you for a while, you feel a little bit warmer. Ooh. Playing over the catwalk gets punished for peeking early. Do not open your presents till Christmas. Lem, from a distance, takes Bakery.
Do not dry peep this up.
Do not.
Don't do it.
It knocks Bishop Kelly down a rung, and they've got one player
Don't
left.
do it.
And they find Procrastinator. They beta play out, and they grab it. Cairo escapes unscathed, and now holds. Crosses the wingman in without the spike, unfortunately. So he's just going to come hang out for a little bit. Showtime goes down fast. Cairo, a menace, has the Thrash on deck, but I don't even think he needs it. Getting a nice plant in. This could be a flawless for Timberline. What a comeback that would be. As they throw the knife in, nobody gets CS go'd. Oh, the paranoia coming out.
They
kind of traps one or two back up in market.
Lem is just slowly sneaking up on them. With only an op, though, you're only good for one shot. And there it is. Dot might be a little bit aware, but going to charge onto site. They now know he's onto site, but Dot's now aware of Lem. Going to get the elimination on him. There goes down the op. Spike is still down here, but everybody else is in pit. They're in mud, so they're not going to be able to aggress here. They've got to start looking for a way to get out because losing 3 guns to bomb explosion is not where you want to go, but running out with knives is definitely not how you want to do it as well. While you may have got an ace, it wasn't as sweet as it should have been. You lose the round.
A closer ace to a loss.
To a
That's
loss.
tough because it's like if you had done exactly what you just did, but like, what is it, 14 seconds ago, 12 seconds ago?
Would have been much different, but I think that's part of the reason why.
Yeah, you can't
was
do it
able
because
to
they
get
were
the
sitting.
ace.
Yeah,
they were sitting there. But I think Timberland definitely let the guard down and walked out with
Right.
knives. You know, sort of.
It was
expected
quiet
that.
though. He was just standing there. You don't expect an outro to be down your throat like that. So he was.
That's one of those rare lapses in discipline, though, that I think I've seen from Timberland.
Right. But I mean, he kind of pinned him too. He said that, you know, if I'm going down, we're all going down.
Exactly.
If you can die to the spike, you can let me do it. Timberline just flooding now with ultimates. Would love to pop a couple of these and maintain the momentum that they've got. Does a little bit of pepper damage coming out from Procrastinator. Again, Procrastinator's either the first one to the stage or comes in like last. Hey, that's funny.
Interesting setup that's going on right now.
Yeah,
Bishop Kelly effectively has Timberland trapped in their own spawn. They only have one way out.
Yeah, but they might not need a way out if Timberline is ready to just roll on into the site.
Lockdown
Fear.
got destroyed, though.
Scout destroyed.
Got Fear hanging out behind the box. I don't know if they've got a lot of attention right now. Oh, sure enough. Peeks right down and takes him, no problem. Indy actually gets the first blood.
30 seconds left.
Could
Little
get
micro
a good
camp
peek
for the
here
plant.
onto Bakery. Or Procrastinator. Oh, it's a good split. Oh, but the timing doesn't work out. Being inside the smoke doesn't allow you to see when it's going to dissipate.
Taken out.
One enemy remaining.
Indy gets one, though. Still surviving. The knife goes out here. Going to shut down the abilities so that way they can't trigger into the mollies. Got to go down to a right click. Bomb gets defused, and that's Bishop Kelly, and now 7-2 right now. The pace of the game has definitely slowed down. The first 6 rounds felt very fast, and they definitely were very fast. But ever since those couple of timeouts and Timberland haven't taken 2 there, I think I'd say the game definitely slowed down. I think both teams definitely took a beat and realized the sort of. I think Timberland now understands the course they needed to go to win these rounds.
As the walls go up, it's a quick push out. B-side mid, looking towards market. Bakery just kind of caught out in the middle. There's Lem moving up. The next opponent is going to be Dot. Oh, the Trailblazer just barely dodges him, so he's going to come out with a nice flash. Maintains the spray and lets Bro walk into it. Fear takes one as well, so this is tough. They're not even going to make it to the stage. What a turnaround. Dashed behind him and still found the entire chamber. That's wild. Bishop Kelly only lost one and some health to a couple. That's tough. It really puts a damper on the momentum there.
Mm-hmm. Especially as Bishop Kelly looks to be more on a roll here. It's definitely one of those things that you don't want to see as part of the Timberland offense or a Timberland fan. But Bishop Kelly probably looking to secure 2 more in the row so they can go 10-2 and create a similar situation as what they had first round ago. Dizzy goes out, not able to find anything. KO Knife does get some information onto Cat. So does the Molly to go as well. Fear gonna creep up next to the pot plant. Gonna sit here. You got 5 on Catwalk right now. Asteria going back towards the flank. A bit of a bad timing works in their favor as they re-peek it. Get one. Ooh. Bakery holding on to a tight angle. Unscopes though with the op.
Yeah, an uncomfortable amount of eye contact there when you just very pull out the util and everybody's on you. No. Closes in on Dot, caught in the corner. Showtime. Going back down a tree, or at least considers it a little bit. The flick was just not quite there with 12 health. You got to be careful. They can honestly riddle up through the floor, and they sure are. Ooh, he sees that one.
Uh-oh.
That muzzle just creeping out. Look at that splash damage, bringing him down to just 1 health left. Hanging out. Honestly, I ditch the op at this point and just kind of go in, make some noise.
Yeah, it's going to save.
Yeah, be the bait and switch. Oh, the crosshair discipline is crazy. They're playing whack-a-mole. He took care of the turret, did some damage onto Cairo. Ooh, can't quite find No-No in the corner, though. Now, all we've got is 1 man left. Bishop Kelly is just going to hang out. Oh.
That's a spot I haven't seen before.
Yeah, I don't love it. But also, there's no one coming from B-side, so he should be very, very safe.
Yeah, he'll be perfectly fine. Obviously, though, they wouldn't even made the spawn by the time the round ended. But that is Timberland getting a W. Even though they're still down by 5, it's all about just getting the round W's 1 by 1. And even though they stack 5 onto Cat, uncharacteristically, Bishop Kelly doesn't collapse on that at all or have a split of the map whatsoever. They all sort of stack similarly to what Timberland did, and because of that, Timberland was able to swiftly take on site, and not without no resistance, but with not as much resistance as Bishop Kelly's been putting up in the past. They're able to take that W.
Well, a couple of just like dry fires almost makes it across Catwalk and into the tree to find 1. Getting a lot of action on mid. No, was that a wrong dash? I would not have dashed forward there, and I'd wonder if that was the idea or not.
I feel like that was definitely misclick.
Some more info going out as the Heat seeks from Bakery, gives a little info, and it's an op shot through the wall. Fear goes down in trade. And it's back to 3v3 before 1 minute. All in mid, not a lot of main side action. They'll have to get a good rotation out, and Cairo making that possible is going to take care of 1. Unfortunately, they go to exactly where the stack is, so it's going to be a fair fight here on A. Starting now with Dot. Going to cross up first. A nice default spike behind Jenny. Get that out for free. Again, trying to multitask the angles around Jenny is just so difficult. All the timing with Wingman is going to bring Asteria on to Showtime, breaking the 9-3 possibilities, giving Timberline another point. Do we have any Timberline fans in the crowd?
We'll take that W.
Rough.
Rough.
That's all right.
Shoot. Sometimes you miss, sometimes you score.
That's all right. That's all right. We tried. Anyways, the point is they're doing well, and a comeback could happen.
Oh. Yeah. Two rounds in a row. Unfortunately, they did go to half, so that is a bit of a timeout for Bishop Kelly to a degree. They get the extra 50 seconds compared to the normal, like 25, 30 they get to take a breather. And I also think Bishop Kelly might be a more effective team on attack than they are a team on defense. I just think their synergy and their team comp allows them to be very aggressive.
And even tougher still, I believe in the last match, both games, we saw Timberline perform better on the O side than on the defensive side, right?
Yeah.
That's tough to hear. So the power dynamic could shift here a little bit. We want to... Ooh.
Maybe not with the Bucky plays, or the shorty plays.
Oh, no. Here playing well to close the gap here. Putting Timberline under a man. Not getting that plant down. And they flee the scene. Is this a 5-person save? Oh, some outros by both of them.
Wow.
Ridiculous showtime. Closes it. I'm surprised Timberline like fled off of that.
Hook set.
Right?
Yeah. They chase the bait on the cat, and where the Sheriff only performs the best is that mid-range sort of straight long sight.
Halfway down the hallway.
Yeah, halfway down the hallway. This is a very interesting choice to go for this chase. I understand it as well as you're trying to get the easy pick, maybe circle back and go back to sight. Unfortunately for them, that's not how it ended up, and what they thought was going to be an easy pick ended up being 2 up, 2 down. See, but a Bishop Kelly lingering outside of A. They do have one lurk over towards middle here. Perhaps trying to get somebody rotating through mid. They're not going to get that, though. Procrastinator going into the Omen smoke here. Maybe be able to catch good timing. They kind of do, but it doesn't pay off for them. ND gets the headshot. Got to send them packing.
All right, so they got a few out the front door and one coming in tree. But one right underneath them that's doing so much damage, they're going to get a quick trade onto him. And everything shifts back just a little bit. Nobody's really on site, low health. Trying to make their way over to the spike, but it's not in the default behind Jenny. So this whole entourage of people behind Jenny are going to have to come back out into the open, and that's all it takes. Bakery finds 2. Hanging out on top of it. They're finally going to go down as Andy grabs their 3rd for the round. Up they go down to Showtime, and BK hits double digits. Wow, very, very close, that one. I mean, Timberline is still fighting well and coming incredibly near.
That whole time, too, Showtime was out of the fight. They only came in for that last bit. They were rotating around from B to mid and securing flank, and then they only made an appearance at the very end to shoot 1 burst of bullets. I love it, though.
Valor, so good.
So, fun game.
Weapons hot.
Bishop Kelly is sitting at 10-4 against Timberland right now. Cario going to throw Drizzy to get some info. Unfortunately, not going to be able to recollect on Drizzy. Procrastinator leading the charge here. Going to give her 2 pieces of intel. Now going for the 3rd. All of KJ Yuto besides 1 Molly has been eliminated. In a long AO. Fear taking a fight with Nono, but Nono has a Vandal. Going to win that fight. Going to close door here. But there's only 1 lurker over towards the side of A. Winlem gets one in the mid. And that's Spike as well, down mid as well. The rest of Bishop Kelly is split between B and A. Oh! Could be time for Showtime to pop out again.
Showtime always just kind of showing up when it's their turn. Playing a little bit of a distance fight, a lot of contact. Lem's going to be the one to find it from a distance. Take care of Lat, late to the party pest. 10-5. Timberline happy to have it. Looking for just a little bit more. Try to retire the landslide here.
Against Timberland. Gotta put a stop to whatever they possibly could. Fascinated here again. A couple of Yuto gonna take a fight. Sure they get there. We're gonna see this fight between Nono and Fear there. Says that. There's Lems with the blind fire through the smoke, just going up here. Instinct. Good timing. Gonna get one and set Timberland up the right way. You can realize they now have the man advantage.
Spike is kind of in an uncomfortable position right now.
Yeah.
Is really trapped. Gonna use a quick pop flash, try to find Lem. Oh, that was a slow roll off the flash, but it works. Gonna get out there, retreats back into mid, and might swing around for a nice B solid garage hit. I don't love it though. You wait this long, and there's definitely a lot of util, and you already know the A site's fairly empty. We haven't gotten a lot of noise coming in from your other guys, so it looks like they're considering their options. You know.
A site is fairly empty besides the stair holding on to it.
Yeah, sure enough, Fear is going to hear about that, and it's just enough action that Timberline is going to shift the weight a little bit. Fear doubles down by throwing a smoke to the back site, and then regroups with his team.
30 seconds.
Still have showtime. Weirdly, the KJ
Whoa.
being the lurker, I don't exactly love it, or being the flank watch. They do get a weird timing, though. Don't find anybody. No, Anastasia sitting towards heaven. No, drops down to Jenny. Only 12 seconds left in the game right now. They've got to get Spike down very quickly. They're going to go ahead and rush it. Dot only has 5 HP. Any bit of crowd control would send him packing. KJ is going to throw it on the Molly. Knife doesn't find any info, though, however. Cario and Timberland, KJ, ND are going to walk through the doors right now. They're trying to peek every angle possible. Molly goes out, securing entrance. Ooh, there's Lux getting the off angle. Oh, and Cario sends Wingman to defuse, but it's not enough. Dot gets a 3-piece, even on the 5 HP.
A Dot from the angle. Brilliant drilling down the Jenny right there.
Right way.
11 and 5. That's a bit of a gap. Timberline's going to have to really push to get this together. Bishop Kelly. Don't start slipping now. Stay strong. One more map. This is it. 3 points, and BK is on to maintain the field and kick Timberline off of the big stage. Timberline's still going to fight out every last second that they can. Got a couple moving up into A as well as B as well as mid. It's a 2-1-2 for everybody. First action, Fear's actually going to find it. Second shot, but first blood. That's just good aim.
Wow.
Showtime grabs another one. Bishop Kelly just cutting down trees in all parts of the forest. Alarm bot triggered on B site where most of the pressure is. And the Spike's going to be making its way over as well. At the same time, Timberline really lining things up, letting their last player make their way across. They were still leaving a Flurker in A on the side of Bishop Kelly. That could be devastating, actually, on Timberline's defense. Have to make sure that they're ready for that.
Especially if they get held up on this backside of B right here. A Vandal is going to be absolutely devastating, and it is. Only able to get the one, but nevertheless. On a Nico right now, Timberland now should have the money to full buy everything they possibly need to try and stay in this match. They'll have 2 ultimates available to them. Maybe one more following, yep, there it is, the timeout from Timberland. Similar to what we saw in map number 1 on Loaded, so that last-minute timeout. Try and grab that last foothold, steal the resolve on the foundations here. But will it be enough for Timberland to stay in the game or not? Bishop Kelly is now his match point, and the way they've been playing is they're on fire. They're playing well. There's not much in the way of stopping them, and it's really up to Timberland to frag out here to get more than their ones.
Yeah, we just saw the Wolves. You're seeing BK now, but the Wolves are just talking it out. You know, it all comes down to this: what a keyboard angle this boy has. Look, that's a raw 90.
That is
nose to the crosshair.
90.
He's in on the monitor.
That is. But we can't say much because they're winning.
They're winning.
So well, as long as it's working,
if it works, it works.
If it works, it works. But still,
yeah, so close in that like the curve of the monitor just becomes your world. You don't need a 3 monitor setup. It fully immersive VR.
You don't need to adjust your FOV setting.
No.
From corner to corner iris. You got that. What could be the final round of map number 2? Bishop Kelly looking to close it out here. And Timberland's final attempt to stay alive. They try to be a little bit more aggressive. Bakery's going to get the headshot on No, though. Lockdown's also going to come out as well. So it was shut down by KO. Bishop Kelly could also play post plant here with Sova's ultimate. But Caro's going to get one. The numbers even out a bit. Caro's going to get two. Now they got the bit of a man advantage. Oh, it's going to even out again. Now they're back. Bishop Kelly now it's a man advantage again. But Spike is down. Everyone's going to use lockdown. But much like that counter, Sova's ultimate was used there. Gonna drop down. There's a Stair getting one, but he gets traded out. It's now up to Endy. Endy's in a 1v1 scenario, facing against a Shorty. That's all Dot's got apparently. Going into it, has to stick. Oh! Dot's just gonna run up, finish it off. That's Bishop Kelly. Round number 13 in the bag, and map 2 in the bag as well. They're gonna move on to round number 3, undefeated.
Yeah, they'll stay logged in right there.
Yep.
Get up for a little water, get up for a little break, and get up most importantly. Yeah, you're going to need those. Those are help. That's exactly how it was done.
Love the fit.
I think we're going to get a nice little breakdown from Gem and Day, aren't we?
I think it is. I think the play-by-play breakdown.
Right, the play-by-play, which I would argue that we just did the play-by-play, but that's okay. Gem and Day are going to go cover the highs and the lows, all of the flicks and the whiffs, if you will, of the last game. Cover them in for you. I mean, you can hear what we think real quick. How do you think things went?
I think it went kind of expecting how we set the tone of the sort of return of the king with Bishop Kelly getting up to the stage. Finally, we didn't get to see them round 1, but it was kind of one of those things of when I heard that they had finished their 2 maps by the time we had barely finished 1, it was kind of like that immediate, like, what is this team about to do to everybody else in this tournament? And it's very clear that what I considered a very solid team, Timberland, who went up against another solid team, Middleton, and they kind of they rolled. They played really well. Both those maps, both their pick and not their pick, they played extremely well on. And while they do play meta play styles, they play it very effectively. And it's going to be that team that gets in, gets the job done, and that's all they need to say and do.
Well, I obviously would love to see the pattern continue if someone wants to hop on stage against these 5 folk up there and kick them out. So if we could see the best be bested once again, I'd love to see it. But until then, your reigning champions are going to continue to be Bishop Kelly. And like you said, that could have been a quick round. So we might even get to jump into some other games if they've got them rolling. But
yeah, I mean, we'll get into that. It's kind of like a production with our hearts when it came to Sunset. It's just kind of like, I think we're both up in the air.
We'll just decide.
So we're at the mercy. We're at the whim of production.
The wills.
We really have no say.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, I mean, I think one of the things that is going to be hard about beating Bishop Kelly is getting into it with the mindset that we can get things done. We can beat this team, because there's going to be one of those things if you go into the mindset of they're number 1, we're not going to beat them, there's no chance, then you've already lost the game before it even started. Yeah. It's about going into it with a clear and solid mindset and a solid base of your team. There it is.
Hello there. Well, welcome back to the studio. My name is Jacob Palmer. We're here to do a little post-game talk with the victor, who's just won. And at least, I got to tell you, by making the way to the grand finals, you're going to take home one of these 2 trophies right here. So that's got to feel good, first and foremost, knowing you're walking away with some hardware.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You know, we came second place in Overwatch yesterday, so I'm hoping to at least bring the gold home today in Valorant. So,
well, a lot of that is going to depend on what's happening behind you right now on the video wall. On the very top, we've got the Valley View Bora match going on right now to determine who is going to meet you in the grand finals. So we should see how that one turns out in a few minutes. But take us through the games here so far. It seems like Bishop Kelly has really been comfortable in their play style and not faltering too much.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when the one word that I would describe this team is synergy. I mean, these guys know each other inside and out. They absolutely are, they play all the time with each other. They know each other. They know exactly what they're doing. I think the level of trust between this team is what helps them really secure a lot of very strong victories for us.
Now, I have to ask, what are your might go up against Valley View or Bora. What are your feelings between either of those?
So we're really excited. Bora is a new competitor this year. We're hoping to go against them. But truth be told, I think my number one hope is that Valley View clutches us out and we play them in the finals. We have a very long-standing rivalry with them. They had some wonderful trash talking to talk after we lost them at Meridian Tech. That trash talk is still the lock screen of a couple of my players, and we're gonna prove the haters wrong.
Well, the score right now is 11-19, Valley View leading at match point. So it just might be, but the match with Bora is very competitive as well. So, but that's got to be quite the motivational for you. They just. Even though they weren't in the match, they popped over your shoulder to rub salt in the wound.
Exactly. And we're here to turn the other cheek and hopefully win dominantly.
All right. Well, I wish you all the best of luck. I mean, no matter who wins, but man, wouldn't it be great to get a red-hot rivalry for the grand finals?
If it's BK Valley View, expect the stage to be electric.
Well, I know you as coach, very busy, grand championship to get to, but is there any other final thoughts, players you want to shout out, or things that you think have been working really well today? What's the win condition? How do you think you're going to beat Valley View?
I think the win condition, number one, is to make sure, if we take some rounds, we've had a pretty dominant games, even if we got close ones, that our mental stays strong. The other thing is beating the heat. All those PCs out there, it gets pretty hot. So fatigue is a big one. So as long as we can beat the fatigue and keep our mental sharp, we'll take that victory, no problem.
As someone who just works here, it isn't just the PCs, it's just all the people in here as well. Yes. It's just the temperature has risen, just as the competition has gotten red hot as well. So you're not going to want to go away. We'll find out who joins Bishop Kelly in the grand finals. And of course, over the breaks, leave you with highlights and interviews to keep you entertained, because the action doesn't stop here at Boise State Esports. We'll be back with more of the Idaho State Esports Championships just a little bit.
Try to dodge this trip, but it's just right there at neck height, so they got to go for that. Drop a cloud first just to try to isolate angles, and it works. So they take one, but they go down Lem. You got to be careful. They can honestly riddle up through the floor, and they sure are.
Ooh, heavy. But you see this split between Omen's able to respond to either an A attack or B attack, and just as quickly, Bakery able to grab one.
And they flee the scene. Is this a 5-person save? Oh, some outros by both of them. Wow. So I think it adds some dynamic to the game and requires more players to watch more angles.
That's showtime.
That's what we accept.
Wow.
Really important memory. In my senior year, I was in charge of really important memory. In my senior year, I was in charge of planning our prom, which was a very big deal because our school didn't have proms very often, maybe once every 4 years. And I was so excited for prom, but prom was on the exact same day as our state championship for Overwatch. So I went from, in the morning, being a state champion here at Boise State in high school, to changing into my prom dress and going to prom in the same day. It was a whirlwind of emotions, but it was probably the highlight.
My favorite memory from playing high school was winning the HSEL finals. I put together kind of a hodgepodge team. I went to a really small high school, so there weren't enough players on my team, like at my school. So I had to kind of build my roster out with some other schools in the area, and some of those people were actually my friends outside of esports, so it was kind of fun to be able to win that whole thing together. It was really rewarding.
Oh my, a memory. I'd say when I was here for the Summer Invitational Tournament, the winning moment, just being up on stage in front of an entire crowd of people, killing the last guy and just like everybody going wild. That was pretty fun. That's probably been one of my favorite.
I would say, honestly, like my first, after we won like our first state championship, the school like recognized us as a whole as like in like a pep rally. And it was such a new experience for everybody. Everybody was so hyped for us for doing something that had never been done. And then before I graduated, we got put in like a forum by USA Today saying that we were in the top 20 high school high school programs in the country based off our success in Rocket League. So I think that stood out to me so much. I felt we were very proud of ourselves.
I'm most excited about trying to win, trying to do my best, and hopefully get in a top 3 at least this year.
Just playing specifically offline is going to be really fun, and I think a lot of the players here are like really friendly, which is nice. So it's going to be pretty fun no matter what happens.
I'm excited for playing offline specifically because it's fun to put a face to the player on each team and like meet them in person. And I think it's really cool to come together in person like that.
In person, it's a lot different play style to play in person, and I think it'll be a lot more competitive and fun.
I'm pretty excited to see how Valorant is going to play since the first match next, and I'm just hoping that they can put a good performance to get a good place.
Just probably seeing how our Smash team does and how they can progress in the tournament.
Just playing with my friends. I love everyone on my team, so I'm excited that I get to be here with them.
Honestly, just to play with our team because it's my last year in high school, and this is a good opportunity to play with my friends that I've been friends with for a long time.
I think most excited just to be here with our students and to be able to mingle with other teams and learn a lot and have fun.
It's the end of a good day's work in Idaho. Time to punch out. Time to check in and catch up. Time to remind ourselves that what we work for isn't a paycheck. It's to make the good things we have even better. So here's to your good day's work. Idaho Central Credit Union. We believe money is a thing. It's not everything.
We're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're going to save families from disaster and feed those left in the cold. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Here in Idaho, we do things a little differently. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. Next, always use fry sauce. I mean, why wouldn't you? Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. We call it pop, not soda. We always put a lift on our pickups. And we always buckle up because we still have a lot we want to do, and I'm guessing you do too.
Idaho Central Credit Union, looking after your daily balance.
Once there was a traveler whose feet never left the ground. With only his mind as his map and his senses his compass, he raced into the great unknown, armed only with the speed of legend. His trails he blazed, his rivals he played. Every sprint a blur. Every turn trusting his allies. In silence he raged and waged with quickening, sickening speed. His name a chant filling arenas. Because some heroes leave footprints, others an afterburn. Without conflict, there is no resolution. Without verses, there is no victory.
that needs to be decided. We have got Valley View going up against Bora to decide who will face off against Bishop Kelly in the grand finals. Of course, if you were just joining us a few minutes ago, we were talking to Bishop Kelly's coach, who said that the Bishop Kelly-Valley View rivalry is, to paraphrase, just a little bit chippy, as they would say. So these two teams would love to face each other in the grand finals. But, of course, there is possibly one team that could be the spoiler, and that's a team that the coach, Bishop Kelly, said is fairly new, and that would be Bora. So it's going to be either the longtime rival or the new upshot. I'm ready to jump on into this match and see what we have got here as I turn toward my big board. We got Valley View and Bora to decide it on bind. Remember, this is a tiebreaker, so this one will be quick play to decide it all. So it should be very fast, very speedy as we jump on into the fray. Bora is going to be saddled with attacking first, Valley View on the defense. Bora right now with quite a bit of a focus around A short. Going to try to have a few, seeing if they want to go through Baz. A little hawk is going to keep them at bay for right now. Still trying to wait this out, but plenty of time left, and no one really guarding the flank routes as well. No one really rotating up toward Fountain either. So Hookah is still an option for them if they decide to do it. They're also placing a few Cypher tripwires down just in the case of if anyone from Valley View wants to try to flank through Market if they leave it to go to B. Some more smoke's going to keep him at bay, and with the peaks now down through mid-market, and might have just been a fake actually, just waiting for all that Uto to go out, but look out here. This Harbor is also holding on to a Cascade. Actually has just used it. Slick Road's going to find the first blood. It's traded back with David. 2 headshots. Now it's 4 apiece as the full commit goes on. Catches him around the corner, but isn't able to land the headshot. Now Valley View has a narrow lead over Bora as their spike holder is finding themselves all alone. That Cypher is caught, still pinned down in Baths. They're going to surround and conquer. They land the shot. Now it's just the Cypher left, and he's not going to be able to take this one away. Valley View goes up to 1. Of course, since Swift play, this means that every win is that. I mean, it's more when you think, you're playing to 5 instead of playing to 15. Every round is worth more than double what it normally is. So, of course, the credits stack up a lot more. So we're going to be seeing rifles available to anyone for the next match. But very good start for Valley View. Also, ultimates are going to come online a little bit sooner as well. Bora doesn't seem content, though, to rinse and repeat. They're going to keep their options open for B. A pretty concerted team push up through. A little bit of a hawk check by Valley View, same place as Bats. What's interesting is they brought out the Sage, and it has been a long while since I've seen a Sage be brought into the match. Some good wall placement to try to keep the Fountain route out, make that just a little bit harder for Valley View to push forward. Oh, thank you. I have just gotten the update. It is a swap sides, of course. So Valley View was actually trailing by 1, Bora up 1. So that is actually huge. Remember, Bora was listed as being a brand new competition, a fairly new program and competitor joining the fray. So for them to make it to the grand finals would be huge. Shock with the Outlaws going to land against David, pushing Valley View down to a 1-person disadvantage. They're going to wait for their Harbor to be able to throw up some sight denial before they have a concerted push. Maybe they can pick someone up for Hookah, but as soon as I say that, they just collapse on in from the main push down near Fountain. That's going to be another one picked up for Bora as Valley View struggling to gain footing. Of course, Bishop Kelly watching this with bated breath right now to see if they go up against their main rival. Again, just to reiterate, Valley View, a team that didn't even have any games that they were going to compete in yesterday, showed up after Bishop Kelly lost the grand final and took home silver, even though they weren't playing in that game, just to trash talk them and rub salt in the wound. That's how much of a rival Valley View is to Bishop Kelly. So these two teams really want a rematch. Bishop Kelly, though, I suppose you could look at it in 2 ways. Either you get to face off against Valley View and get revenge, or if Valley View loses here, you get to say you place higher than them in Valorant. So it's a win-win either way for you. All right, here we go with the next push. Valley View looking to go up, a concerted push through Hookah and Fountain. Though this Sage trying to get, nice fire through the smoke, going to pick up the Sage. It's traded back though with a pick on toward David. Cypher is going to throw out the neural theft, and a double picked up by 205 is putting Valley View into the driver's seat. They're going to get the spike planted, now be able to go into post-plant positions. The rotation for Bora is very slow. It's going to come back up through the defender's market. Now moving up toward Hookah. That is smoked off, and that Cypher going to throw down yet another cage. Some shots being fired through the smoke, so that should tip them off as to where Bora wants to push through. Nice Haas angle and pre-fire being held here by Hawaiian Taco. Lesson Ward trying to peek out, and no! I thought that for sure that Sage was going to get him, but it's Hawaiian Taco and Game Captain who finds it with the wall band to close it. Valley View is not going to be out of this competition quite yet. They want to face their main rivals. As we move on into round 4, you can see there a live look at the competitors. That's actually Twin Falls there in the varsity room. We have multiple games going on. Of course, Twin Falls playing against Shelly. And that game's turning out quite interesting too. It's in the second round. Twin Falls is ahead of Shelly 7-6, and they sure need the win in round 2 because they lost the first round. So we'll see if that one goes to a tiebreaker. But for this game, let's get back to this tiebreaker. Now they're keeping their options open. A concerted push near B long, with the possibility of just quickly going into the teleporter to switch over toward A. The problem, should they choose to do that, is they have a heck of a lot of Cypher tripwires to get through. Both if they choose either A short or A baths. And that Sage is still, that Sky, excuse me, is still watching down. That bath got it very well covered. Game Captain and David start things off right for Valley View, moving on toward the point under the cover of the Harbor Util. They're going to plan, but this Odin, 2 Odins from Bora have something to say about that. And that's the one thing I do like about Swift Play. You can get these more expensive guns, change things up a bit. And now, thinking of changing things up, SN really has to change things up. He's got to win this 1-on-2 to keep Bora in the lead. Slow move around through elbow. Has to be careful, though. He doesn't go into this tripwire. He spots it, disables it, but that is going to tip them off. Moving on over, going to use the cage for cover, trying to move through it. Does he move around it or through it? It gets shot right through the smoke, and Valley View has tied this up. Well, I mean, you would think Swift Play would be shorter, but these two teams are going to try to make it as long as possible. We got a real humdinger on our hands, real barn burner. Bora and Valley View fighting. And remember, because this is a semifinal match, whoever wins this guarantees themselves a trophy. Because if you're in the grand finals, you're either going to get gold or silver. So you're at least guaranteeing something for your trophy cabinet. If you get knocked down to third, well, then you're in a very tough competition to go home with anything at all. All right, ready to head into the first round of Bora's attacking. Bora spread out through the 2 routes toward A. VHS throwing out some harbor walls, just trying to keep them at bay. They don't want to get too gung-ho, but look at this push through A short. It is thwarted a little bit with the paint shells thrown out onto Ostrich, but Bora still seems like they want to commit, although this raise is caught all by themselves and they know where that raise is. The rest of the team has to go in to provide backup. It's going to be an uncomfortable plan around U-Haul. They're able to successfully pull off the teleporter, but in Hookah, nasty surprise by Detonator, takes out Gengar. It is traded back, but Bora still finds themselves 1 down. Can they make their way through Hookah windows? It is still very well covered by Valley View. Is rotated over. Now they got 3 focusing down that window, and that Cypher still on A, saying, hey, they left this site completely open. Come on over here. The grass is indeed much, much greener over here. As green as it can be in the desert-like bind, and they'll be able to get their plant going to post-plant position, and we'll see if they can defend this spike. This is a really nice angle that Silk Roads has, although that's very good placement on the harbor wall as well. Bowen Taiko is going to get a dart. So that's going to tip them off to that. Oh man, this is a wall of death right here. Do you dare peek through it? They do! And they find themselves on a 2-on-1 face-off. That's going to allow Bora to move up back into a 1-round lead, now 2 away from taking it. 1 round into the second half, as it were. Probably not going to be enough for full rifles to be bought. Probably still going to see some Spectres. Yeah, Bora, yeah, it looks like they are indeed loading up on the Spectres. No one quite sitting at an ultimate just yet. Valley View once again on a back foot, but they have made up a two-round deficit, so maybe they can here. They're going to converge slowly on toward A short. They got to be wary of David holding down that sideline. No util, they drive it. Well, they try to double peek it, I think, but it just doesn't work out. Instead, it lines it all up for David, and Valley View starts things off beautifully for their defense. Oh boy, they either had to have util or they had to be coordinated on the double peek, and David pulls off a beautiful double. Now Bora in an awkward position as they rotate through B Fountain. One going through Hookah, and he's all by himself. The spike holder is all by himself in Hookah. If Valley View manages to get him right here, he's going to move in. Now the team is regrouped, so they can breathe just a little bit. But Game Captain lands one. And Hawaiian Taco, it's just the spike holder left. He's doing all he can, but he has to take it in a 1v3. The two reinforcements on the way. He'd love to take the Cypher while he can, but he can't. Cypher gets the Hawaiian Taco gets a nice flank on him from a 90-degree angle, and we're tied up again, 3 apiece. Oh boy, this is about as close as a swift play match can get. We're going to go into round 7, Valley View versus Bora. Harbor Reckoning is now online. There's some utility setup. Cypher doing the standard setup. One away from the neural theft for Hawaiian Taco, and I'm not surprised. He popped off in that last round. Trailblazer to just feel out. There's no one holding down Lance at all. That's a lot of ground to claim for free. They decided to go up through Baths, but it allowed Bora to pretty safely make their way on toward A. They haven't gotten the plant quite yet. Now they're going to get it down. V205, though, putting pressure onto them. Gets rid of their Cypher, evens back up to 4-all. David has to be just a little bit careful here. Plenty of places from which Bora can pop out. Trailblazer thrown out around the corner. Bot thrown out trying to get someone around the corner. Finds it, lands a headshot with the Omen, and now the showstopper on top of that. David tried to bring it back. He brings it back to a 2v3. Oh, I thought for sure Bora had it, but Valley View is fighting to the very bitter end, and it's going to be a team ace to secure it for Bora. 1 round left to go. Bora, a team that has exploded onto the high school esports scene, is now just 1 round away from making their way toward the grand finals and going up against Bishop Kelly, guaranteeing themselves at least a 2nd place finish. Both teams, though, have some good. This first blood is going to be so impactful of this next round. Both Cyphers are holding on to their neural theft. If they can land it, they can do it from a safe distance. Trailblazer up through A short. That is being guarded now, though, by Valley View Cypher, so they're not going to let that real estate be left free to Bora yet again. Hawk out around the corner. Doesn't quite like the look of things. Going to take a rotation down through Market. Go for a concerted hookah push. Omen teleport, just doing a little bit of intel, trying to find out where they're positioned on B. Few Cypher tripwires down for any potential flanks. Now they move on. The ice is going to go right onto Valley View, make their mobility very shaky, and they use that to help take out David. Now they move around the corner with the showstopper, landing it onto Tristanator. Now there's just 3 Valley View players left between Bora and the grand finals. They're going to get the plant down. Game Captain and Hawaiian Taco coming back to bring this to a 3-on-3 and a neural theft to boot. Now they'll know where everyone from Bora is, but here comes Slick Roads coming in with the quad. Can he land it? Can he be the hero to push Bora to the grand finals. And Diabetic Ostrich gets it at the very end with the Odin. You gotta love it. The Odin diff to win, and they move on to the grand finals. Congratulations to Bora. Man, what a whirlwind of a game in Swift Play. That's about as exciting as you could have asked for. So congratulations, Bora, the grand finals. And like I said for Bishop Kelly, you don't get to face your grand rivals, but you've guaranteed yourself a spot where at least you're finishing higher than them, which has got to feel a little bit good. But we still have those grand finals to get to, so we will take a break. Be back with Colin and Greg with the grand finals. You don't want to miss this. Who's going to be the state champion? Will it be Bora or Bishop Kelly? We'll see in just a few moments.
Once there was a traveler whose feet never left the ground. With only his mind as his map and his senses his compass, he raced into the great unknown. Armed only with the speed of legend. His trails he blazed, his rivals he played. Every sprint a blur. Every turn trusting his allies. In silence he raged and waged with quickening, sickening speed. His name a chant filling arenas. Because some heroes leave footprints, others an afterburn. Without conflict, there is no resolution. Without verses, there is no victory.
Here in Idaho, we do things a little differently. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. Next, always use fry sauce. I mean, why wouldn't you? Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. We call it pop, not soda. We always put a lift on our pickups. And we always buckle up because we still have a lot we want to do, and I'm guessing you do too.
It's the end of a good day's work in Idaho. Time to punch out. Time to check in and catch up. Time to remind ourselves that what we work for isn't a paycheck. It's to make the good things we have even better. So here's to your good day's work. Idaho Central Credit Union. We believe money is a thing. It's not everything.
We're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're going to save families from disaster and feed those left in the cold. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Idaho Central Credit Union, looking after your daily balance.
Best of luck.
Best of luck. I'm going to be watching you guys, so I'm super excited to see how the matches go down, and maybe one day I'll be competing against you. So looking forward to it.
Good luck. I don't know. I'd say don't get nervous. Understand that everyone's there to do the same thing, and so just doing the best that you can, no matter what that is going to be the best outcome for you.
I mean, good luck. Obviously, give it your best, and know that there's always more afterwards. I know sometimes we feel like it's the end-all, be-all. You know, it is win or go home, but I do think that there is more to esports than just the competition itself.
Right. Well, the Dragons find themselves up one. Can Jerome fight back? They did drop the first game against Rigby, so this was the one they started. Right. Well, the Dragons find themselves up one. Can Jerome fight back? They did drop the first game against Rigby, so this was the one they started. Miller and just waited it out. Meanwhile, though, Cal Power still being a force to be reckoned with, though he's lost his support. I don't know how much longer. It might just be a stalling game at this point. Taking out a whole lot of damage, gotten up to 55%. Goes into the well. Down you go, thanks to a hook from King Swiffer. That's a huge Zagger being placed by Cal Power despite the Amp Matrix being thrown down. A lot of damage from Soup around the corner. Has the overclock. Can he bring this back? It's hero time. High ground. And one shot with the right click from Soup gets rid of that Bastion. They're trying to boop off the edge, and oh, there goes the tank. King Swiffer taken out by Cow Power, charging into him. But Soup is too much of a threat on this Sojourn with a triple. That is next. The chatter goes on to a few beat in response to try to tank it out. Meridian Technical spending everything. Jerome has a bit more in their arsenal. They're going to be able to use their own beat for that survivability, and now they're moving back onto the point. But oh my goodness, it doesn't matter. Zaguna and King Swiffer both get a pick, and they force Jerome to
cause a little stir up, I think.
Moving on around the corner, can they find a flank around? Soup's watching the flank angles, make sure no one comes on in, and they're able to take out the Rhine with the help of the Blizzard. Ziga also picking up a double with the help of that Boop and Melee. Another gonna come in with the Death Blossom, trying to get the backline instantly shut down by Soup. What a wall to take out Cal.
Meridian Tech said not
stay
today.
alive. Yeah, I mean, everything that Jerome is trying to throw at the wall, Meridian Technical is reading it like a book and stopping it.
So it's a little bit of a, you know, it's going to be, you know, who uses this ult first and who responds and how this will go down.
Both teams wasting no time using their ults. Meridian Technical brings out the Blizzard and the beat as Jerome spends just about everything they have as well, but they're not able to use that shatter in the blink of an eye. Meridian Technical wins it. Oh my goodness, what a right click onto that Reaper. Talk about spotting things before they happen. Soup is on a tear with the overclock, and that's going to be a hold against Jerome unless these last two make a hero.
You can get him down right now.
A lot of damage being placed onto that Rhine to start things off. Bring out the overclock. Oh, that's a lot of damage. The Deadeye to stop Soup right in his tracks. What a play by Jerome, but King Swiffer is fighting back furiously with a
three of their other ults, whereas Jerome doesn't have a single ult online quite yet, so this is important for Meridian Tech to kind of, you know, use their advantage. Ooh,
that's almost looked like a Boop that could have. Oh my goodness, Soup right in the back line. Takes out both supports with the Death Blossom. Yeah.
That Jerome is pushing up and that they have to do stuff and use their abilities to get to where they are. So it's super important for Meridian Tech right now to just kind of pull.
Oh, another great wall. As soon as it drops, Jerome finds that their tank is down and out for the count, and yet another pummeling going on to stage. But right now, Capital, so you can be impartial at least for this first match.
I'm so excited for this match. I bet it's going to be so good.
But he's not going to be stopped getting any further than that. Is stopped in midfield. Papasaur gets a huge clear back on over to the far corner. State setting it up. Oh, can he get it? No.
He just missed it.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes it's all about that follow-up, trying to get the goal. Look at that, though. Sometimes you can just do it all yourself.
I know. Just
Mu unable to get the centering. Tronic back on over to the side. He'll have it stolen away from him. 50 in favor of Kiosis. Highland gaining a bit of ground off of that. Nap comes in for the shot. Now it's centered, and it's going to be followed up by Tronic. That's going to give or no, unable to get the better of that 50. Tronic now shot back toward the goal. It's carrying, and what? Oh, now this is This is a bit of an goal follow-up by Papasaur.
Oh, no,
just
can
trying
that
to get it
defense
in
get
as
in
across
there?
the line all the
Oh,
way.
it's a close
And they're
fight.
trying to body it in,
Oh,
and
and they
State
make
will be
it
able to push
in.
it. Oh, and Tronic gets a shot on goal, but it's a little bit wide to the right. Marky Moo getting demoed. He'll be able to respawn.
And we're down to 20 seconds. So 3-1. Capital needs to turn
Oh, they
around.
they just did. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
No, they're back in it. They're weird.
Nap, nice contact. We'll push it off to the side. Huge shot back over toward Capital's
and
goal.
it's lined
All
up.
of them
Oh, and they
contest on it.
scored.
Yeah. Or in the corner. Double touch with the dribble. Goes sailing past Tronic. That's a lot of ground gain, but his teammate commits too far in or was trying to disrupt but didn't make solid contact with anybody. So, unfortunate counterattack by Highland. They just took that back, and that's what can happen. It was the last line of defense there, managed to be able to save it. Very clutch moment. Demo onto Marky Moo. And this is a pretty wide, nope, they're gonna have Capital. Oh, they weren't expecting that angle. That was kind of an unexpected
I
angle.
wasn't expecting that angle.
He's trying to keep away for the time being, but he doesn't have any more boosts to work with. And it falls back down. 50 goes in favor of Capital. Actually, nice setup. And Papasaur gets the first goal for Capital.
Coming back for the shot.
Goal. That's by State, though. Now moving in for the shot off the backboard. Follow up to dunk it in. Pitch off the ground. Kaisatz finds it. It's like I told you.
Third final game of the first day of competition here at the Boise State Sports Arena. We're getting ready to head to the first matchup, and we're going to see the first stage, of course, Champions Field, a fan favorite, and of course, the one you always lean back on. It's a bit. Middleton is quickly going to take a sharp angle. Beautiful shot placement right there. Bruno with a great pass to Zebra.
Middleton coming out with a bang here. As we can see, they started out with a demo and then a goal.
Takes out for attacker. Ghost also not a good touch. Bruno gets it past one, and Mr. Cow is up too far. With nobody had rotated back boost, it was a completely open net, or back post. It's now Middleton up 2-0.
Bruno is looking for Bora to make these.
So from the dead, going for a solo play. The flip reset didn't get there, but there's Bruno with a pinch off of Bora's car. Off some Bora defender's car, and 3-0 in game number 1.
Bruno looking like that star player out of the gate. 3 goals.
Able to do so. Bruno's up, gets a bit of a fake. It's an open net, and 3 defenders up, 3 defenders down for Satabora. Middleton taking a staggering early lead right now.
Bruno giving some of the spotlight away to Zebra here.
Got to share a little bit of love, but Ghost not in the right position to capitalize on it. Now Coop off the ceiling, gets it past 2. There's going to be opportunity for a shot, and it is. Mr. Kyle able to put one on target. A beautiful beat by Coop there with no boost, by the way.
Seems like Bora's being very patient here. They know that they're down, and they're trying to come.
Now going to cut the ball, gets it past 2. Could be an opportunity to get a hook shot just off the backboard, but Coop's there for the shot, and there it is. Quickly, Bora is recovering here right now. I see a lot of double commits Middleton at the current moment.
Like you said, when they're in that.
To show them that we're not to be messing with, not to be trifled with. We can still come back if we want to, as they continue to just put points on the board here as they make it a 1-score game. A beautiful shot there by Ghost, who once again had no boost. Honestly, Ghost, just like start making, they're not able to get it collected enough. He's looking for the touch there. There's Mr. Kyle, the shot opportunity out of the right side of the frame. Out of nowhere, beautifully shot, beautifully placed here. And what was such a, it's honestly such a stark difference.
Like, that's me now. It's my turn.
There's always got to be one of those on the team as once again from the ceiling. Missed defensive opportunities to the side of Middleton. Gonna make him pay for it. I mean, pretty well placed shot as well. Benders there in the opposite direction that their noses were facing. It's really hard to make a turn like that. And just that was quickly 55 seconds for a completely different team puts here on the board right here.
We're seeing Bora kind of in a Rigby position here where they were up 3, and Bora's kind of changing the narrative.
And there's a shot, by the Ghost, but it's saved by Sam. There it is, the second follow-up. May have missed that first one, but Ghost is going to make sure they don't miss the second shot. Now 4-0s. Really just night and day difference between these two games right now.
Sam has
once again on this hook to the right side as Mixical's going to disrupt the ball, though. Could have a shot opportunity on net, and Sam once again getting dunked. Didn't rotate properly with that ball. Gets too far ahead of it. Has to make an emergency touch. And unfortunately that touch lands right in the lap.
like Bora Bora was going back to their roots a little bit there and just kind of sitting.
Hello, welcome back to the BSU Esports Arena here. We are on the second day of the competition for the Idaho Esports State competition. Over 20 different teams from all across the Gem State have converged here in Boise to fight to become the state championship in Valorant, Smash Bros, Overwatch, Apex, and Rocket League. We already crowned Overwatch and Rocket League. Right now, we're just about to get to who's going to get crowned for Valorant, and later today, Smash, and then Apex to end it all out. I'm your host, Kwame Junkin. Joining me on the desk today is Greg, and we've already gone through 2 rounds of gameplay here where we got to see Middleton and Timberline in round number 1. In game number 2, we saw Bishop Kelly versus Timber, where we got to see Bishop Kelly win that matchup 2-0. And in the fashion that we described last time, Bishop Kelly gets to stay on the stage, keep their seats warm, and play for the final matchup against Bora, who had a pretty nail-biting W, and they clutched up, and now they get to come out here and they get to close it all out. But to help both these teams in their potential victory in this next game, we had Doc Sees the game, which in state championships is to set your play style. Don't underestimate your opponent. If it's not working, change it, and of course, have fun. Doc Sees the game is the premier online platform for gamers to see competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and pre-entry matches. Tournaments. Whether you're new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Dropping Gaming has the right games competition for you. To begin your competitive gaming journey, sign up at droppinggaming.com. We're getting right into the maps. The two bands we get right off the bat are Split and Breeze, but the first map we get to is Ascent. That's been in every series now so far. I don't blame the teams. It's a tried and true. It's a very common map. It's one that everyone kind of loves to play competitively, and we're all very used to it. But maybe at least one silly pick here.
Got some quick lock-ins.
Yeah,
they do not do the Riot Zero here.
they're ready. They're
ready to go. Yeah, we're rolling right into it. So I'm excited for a little bit more action. Like you said, the Ascent is kind of tried and true at this point, but at least when we get some back-to-back play, we get to really compare. So we'll get to see different play styles and see what works and what doesn't, as one of these teams will beat the other one and one of them won't.
One will be crowned the champion, and one will not be. Bishop Kelly is currently the 1 seed right now, and what we would say is definitely the favored one in these matchups in terms of the way they made their game 1 go by in 30 minutes or so. Game 2 also was a 2-0 W over Timberline. We're gonna see what happens to Bora here, or if Bora can withstand the storm and make an upset happen.
Yeah, I think Brave the Storm is the right way to say it.
Especially in a map like this, because I think this is supposed to be like the eye of the storm somewhere in the Floating Islands. But nevertheless,
you could convince me.
I could convince you.
So I got Gengar.
Standing ahead.
We have identical matchups from both teams. So this really does come down to the execution of the teams and individual skill. Bakery already getting one quickly. The right click's missing for fear, but Procrastinator is there to clean it all up. Now the team is in position. Their Showtime's lurking up mid. Mid door has been closed. Showtime will be going on a bit of a loop here. Slick already entering into sight. It's one. Showtime might be able to get a timing on KO. Nope, not able to do it.
Last player standing.
Ganger looking to make a little bit of damage. Does find the man. His Bakery goes down. Kind of has to rotate out a little bit. It's uncomfortable with the timer here. Might find it. Gets Showtime. Could do a little tap. Oh, almost gets timed out. Does find it. Can he get the defuse?
I think they have time too.
Yeah, it's barely there, but it's there.
0.48.
Half a
pretty
second.
Close.
That's not clear. Yeah. It's pretty close.
All right, now we all get to see the reasoning why Boris made it this far as well. And definitely the team that could, just based off of that alone, could definitely be the team to give possibly Bishop Kelly a run for the money.
2 Ares, a Spectre coming out. Got some fun ones. It looks like a Marshall as well, if they don't just bait me and change their mind. Yeah, we had some interesting shots here.
Yeah. the miss of the 3 right clicks, it's fine. The Ares spam, I can already hear at the start of the round.
They're ready.
Not gonna find
this is what Sova is built for, is drilling down that garage hallway. Slick Roads from above. Out behind the box takes 2. A menace. He might just dry fire onto the... Oh, good man watching his back. A beautiful crossfire, has no problem, and it's a flawless second round. That is damaging.
That's why so many people love the Marshall right there, is simply because when your opponent has no shields, and that weapon does exactly 100 damage no matter where to the body, I think besides the feet.
Which are hard to hit. You're not aiming for the feet.
Very hard. You're either missing or missing, let's be honest here.
Yeah.
I think that's why it's one of the fan favorites come second round. I think that's also what's interesting about the Outlaw as well, because it does enough damage to body shot light shields, I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong there, but I'm pretty sure it does enough damage to body shot light shields, which is also an interesting thing to consider, because you might have that one player or two that throws you off with having light shields and they get left with 20, 30 HP.
Right. And at that point, you basically did hit the feet with the Marshall. Because that's a tough thing with like hitting the feet. It's like, oh, technically they make it out, but that's not a hit because you'd have to hit the feet twice.
Yeah.
Because if you hit the feet once and then they have like 20 or 30 left, and then you hit them with a body, it's the same as them having 100 left and you hit them with a body. So it's the exact same thing.
It all weirdly matches up. I do like Bishop's Kelly use case of a timeout so early, right? Just into 2 rounds, and maybe it was a quick reset. Maybe it was just coming back to an understanding. But
right, but oftentimes it feels too little, too late when it's like match point. You got 7 to make up, and it's like we may as well use it now.
Yeah,
which we've seen once or twice today already. We've got some guns coming out, but we also have someone reserving a sheriff for the morning. Showtime and Bakery just kind of having a little bit of a showdown here with Procrastinator. Or Procrastinator is running up on the catwalk, actually.
The Sheriff as well.
Slick Rhodes is the one that was holding this. Oh, close and in the face. How did that not land? Must have grazed his ear or hit the shoulder or something. Takes a little bit of damage. Obviously knocks a lot of shields off. Yeah. Slick looking at just almost barely 100 health now.
The interesting thing I found about that is they took that catwalk with no trade. They had nobody there to back up and refrag for them. So I think they're probably looking for a one and done. Ostrich jump peeking, also looking to use the molly. Ends up not doing it, but using the knife instead. It's going to confirm some minutes though. Procrastinator and Baker are going to peek the angle, get one on the Gengar. But an Ares is lying in wait. Doesn't matter when you just swing it.
Yeah, good angle discipline so far we're seeing from both sides. Just well-calibrated play. Oh, Slick Roads, never mind. Oh, really got me like that. Oh, 2 people just walking away from the angle. set up a little bit of util to watch your back here. A good call. Someone's got to do it. Bora with 2 left alive. But BK holding all 5. Looks like they're going to make one last big push effort to make their way in. It's not quite going to happen. Unless and where Wedham go down. Even BK, they're expected round 3 for 1 point.
And that's where that timeout really comes into use case there, because, like you said, and sometimes it's too little too late when you're 4 or 5 rounds deep. Yeah. And it's really hard to make a change there, where instead of waiting till our mental gets really bad, hey, let's get to a spot where we know we're in a good situation. We get guns. We get full buy. Let's really devise a strategy here. But we see an operator coming out on the side of Bora, Slick Rhodes, who is our Jet, who might be our mandatory operator user this whole rest of the game. However, this spot is a very dangerous spot to hold. Doesn't matter, even on the run. Stops for half a second, lands the shot, and gets out.
There they are.
A good little shadow step to get on inside.
Oh, massive.
Bakery takes one right to the face for Wet Hamburger. People playing with the Ares through the wall. Still good to see these wall bang mentalities coming out. A close angle on this one. Our Resident Marshal runner now upgraded to the op holder, like he has said. Is going to have to multitask these angles. We see it done a lot more precisely than earlier in the day. You can tell these players are serious. A quick drop down does not go well, and Fearlux takes care of Gengar. Showtime backs it up against Diabetic. Oh, and after Ostrich goes down, so does Lessonware. Bishop Kelly taking point 2. First full gun round going in their favor. That is where I believe the momentum really begins, because the first 3 rounds are a little bit determined and coin tossish. So this one's pretty serious.
Yeah, it definitely comes down to a bit of luck when it comes to that stuff. The first round is about as even as it gets, because everybody gets into that. But I think the second, third round are definitely one of those where it's like, oh, okay, yeah, like depending who won that one, and if you get some lucky. Yeah, you know, if somebody doesn't properly clear an angle, or you get a good spray control.
Also, after the first 6 rounds, you start to get a feel for how your opponents play. Do they play through the wall a lot? Do they jiggle peek? Will they ego peek? Do they do really like cheeky, campy things where they throw like 5 people, a whole bunch of judges, and just hang behind one hallway? And when you get used to your opponent play style, and they're forced to shake it up, you kind of get really into the dynamics of the game.
Yep.
But your first guess is just to get some letters out there on round 1.
Here's using the strategy you're most used to in that case. I'm trying to see who makes a mistake first, who's the most successful. Dark goes out.
Slow start here. Wow. Yeah, another location. Dart going the opposite direction, sending in an owl drone, and it is lots and lots of clouds about as the cloud burst goes down as well as up. Oh, just almost didn't see that one. Slick Roads to take 2 with a nice end, move it up to 3. Oh, Hamburger, can they find this last one?
30 seconds left.
Showtime, a menace, finds a few, hanging out, still repping full health and full shields and a full ammo pack. Hanging out right by the spike, too. WinCon shifted a touch. He's got to get all the way up there and grab it. They're definitely watching from this angle, and he knows it. So he's going to try to peek around the other side and take care of him one at a time. Ooh. Very, very close. Showtime finds the 3rd, and Slick Rose to get a 4 of a kind with the knives out. That means Bora finds another point. Which is interesting, because this is as back and forth as you can expect it for the first 4 rounds.
Yeah. And this might have been the most back and forth that we've had in these first 2 games, where this is clearly both these teams have 1 or 2 players that are going to be the top fraggers. They're going to be the guys that are going out there, getting multi-kills, multi-frags in a single round, dropping 20, 30 in a game possibly. And I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of that.
I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of gameplay in general. In fact, I would even gamble that we might see a Swift play.
You may have Cassicker as one of the teams, to be honest, right now.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
What if we only see 2 now? Do they
Sorry,
blame
guys.
you?
Then that's on me. Yeah, you guys can.
Deciding to stick just at the edge.
Yeah.
Looking at trying.
Oh, but they hit him with a tracking dart anyway, so they're going to be able to hunt that down, no problem. Tactic Killjoy comes out. Tried. Oh, he gets it though. Wet. Finds one. Lesenworth.
Oh, but goes down.
Yeah, Wet and Lesenworth both go down. Now it's a 4v3, but the whole site is owned by BK. We should get an easy plan out and hang out here.
KO's notification goes out here. Gengar's going to get one. Bakery sitting in the back of the site here. Getting cross check. Gengar gets one. Now two. Now make it four. Popping off right there. Seeing a trend of 2-2 for both these teams so far. Spike did go down. They get the defuse to go with it, though.
Yeah, that's 2 plays, I think, back-to-back where we saw 4 pieces.
I like the decision by Hamburger to try and stick at the edge of the lockdown and attempt to get something. The fact they get that frag right there is also pretty big. And initially I thought that was going in Bishop Kelly's favor because they get the 2 refrags right back there, but Gengar shows us up and gets 4 more in the later half of the road, and we have 2 Odins on the side of Bora right now.
Something we might see later too is when they put the lockdown in tree, and then someone will hang out in the corner that isn't affected by the lockdown, and it's behind the box. There's no escape. With that one where Wet was, you can run back up into spawn if you need to.
Yeah.
Like, you have options. You're not totally cornered behind a bangable box. So we might see that even more greedy play a little later on.
Procrastinator here is 1 ult point off of getting ultimate right here. The rest of the team having full guns right now. Slick is going to get one. So is Ostrich. Dot and Bakery answer back. So at these even numbers, Procrastinator is going to get one as well. Knives are available if necessary.
Yeah, they might pop that next round, because they can. I would argue that his gun now is worth less.
Less, yeah. Or holding on to it to give back to a fallen teammate after might be an absolutely massive bonus.
Ooh, what a shot. Takes care of that, no problem. Kind of scaring people off the site. 31 seconds. Would you rotate with 30 seconds on the clock?
And the use of drone here is a massive piece of util used on A.
Because now he knows, and he's going to win the race.
And he is going to win the race, yes.
Because going through both spawns is wild. Oh, he's walking, though,
but
just in case.
He's walking here.
He's a little worried, but I get it. If you get there too early and you die, like you die on the way there, what did you really save yourself? Because the timer resets once they put it down. Oh, yeah, look at that. Just hitting the typical spots. Excellently done. Being a menace. Lots of intimidity. Oh, but the fire can be returned. We have an Odin on both sides. This could be exciting. 30 health, though. Nice and low for both of the BK players. They'll have to play together or they will be destroyed.
Void's going to be scanned here. The interesting thing I see here is Bishop Kelly did not leave somebody up outside of mud. Both of them are fully committed to this. However, though, we do see Bishop Kelly's Sova on the roundabout. Bakery closing it down, getting a 3-piece there. Neither of these teams are willing to completely be taken out of this story yet, as they're keeping it very close.
I think we might see later. Nice little recap of the goings-ons.
Yeah, that initial site entry. Bakery gets those 2 with the Sheriff, by the way. Bishop Kelly went to this round with 2 Sheriffs to their name right now, and they get to walk away with an earned Odin and an earned Vando as well. And Knives, if Bishop Kelly decides to pass it, pop it on there. No! But Procrastinator doesn't feel the need, as feeling deadly with the Vandal right now.
And the Odin turns hands again. A big streamline push into AI. I mean, a lot of Bora defense was just kind of hanging back or had to rotate out and meet up with the gang. Fear finds another one. Dot getting in an early plant. Kind of trying to force Slick out, but it's not working. They've got that one-way Heaven and Hell smoke. Showtime. Dot. Everybody else hanging out way beyond the lines, but they've left one man. Procrastinator still hanging out in the main area. Oh, goes for Goes for a little hangout here. We'll see if it works. They've got the longer angle to walk. Oh, timing, but he's not enough. The flick is incredible. Bakery does finally an Lessonware.
Right now, it's just been
so back and forth.
Yeah, I think what it started, 2 Bora, then 2 Bishop Kelly, then 2 Bora, and now 2 Bishop Kelly. If this is the trend we're going on, we're in for a game.
Yeah, we're gonna see a nice zigzag on the tab screen.
Right here.
Bishop Kelly now having 2 ultimates to their
Look at
name.
that.
Bora has that lockdown available to them, but it can be countered by the Sova's Hunter's Fury right there. They also do have KO's notification if they do so need it. Or Hunter's Fury can be used for post-plant if deemed absolutely necessary.
You can also reserve the Hunter's Fury for an anti-lockdown, though.
Yeah, it can be used for both use cases there. That I think it could be used value. I think that getting the value with the lockdown is better because that's guaranteed value. Where I just think with post-plant it can be missed, it can be canceled, it can be ran up on. Right. It's a bit of toss-up when you play it that way.
I just want to see the Omen do a crazy spike steal. It's been a long time since we've seen the Omen go the wrong place. And you look like you're committing the spike somewhere, and then you drop it, and they steal it back. We've seen some nice slow rounds here. We're getting a lot of Catalyst activity as the beginnings of some util is coming in. Bishop Kelly trying to push their way in, loses 1 player, a second one down. Ostrich to find 1. Slick as well. These Odin's getting lots of screen time, showtime. Takes 2. Ostrich is second. Gengar 1 more. The back and forth is unreal, and Bora comes out on top. Is that 3 or were they due for 1? Nope. Okay, the back and forth ensues. They take this next one. They'll be keeping up well with it.
Yeah, I like how you pointed out we had a lot more slower, methodical play right here for Bishop Kelly, which is, and see the burst of util go out, but nothing really to follow up after that. And it was interesting, but it ended up playing out for them at the end of the day, or against them, which might determine how they approach attacking for the rest of the day.
You should run.
Lockdown gets used for the side of Bishop Kelly here. Hunter's Fury is available. Procrastinator gets 1, but Lean and Hamburger answer back. It's evened out on both sides now.
Yeah, Lesson were just not going for the Hunter's Fury, even though they were right up in personal with it. Instead, they decided to just post up in the corner and try to use the Odin, but there's just nowhere to go. It seems like a safe place, but you can't move forward, and that's where your tightest angles are. So you kind of just have to sit back and take it. So he did. Bishop Kelly gets an easy plant off and Bora with 2, trying to make their way into the box, down into the mud. Ostrich going to get a start to it. They've got
1 enemy remaining.
1 ult live. Showtime takes another back home. What a jump. Beautiful pop shot. Trying to get down there. Good flash timing, but he's blinded himself, and Showtime finds it just by absolutely stuffing that gun. When Ostrix falls, BK finds 0.5, which means Bora didn't get their second round. Yeah.
Yep.
The zigzag gets a little bit tighter.
Yeah, we see that hanging back there, that use of, they've had, using Hunter Furies there is such a hard place to be in because that ultimate has a wind up time plus a wind down time. So by the time you do get the lockdown, what value has it really provided? Because you're probably going to get jumped the moment that Hunter Furies comes down.
Oh. The op impatience devastating, but you got to back off that when the knife is already getting you. The suppression knife, very strong.
Especially as the Jet.
Yeah.
When you're out is your ability and you get denied that, it can be big crucial.
Get out of jail free card has been revoked. Slick Rose taking 1 with the op. Not the op. The outlaw. Wet goes down and so does Gengar, leaving 3 up for Bora. One of those is the Hunter's Fury when the KJ is already out. So we might see that go live, but sure enough, not a whole lot of gunless fighting. Procrastinator to find Lessonware. Bora, 1 player remaining, taking it nice and slow. it's worth going in for now that they've already popped the knives. Nothing to
Yeah,
save.
100%. Or
Spike planted.
grab the. No, I think they're still gonna go.
No,
in.
you
Even
have
though
to.
got the
Yeah,
Vandal.
you have to go in for it.
Yeah, you're
but I
going
mean, just in case.
Yeah. Ooh. Take a beat here.
Barely dodges that. Gonna throw the cloud burst in. I would prep the dodge now, but you can't. Got to wait for 2 more kills.
Oh,
wow,
what a shot.
So ready, and that was a Vandal. Devastating. A menacing play from Procrastinator on a Slicker Road to close that out and grab their second in a row. Bishop Kelly making just the tiniest little bit of a comeback.
Procrastinator is still holding on to these knives. Procrastinator, I think, has had these knives since second or third round.
Really?
Still held on to them and has not popped them yet.
Right, and they're still getting kills, so they're wasting ult charges.
Yeah.
To be TBH.
I think Sova still has had their ult from roughly around the same time as well, but Boar has yet to use their lockdown and Hunter's Fury as well.
Nowadays, Cypher mains are actually getting a lot better at popping their ults, and it's because of some reworks. And Omens are, I think, the real big offenders for holding on to an ult all day.
Yep. Because it really is hard
it's
to feel like you got value out of it.
Yeah. They're absolutely the cheekiest, though. If you can get a good, just a satisfying Omen play, they're always so clippable.
Mm-hmm. And that's probably all play at the end of the day.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Clips.
Bot coming back.
A good little retreat coming out of Bishop Kelly with 3 ults online and all 5 looking healthy. That we could say the same for Bora. They haven't had a nice positional change like Bishop Kelly has until now, as we feel a little bit more pressure coming in through tree and maybe some A long. Let's see if Ostrich can get a piece of the action here. Holding short. You're not supposed to be there. Yep.
Great hold. That might not be able to attack due to elevation there. Procrastinator gets one. They might not be aware of Ostrich. Slick's going to get one. Biggest trade. This is lean using Hunter Fury here. There it is. Ostrich getting the one. Gonna back out now. Bishop Kelly's has their Hunter's Fury available to them here. Lockdown goes out. There's that fear use of the ultimate. That's a very specific use case. But the bomb is down. Oh, I don't think Fear is going to be able to get to it. Yep.
I don't know. Maybe could have got to it, but the outros.
Hold on a second.
Too? I mean, there's no time. There's no time. Oh, seconds away. I'm surprised he ran down that hallway. I don't want to hit him with the shoulda couldas, but boy, that was close. And it's a nice even trade off with the 6-6. Now, I always say, well, I haven't got to say it today because we've had such landslides and comebacks, but it's because an even half isn't always a fair half, right? Because we have that difference between attack and defense, and if someone really comes into their own after this switch, we could see a landslide game after this, right? There's a chance that someone was only barely keeping up and we couldn't tell.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful way to put it right there, because we've seen it we've seen it also an entire game of differences between the attack and the defensive switch. We primarily saw in our round number 1 of Middleton versus Timberland, where that was where both those teams were so offensive capable, but on the defensive side there definitely was some lackluster plays that weren't able to be made. But now we can see the swap sides with Bishop Kelly
right
on the
from
defensive.
above. Can he find a few? Comes out, finds one and dashes out. A good call. Again, now they're ready for it. But this is a good offensive smoke. He can come out from any angle. Oh, but he walks out in front of a man just hanging, and they close the door on him from behind. He's absolutely trapped. Dot finds 2. Bora, 2 left. Bishop Kelly, much the same, but they're deep in the mud there. Bishop Kelly will have to fight to get them out. Wet and Gengar absolutely dodge the paranoia. Both of them alive on the angles. They're able to isolate. Gengar alone now, low on health. Can he fight off Fear? Oh, Fear through the wall takes him. What a lineup. And it's an easy defuse. Bishop Kelly finding 0.7. And I'm going to be bold. I think we're going to see 7-8 be the next score line. And then it's up to see who gets the full gun round.
Yeah.
After that.
Didn't even need the headshot there.
No.
Didn't even
got it
need
anyways.
it.
Yeah,
but got it anyway. Through the wall.
Through the wall.
As well. Through the wall.
Which is such a crazy thing to train. Because just training that you see red at all and you absolutely flick to it is one level. But seeing a shoulder and flicking to where the head should be is crazy.
It's like the meme with the Euro clone of like the beginning level player shoots at anything, the mid level player thinks about it. Oh, just I'm talking. Procrastinator opens it up with an amazing sheriff shot.
Oh, the Marshall whiff.
Add a second to boot.
Are you talking about like the normal distribution?
Yeah.
It's like the professionals and then,
And then, the professionals immediately shoot at anything that pops up on the screen. Yeah. While we're talking about memes, it's Bishop Kelly that's managed to take second round, but now they are into bonus here. Are they able to secure it or not? But honestly, Bora's just as deadly with the mechanics as I would say Bishop Kelly is. Cool. But that missed Marshall opportunity does hurt.
Sure enough, that's 0.8. We expect Bishop Kelly to do some damage, but not enough to cover Bora. We'll have to see. If they get a big reach play here, it'd be crazy because we have seen nothing unpredictable from the gang here in the terms of scoreline. It's been very zippered. We see a nice streamline push coming in from Bora towards B side. And speaking of zippered, Bishop Kelly has got this place drilled down. Plenty of util, maybe even a deterring amount as we see Bora start to waddle on over, maybe check out some mid. Oh, that crosshair distraction, the updraft coming out right as the peak moves across. Going to give them a little bit of free space all the way up to the market line. A ginger check towards Pizza. Ignoring this back sight. Calling the bluff. Fear comes around, but just can't keep it together. It's a couple of body shots. That's going to be a devastating hold on to Gengar, but it's not enough to take him down. They're still in flawless territory. Gengar takes another one. Procrastinator 2. Showtime in between. An ult's available, but it won't be used now. A last second spike plant, a little bit off of default. They'll want to ping that. And BK, one player left. I mean, they'll have to clear out the site before they can even attempt. Oh. No damage, stay strong. Spectre meta from above. Has to watch both of these Jenny angles. Be nice and careful. Finds one. The spray transfer so close. Slick Roads with the 3-piece for the night takes it. Brings Bora back up to 0.7.
I want to point out you were right.
I do love being right. Thanks for pointing that out.
I was very right. 7-8 right there. Now we're officially getting to the point of why that was a W for the side of Bora, and they do manage to take that attacking round. It was expensive. 85% of the team goes down. And now you got to rebuy those rifles. And I mean, economically wise, that's an exception you're willing to take. And it's definitely, if you lose, that's where you're starting to get to dangerous territory for either of these teams right now. Getting a win here could potentially set you to go on a 2-3 round winning spree. Slick dashes into sight, gets paranoid though. The Omen on site gets taken out. Wallbang Dot gets one, but Hamburger gets the refrag. Hamburger's going to throw some mollies up there. Get some follow-up damage on Procrastinator. Spike does go down there. Yeah, Bishop Kelly does have knives available to them if they so need it, but Procrastinator is an op, so probably won't end up using it. Sees a head behind double boxes.
He just begs for him to come back out. Definitely had a call out. We saw everybody else look for it. Might use a little bit of this smoke to get out there now that all of BK has made their way. Are they going to do a little
they
drop down? A couple shots through. They do some damage, but it's just not enough. Bakery and Procrastinator takes some, but Lessonware goes crazy. Finds 2. BK 1 left to hold it all together. Gengar's low health, but keeping the op, it's just worth it. I mean, that timer is so low anyways. You'd have to take both in the time that it would take to defuse, and Bora knows it. So they're fleeing the scene of the crime as well. They'll live to die another day.
Is that our first official save? No, it's not. It's our second. I think it was.
Are you sure? When was our first official save? Because we got baited.
I think it was on
twice.
Ascent. I think it was Ascent. In round number 2, I think it was Bishop Kelly that saved an op.
Wow. But so far, that's the only thing anyone will save is the op.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Pros will save the right skin on a classic. Just because, like, the money that changes hands when you go down to the other team is sometimes a difference.
Yeah.
And it's worth considering, but it's hard to think about. A lot of times you just think, oh, I picked up a frenzy off the ground. We're definitely going to throw this to the wind and try to get some damage. Try to just, like, be hanging out in the rear view. But that was a nice, hard save by both teams. And it's to the point where it's like, okay, they're saving. We should also get out of here.
Yeah. Which, I mean, because it's 200 credits per elimination, right?
That sounds right.
So yeah, I think it's like roughly 200 elimination. So yeah, when you do think about that mathematically, but it's also one of the things that I think of it as I may have more value with this weapon next round than I could risking my life right now. And even if I do get the 2 eliminations, like you said, that timer's so low, I have to immediately push them, get 1, reload before getting an aggro push, get the 2nd, then get to the bomb in time. So I think you provide a ton more value, even at an eco sense, like we're sitting Bishop Kelly at right now. That one angle that Procrastinator could hold to get 2, maybe 3, could be round changing.
Oh, throwing the owl drone above. It gets absolutely ignored. Oh, a beautiful Ion Sheriff shot towards 1, but whiffs the second one or twice. Wet going to be the one to take it out of there. Down to a 4-4. Ignores the op shot through the mist. The occlusion, dare I.
Are they expecting Fear to be sitting double here, though? They should be. This should definitely be a spot they're expecting. Oh, nice, they get 1, but it's the one character that can be revived. I don't think they're going to go for the revive. It's a really risky
spot. Not when the op is right above.
Oh.
No, pulls it out and drops them.
Oh, but look at Dot.
Player standing.
Oh,
the res came out. There's a couple blind. Gets the wallbang to boot as well.
Beautiful wallbang, but now he's got to re-kill Dot.
And Bora has the number advantage right now.
True.
1 sitting heaven. This is going to be a very difficult situation to pull off the Sheriff, as well as the Flash. This is going to be tough with the time running low.
Last player standing.
Wow. He had some assistance from above.
Lean has to go down.
And he still couldn't make it. A disrespectful shock dart for no reason. And Lessonware, because he stayed for the fun, is going to go out. We were talking about saving, and here's the thought. That's not technically saving, but it kind of is, right? If you have a huge credit difference because you're just crushing the other team, and you want to keep that credit difference there, a few grand to you doesn't really even mean that much, but a couple hundred to them is actually a big deal. So it's no longer about your gun, and the reason that when there's like 1 stray guy running around, that you and your 3 members don't just like rush them and try to finish up, get the team ace, the flawless, the whatever, and you just let them save, is because like you don't want to go in there and just feed someone when you have nothing to gain by fighting them.
Yeah.
So it's like you just kind of let them keep their gun and continue on.
It really is that risk-reward scenario that you have to be able to make that split-second decision of, is this worth me diving into this scenario? And if you calculate it as yes, you better make sure you get value, or else your team might be very disappointed. Wasting both shock darts in that corner right there.
Wow.
Not going to be available for the post plant.
Yeah, which is bold. We also have the knives pop nice and early from Bora. Attacking knives is a little bit scary. I would usually put them at the front, but look at this. They're lurking. Lurking with the knives through. Oh, was that a melee?
I don't think it was. I think it was just panic melee. Wow, Gengar gets 1, but Bakery going on a 3-piece once again.
2v2 now.
Do they see the knives, though?
Yeah, and our man on the knives, which went the long way around, has now changed their mind and is finally coming up to this thing. Oh, bum. Just punish. And it's an ace coming out from Bakery. He just cooked that up. Bakery coming back with more bread than Subway. Absolutely brilliant. Bishop Kelly.
What line did you just say? The ace to tie it all up. 9-9 right now.
Yeah, 9-9. A couple of ults on board. Everyone looking healthy. I'm excited to see where the next round goes. You know, as we're pushing up into the double digits, when you have 3 ults on board for both teams.
And you do not have lockdown for the side of Bishop Kelly available, but you do have it available for Bora. But you have Hunter's Fury on this side.
But it ties up the Hunter's Fury from Bishop Kelly, right? That's a weird thing. The rock paper scissors goes backwards as well because they can't use the Hunter's Fury as long as you're threatening the KJ. So it kind of gets locked up, and unfortunately, all that leaves is the KO ult because there's this situational Omen ult you can pull out, but there's nothing you do to prevent someone from Omen ulting. Wow. I did not check. Mark it at all. Gets an easy kill there. Tries to rotate out for a second one. Procrastinator and Showtime each to find their one.
And the shock dart kill.
Incredible considering the shock darts were just thrown away last round. He's going wild with them now.
I mean, this is an eco round for Bora, so this is definitely like,
yeah.
They got 1 elimination. While they don't get spiked down,
almost to 2.
Tragedy.
Revealing area.
Just taking care of that pesky.
30 seconds left.
A couple shots, very, very close to the.
Remaining.
It looks like they're still worried about them grabbing the spike because they threw down some utility on top of it, getting out, repositioning, trying to bait them out using that thing, but also clearly throwing the Marshall just straight down the hallway. Does not want anyone messing around with it. Bora to drop the Cloud Burst to get out. What a spin!
Wow.
Turns all the way around. 7 seconds isn't enough time, and unfortunately they've got too many angles to check. Showtime finds that 3-piece. 3 of a kind to close it out, and even more ults on board.
That was a lot more bodies that Bishop Kelly lost than I imagine they wanted to there. That was losing 3 there, and that was the initial thing that I was going to point out was you saw Dot take from this onside approach to the sort of mid, and they would have taken a fight with the Jet, but they rotated back around. But I initially thought they were doing that because they're very low and they didn't want to give up. You know, the fact of losing a Vandal during an eco round, but
they stayed right underneath it the whole time. So the risk went out either way.
Yeah, and then I think once they got the second elimination, spotted.
Show me that camera again. Was that guy playing left-handed?
Wait, what?
Am I tripping? Oh, there it is. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
Where?
His keyboard is the other way. Am I tripping? I'm absolutely crazy.
I think you're actually
I'm
crazy.
Crazy. Never mind, guys. Never mind.
He's gone mental.
Mental. Okay, thanks. That was going to haunt me at night. I didn't know people could do that. I'm going to try. I'm going to go home. I'm going to buy an ergonomic mouse. I'm going to slide it into the left hand. I'm going to put my keyboard on the wrong side. I'm going to be a menace.
That was the conversation we had yesterday with Rocket League, was keyboard and mouse players being the anomaly in Rocket League, which is kind of an crazy thing to think about.
I mean, omnidirectional spin. You don't want just like the classic 8-bit 8 directions coming out of Rocket League, right?
Yeah.
You got to have them joysticks.
Now that'd be the crazy thing, having a left-handed keyboard and mouse Rocket League player.
I play controller left-handed.
Play controller left-handed? You claw. Getting right back into the game here. Bishop Kelly holding the lead right now, 10-9 with 4 ultimates available to them right now. Hunter's Fury is used up to counter out the lockdown. It is going to end up being destroyed. Dot's going to get one. Hamburger for the refrag. Procrastinator with an op gets one. So does Fear. Now going to use the Shadow Step to use those audio cues, fake out the opponent. And Spike's going to go down on double.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh.
There it is.
Yeah, there's no dodging that. That does mean that Bishop Kelly re-reaches the maximum spread. We've never seen a spread of 3 points in this round, which is the smallest max spread, dare I, the minimum maximum, that we've had all night. Like, all the other games had a big rush one way and a huge catch-up. This has been tight, which I think isn't just a sight difference or, like, a composition difference. I think these teams are pretty neck and neck.
I think they are.
I'm going to double down on the caster curse and say that I think we could see this one go to not a spike rush, but a quick play.
I'll double down with you as well. For the first time, but I'll agree with you on that. This could very well go to a map 3. The way
the fun gun reach, I love it. We've got Spectre Stinger, Marshall,
Sheriff.
Surely not a judge, did we? I'd be excited we have a judge. The Marshall looking for something, maybe a little catwalk, something back in the dog area, maybe by brick, but nothing's happening. Market is staying nice and back foot, going to let the opposition come to them. I understand it. You're on their clock. And look at this. Util is way up on B. They don't even want them touching it, but the spike is on the way there. They've already got one out very early, first blood. Bishop Kelly staying nice and strong. There's a lot of weight on that site. B-main under serious watch. Oh, first one's down, no problem. Bulldog drills. It wasn't a judge, it was a Bulldog. Coming out across the catwalk. A couple of shots both ways, but nothing devastating. Marshall, a whiff or two. Procrastinator finds one. Showtime to come even with him, and then double down. Bora one-man left. Can he stay together? It's not going to be anything. Bishop Kelly breaks the spread and the back and forth, and through it all, they bring it up. Match point for map 1. Who will find the gold and who takes home silver?
I picked that pick there was big. I really gave hope to Bora, but this 4-piece they get here in this midsection is absolutely insane. And all of a sudden, Bishop Kelly is match point, but Bora does have weapons now, and 2 ultimates or 3 ultimates available for them. So once again, that Hunter's Fury gets tied up with that KG ultimate. That KG ultimate gets tied up with that Hunter's Fury. Flash is going out by Ostrich. They charge into B's site. That Maul is going to force Procrastinator to replant themselves. Slick going for the door button isn't going to be able to do it. Bakery tucks him down. Lockdown gets used here. Going to see if there is an ultimate to answer. Might not need it as Bakery and Showtime answer back, getting 2. There's Gengar getting 1. One player does get detained, though. Bishop Kelly started to collapse on the back of the site. There goes out the shock dart, and Fear and Lux get 2-piece, and that's Bishop Kelly going to be able to defuse and take map number 1 under their belt.
Which means that Bora has one last chance to recover the situation and fight for the gold. Here's your traveling vision showing you what it's like to be on the stage and under the spotlight. The exposure.
Actually, not going to take any breaks right there. Looks like the players are. We'll get some players that'll take a handy little break. Nevertheless, Bishop Kelly and Bora having an extremely close game. I mean, all the way up until we saw that 9-9, it was a back and forth. It wasn't until we finally saw that Bishop Kelly started getting their feet and started winning a lot of those ones. And winning those ones plus more, that they really started dominating it again, like we saw them do that in game number 2. And I'm wondering if that will translate over to map number 2. And map number 2 discussion is in and of its own self. But also I wonder whose pick Ascent was.
That's fair. That's fair. I'm more worried about like the mental state of just going the distance here, because we do have a little bit of a difference in that, right? I mean, we saw BK kind of crush the opposition last time, but we know that Bora had a fight and went all the way out to round 3 and had a quick play, and now all the back and forth, like, that's got to be draining. So they got to stay strong and fight on through and make sure that, BK doesn't have that weight over them.
That's a really good point that you bring up that I didn't even think about. That could be definitely a possibility. But what's our analyzation compared to that of our fellow other host, Jem? We're going to take it away over to the studio.
Well, hey, I'm here to bring you an update on all the other games that are taking place right now, including the all-important third-place match for the trophy right in front of me. It's Valley View versus the Timberline Timberwolves. And here's the thing. Bishop Kelly fans, I think, have a lot of reason to celebrate, not only in Bishop Kelly winning their first match, but their main rivals, Valley View, just dropped their first match in the third-place match. Timberline has taken the first game, but it's a best of 3. Anything can happen. The score overall in that third place match game for the first round was 13-7. So fairly good. You know, you can't really say it's not necessarily a blowout, but it's not very close down to the wire match either. It's a pretty solid, comfortable win for Timberline. So they're just one game away from guaranteeing themselves a trophy. And then if we're looking at the other games that we have, Middleton is playing Shelley right now. Middleton has picked up the first game in that best of 3. And then when Wood River is facing Twin Falls, it looks to me like Twin Falls has just won that one 13-10. So we are having just as much fun covering the third place matchup as the first place one. If you want to see the live gameplay for that, make sure to go to Boise State 24/7, that stream on Twitch, if you want to root for either the Timberwolves or Valley View to see who gets, of course, what I think is the coolest looking red Valorant trophy for third place. So it's either this or nothing for those two schools. We're going to find out who actually gets this for their trophy cabinet in a little while. But that's all that's happening for us in the studio. So we'll take I'll send it back to you two, or send it just to highlights as we get ready for the second game. Because don't go away. We are going to find out. As much as I am hyping up the red trophy here, everyone wants to take home the gold in Valorant. So we'll see who takes it in just a little bit.
Hello, welcome back to the Boise State Esports Arena here tonight. We are currently covering the state championship for Valorant right now, where we're in game number 2. Going into map number 2 of game number 3, where we're currently going to be watching Bishop Kelly versus Bora. Bishop Kelly just finished a pretty close matchup between the two, where the final score for map number 1 on Ascent was 13-9. Up until 9-9, it was pretty close. It was incredibly close. Those teams were fighting, and right now, I'm your host, Kwame Junkin, and I currently have on the desk with me right now, Greg, and we're currently sitting here waiting for map number 2 to be announced, and to really give our thoughts to lay into that. And I guess my question to you: do you think it's going to be an orthodox map?
Yeah, I do. I think it's going to be a very familiar map that we may have seen today already. So we're heading back to buying a classic 2-site map. just built for 5v5. Good old times, good old days. Back in the beta, this one's been running, and nothing basically has changed. I mean, Bayern has been fairly untouched with most things.
Yeah, actually, I'm trying to think back to what got changed to Bind. I think even during its rework, the biggest change was the TP added on A long, right? Or was that always there?
I feel like that was always there. I think they reshaped Hookah, maybe. You could convince me that.
Actually, I'm trying to think when's the last time Bayern had a major change. I don't think it... Oh, no. The change they did was they moved the TP over from B to Shards from that right side to the left.
Really?
Because it used to be on the ramp, on the part that goes on the ramp that goes up. It used to be up there, but they changed it to the left side now. So it's closer to the door into showers. At least that's the big change I remember. I think triple boxes.
I do remember that.
Yeah, I think triple boxes also got changed as well.
Yeah.
That probably got moved to change around. But nonetheless, we're moving into map number 2 between Bishop Kelly and Knights.
Obviously, on a stage as old as Valorant herself, we're going to see a lot of classic picks here as far as our agents go. So I'm expecting to see a pretty mirror matchup, especially considering the outlook on these teams for fun picks versus mirror picks. Whoa! I was wrong.
Okay.
I lied right to you. I've never seen a Viper on this stage. Wow, that's fake news. But I have seen a Viper on this stage not very often. Picking the Yoru is bold. And thank you, Wet Hamburger, for throwing me a Sage. I've been excited to see a Battle Sage for a long time now. I hope you really run this all the way through.
Also, Viper got a pretty big nerf recently, if I remember as well. They got some pretty big time reductions and efficiency on their abilities. They all got reduced. We're also seeing Bishop Kelly bring out a different controller than what we're used to seeing, bringing back a tried and true.
Good shot by Bakery. We know Bakery is a surefire shot pretty consistently. Fear doing some early damage. Oh, look at that. Excellent Sage Wall is going to give them an easy draw. Procrastinator, unfortunately, does get a shot onto Wet right afterward, but beautiful Sage Wall. And the Sage Wall, since beta, has been reworked in a way that if you attack it early before it really solidifies, you do so much more damage and you can break it. So a little bit scary to pop that right in front of a wall of people and instantly go for a hard plant, but it almost worked. I mean, they got the plant.
I always think when it comes to pistols, maybe a lot of people don't think they do a whole lot of damage to it, and quite honestly, you don't, even in that unsolidified state. So I think that's why we did see this let's just go around it, try to get through it, or try to get around it instead of through it. Because it was an interesting use, because normally I think we see a lot of stages put a lot more time into placing it so it's straight and there's no walkthrough. But I think that rush of just like, let's get the spike down so this works, almost did its job.
Also, it creates a nice funnel. It was so much easier for the defender who was watching, well, the attacker who was watching over the person setting down. Wow, that almost convinced me it might not be Spectre meta anymore, but they're going to absolutely blow up that corner. Unfortunately, it's fairly empty. 2 left on Bora to really just get backed off of the site, hanging out in Bath. They've been just pushed back, so much blind throwing through the smoke. And they can't just rotate. I mean, obviously that's the call, but unless you have an Omen ult right now, you're kind of forced to run onto site and grab the spike again. So Ostrich is going to wait for the smoke to fall down. Uh-oh. Nice. Good 50-50 fall down. Dot was not ready for that one. Running the Brim, a classic on this stage, but one we haven't seen run today. So, oh, no, we had an orbital strike earlier, so, but he's not been consistently run. Beautiful shots from Procrastinator and Bakery coordinated. Going to bring those up to maybe a full house. I don't know if Bakery took that first one or not.
I did see Bakery pull off that that flash play in combination with the Procrastinator stand behind truck. Or just with the right timing, threw it up. We might be able to see it here. But when we get to see Procrastinator around that corner outside of Hookah, we get to see 2 people get blinded, and we might get to see here. Yeah, so we see Gengar get blinded there. And I think that really helped out Procrastinator and only have to get an easy elimination.
Got Bora company moving on in nice and slow towards Hookah in the TP. BK takes one pretty early. Procrastinator doing well with what they've got to make a simple rotation into a real pinch. And Bora just kind of has to ignore it for a little bit. Wet trying to watch this door, make sure it doesn't become an issue again later in a flank watch. Oh, beautiful, beautiful TP from coming up Slick.
Are they going to be keeping an eye for Procrastinator? Who's going to be coming through Hookah right now?
Brilliant shot there, Fear. Going to rotate back around the elbow. Oh, that Sage Wall. It's so fun, but if they see it coming, it's just not worth it.
Yeah.
Bora still 2-1 left. Now Fear finds one. Slick Road's making lots of money on the shots. Finds another to close out that round. Bora did, was slated to get that round. I mean, that was the bonus. So that's actually strong play from Bishop Kelly. Almost taking .3 is crazy. Got Bora. I mean, Bora definitely needs to step it up a tiny bit if they want to compete with how things were last game.
Yeah.
Because that was damaging from BK.
That TP play too is nasty.
Oh yeah,
that shot right there too.
There was
kind of insane.
There was some dirty stuff.
All in all, great gameplay that we've seen so far come up for both these teams. Procrastinator taking a bit of an off angle, shoots at the clone but doesn't hit it. Still debating shooting at the clone. I could see you questioning it. Slick Roads is going to use the drift.
Yeah, so he backs way up. Dimensional drift, way behind, decides to back up a little bit, hang out right in front of Bath. Comes out, just has to watch his angles. Oh, he's absolutely pinned. Dot might be able to find this one. Off the flash, backs out.
Wow.
Crouches on the third bullet and gets that one straight through. We did have an ult popped during that little firefight, so the Cabbages have revealed Dot's location.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Good plays from Fear and Dot to absolutely hunt down those final two. And that's .3 from Bishop Kelly, the first full gun round, round 4. Yeah, thinks 3 times about shooting that clone.
This right here, this Slick not being able to come from that kill is definitely detrimental. It definitely hurts, but it's Bishop Kelly that ends up being 3-1 right now.
Through the storm, I fight.
Procrastinator going to hold on to A long here. Nobody's going to take the chance to peek, though. Going to clear the rest of Hookah.
Shadows traveling. Cover going out.
Smokes go out. Bora getting ready to hit the site. Oh, but the TP wasn't in cover. Gets caught out, but Lean is able to get one. Gets caught in a trip, though.
Ooh.
Oh, while Baker gets closed on, gets one. Doesn't go down another fight.
Fantastic. Maybe not pre-fire, but just good crosshair discipline, keeping it at head level at all times. Fear trying to come up the ramp. Ostrich watching him well. Guarding.
Big volley.
Showtime
also
setting
being
up
consistent.
Consistent shots right through the walls here. Catches one in the tube. Excellent, done a quick spray right after. Fear trying to convert the space. Dot to help. Finds Lessenwer. Fear getting an easy defuse to finish off round 5.
Team ace.
And it's a team ace. Everybody did their one. I mean, this is... We didn't have a 3-point difference for a long time. I mean, until we finished the last round. So this is going a little bit differently. Can we assume that BK chose this map?
I think I can make that safe assumption that BK chose this map, especially with the Viper pick as well. Because that's definitely something that I think you have to be so prepared for.
Yeah.
I definitely don't think that's something, especially...
It's like oddly intentional.
After the nerfs that Viper got as well. Because I haven't seen a Viper wall. Maybe that's because we just haven't been paying attention to it so far.
Yeah, but the one-way smoke right here is what Viper is known for. Damn.
For it,
yep.
yeah.
So it's like, maybe that's just not what they're interested in. Beautiful Molly placement.
We do see the Viper wall cut across B there. You can see it on the map. So it definitely is there, and Viper's still playing a role. But
yeah, it could just be threatening it. Yeah. Just good to consider for the rotate. Nice Sage Ice coming out. Procrastinator locks some people into position with that one. Procrastinator a third one before going down, and Bakery to even score a bit. Bora 1 man left. Was under a serious pincer attack, but is freed. Trying to still watch the flank, but people are just rushing in from above. Trying to dodge out this Molly, but low on time as they go for the defuse. He has to rush in, and he rushes right into his own doom. Bakery to find it.
Just as we were talking about it, in the sense of it's been a long time since we had this big of a lead. It seems to be growing only bigger. And
it's slipping.
Bora has yet to come up with an answer to currently stop the roll that Bishop Kelly is on right now.
I wonder if that Yoru fake was a misclick. Because he was stuck in the corner.
Yeah.
There was a Yoru fake that was just kind of like watching the boxes.
Maybe initially it was going to something else. I think the one-way missed. Yeah, the one-way missed as well. That could be a crucial mistake.
Yeah, they still have Spike in pocket as well. It looks like they're feeling out B and are going to send their Sky back to grab it. Sure enough. They have to very carefully take care of Hookah here. And when they do, kind of alarms. BK not rotating too fast, still leaving 2 to anchor out on the A site. Dot and Showtime close the deals on their areas. Oh, Wet retaliating a bit. A vengeance for Gengar. Oh, getting the early res. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
So tragic. Showtime and ace. Now, hold on. Does that mean he killed 6?
Crowd lights up here after Showtime gets an ace right there to increase Bishop Kelly's lead to 6 now. 6-1 here. Not even near the half at all. And just time and time again, even though we're going to see Bora pull off a pretty standard play of split the site, use some intel, get some information. But even after that, there was no recoup there. Even Bishop Kelly maintained their composure, and even after going down to even numbers, managed to pull out a play, make something happen, pull out an ace.
Which is impressive to grab that ace when it was a res round. I'm pretty sure that means you grabbed all 6. So
I think it also could be. I think it also could be that somebody else got a kill somewhere else. So it's
5-1, yeah.
Who knows?
Gengar getting a first one on pretty quickly. And a second as well. I mean, this has been an incredibly, very, very quick round. We're going in for the plant. Bora looking to make their way in. A couple of heals coming out to help there. It's a 2 and 4.
Massive big bike dog right there.
Oh, what a corner grab, but he sees it coming. Showtime swings around and finds it. Gengar closes back on him, and Dot from behind needs to find something. Whoa, what a flick for that one. Can he find Gengar? Will he go in for the stick? He's going to drop a smoke right on himself. Is this enough positional obscurity? It's not. He's so close, but it's just not enough. And Gengar is allowed to sweep through it and find that man amidst the sky smoke.
Bora, after I think 5 rounds in a row, finally managed to recuperate, get one.
Yeah,
and
on
get
the
back
5th
to
round
hold.
in a row. Grabbed all 6. After their regularly scheduled 1 point for round 3, which did not go over easily as well. I mean, it's been a hard fought battle, these 2 points for them. But the people are happy to hear it. And Bishop Kelly with their 6 points are up by a few ults as well, and some less conditional ones considering.
Oh, sure. It's good. Gonna use dog, try to find some intel, figures out that most of the left side of sight is left pretty empty. Dot goes dangerously low. It's too bad they don't have a Sage on their side. Showtime now gets a stim pack, but is blocked by smoke, but might be able to find one through it. Bakery is going to get two. Showtime now getting two. He's going to smoke the headshot.
Oh, almost collateral territory, but he can't quite close on again. Going to find one, and Dot to reply to him. Bishop Kelly, 3 left alive to grab point 7, really slowing down any chances of a momentum hit that we saw coming in from Bora. The mental game is here, 7-2 with 3 rounds left to close out this half. Do you anticipate a serious difference in play style as we switch across the halves?
Yes and no. I think it's gonna be one of those things where. Actually, I'm gonna say yes. Oh, I really like this move here. I really like this idea of when a Viper is able to shut down the entirety of one entry. Besides, the big thing is making sure that you do not get spammed or die to util here, because it's one of the most disappointing things when that happens to a Viper's ult. But even though it gets used during an eco round, oh, they did get back to it just in time. They managed to just power through, and they haven't cleared all of sight. It goes down. Ostrich able to get the peak headshot with the stinger. And those smokes just lining up perfectly to deny any vision from the Procrastinator.
Oh, forces them out. An awful pinch. Ostrich barely avoids it, and just over the wall. Like you said, that smoke obscuring any chance at understanding the position of those last 3 players, but they're able to get around it. Procrastinator pull themselves up to a 3, and now Wet. Oh.
But say not the shorty.
Just gets absolutely DDR'd.
Dance, dance.
Bishop Kelly now 8 points. What a roll.
Wait, did Thrasher get used there?
Did what?
I think Gecko had Thrasher here. Oh, maybe he used it early in the round and then just re-grabbed it. Okay, yeah, it was used way early in the round. I thought for a second Bakery used Thrasher at the end of the round. But even though it's an eco round for Bora, it's a big win for Bishop Kelly to maintain that momentum and to withstand that economy push. Molly's going to be used. Ostrich going to win here. Blinds themselves. Bakery's going to take a little damage. Going to be able to walk away.
Decoy. Ooh, the decoy coming out. It's going to follow on in after. And B-side's pretty, well, it's being relaxed. Oh, lining them up. Such a good call. You're forced to collateral against the fake. Excellently done there. But it was not quite enough, and Igor still goes down low health on the Sky. The last attempt at any kind of healing on the Bora side. Bishop Kelly. Bishop Kelly's only got 3 left out there. They're doing well. Wet. Ringing Slick back alive, but he goes down immediately. So sad. Showtime and Bakery to take their 1 before going down, and a blind man dies again. Bakery takes point 9 for Bishop Kelly, getting just so close. They can taste it. They have to. Bora, I'm expecting a timeout coming in from them pretty soon if I was in charge of that.
Yeah, you want to try and end out the half while getting around while you possibly can, because, well, we've had the conversation before that swap from defense to offense can have such a big characteristic change into how these teams play. I don't know if I had that big of an impact, because Bishop Kelly is feeling really good at it. And when we saw them on last map, they continued to play really solid on attack. And if they just continue to go round for round with Bora, they're going to end up winning before Bora gets a chance to catch up.
Very fair. Almost got the spike initiating out, but it's just not going to happen. Oh. Procrastinator so close. Was able to get the ult off, but now they're just kind of hiding away. Bishop Kelly's one other player right behind them as Bora takes the stage.
Spike planted.
It's going to be difficult to reclaim this space. It could be a pretty easy point for Bora here if they're not careful. Showtime and Procrastinator each can take 1, though. Picking them off 1 at a time. Can they find him? Can they get around Lessenworth? Throws the ult.
What a timing.
Can they find it behind the box? Sees another two. They know where they were. Oh, both of them at the same time. You just can't take it. Slick Roads is the one to beat him to it. And under low health is going to find .3. And that's a curse.
Pick something nice to kill them with. It's the least we can do.
Yeah, I'll be waiting to see if Bora is able to fully re-answer to this. Even though they put on such a stellar job, Bishop Kelly was able to refrag and do a lot more damage. Even though we're at the half and the damage doesn't really matter, it's still one of those crucial things to keep in mind when it gets to that mental side. But now we're at that 9-3 standoff. And Showtime was one of those players that's been pretty consistent with their ability to clutch up and show off. It's been Procrastinator and Bakery and Showtime that have been doing such a good job in this rest of this match. Honestly, all of Bishop Kelly has been doing a really solid job.
A nice double swing out onto this 50-50 to move into Hookah, but they let themselves be known as they throw a couple of gunshots towards the wall, breaking their way out of Hookah window and onto B-side proper. Bora still not rotating, remaining unflinching, doubling down on all the econ they've spent to lock up A, and they're going to have to rotate soon as BK getting very close. Wow.
Did that look intentional?
A defending TP the wrong way? I'm not sure. Maybe. Now they're grabbing everybody and just running back to B, so probably not. Spike planted already. Bishop Kelly doing well to maintain the site. Bora looking for something wet, just trying to get out, get a little info, gets absolutely punished. They're going to have to use a self-heal if they can. And they did. Oh, but it wasn't
it doesn't
enough.
Matter. One enemy remaining.
Wow, one skirmish of a team fight later. Bishop Kelly has 2 remaining, pinching the last Bora player. Can he isolate the 1v1s and win it? No! Peeks too deep around the corner, and Fear on the off angle takes him front and center.
So it'll probably go 11-4, which is not a horrible situation to be in.
Right.
If you're Bishop Kelly. You're 2 away from winning. However, I think Bora is really going to start to feel the pressure, and
they're starting to change the way they play because of it.
Yes. Yeah, I think they're 100% in it. If they haven't started, they 100% need to start doing that, and then they start changing something here, because I think this next 2-3 rounds will start giving them an insight into how Bishop Kelly plays. Unfortunately, allowing Bishop Kelly to secure 1 or 2 more rounds may be the difference between winning or losing the series, as
they
an
bait
attempt
Ostrich
to be cheeky
out.
Didn't end up working.
No, unfortunately not.
Well, Baker be aware. No, they're not. Another cheeky angle.
Awkward. A couple of strong plays there. He can't move it into a 3-piece, but a pair is fine. Bishop Kelly now honing in on A site.
Nobody heard the TP.
But the man still has the tripwires there. They take one out. They're going to have to take the second one, too. He's definitely on the way. Spike drop in.
Dad, my camera is destroyed.
Last Bora man on the way. Cypher. And Stock goes in for the plant. He's going to watch all the usual suspects. Tries to take care of a tracking dart. Now, does he reposition after that tracking dart hits? If he has to, he's just in a position he's not happy with. So it looks like he's going to go for heaven anyways. Throws down a cage, but so does BK. Starts to move around it. Oh, gets absolutely trapped. You're in an awkward position then. You try to move back, and Showtime absolutely drills the spot. Beautifully done. BK takes it to 11. And like you said, Bora probably gets the next point, but then BK's got a chance to close it out and send him home. Moving up to some fun guns as Bora trying to stay consistent here and just use what they know will work.
Yeah, if you're Bishop Kelly here, there's no reason to rush this. There's no reason to buy more than you need to. Just play pure eco here. Yep. Just go as cheap as you possibly can, do as little damage, or do as much damage as you possibly can. Put down the spike, and that's the goal. So you can make a little bit of money because you were up 9 rounds.
Yeah, they have the bankroll to invest instead of just withdraw now.
Yeah.
Playing through the wall a little bit. Just being intimidating, being a little pesky. The Thrasher comes out. Oh, goes barreling for it, but doesn't quite catch. Procrastinator to find two. Bakery does one. That Judge is a menace.
I was just about to say, but if Bishop Kelly manages to just pull out a W in their bonus round, it might just be a wraps anyway. Oh no! Wow.
Off the softest, most gentle eco came the hardest Judge.
Yeah.
We said play casual, do what you're supposed to do, get the spike in there, but they just ran for it. And Bora now, oh, it's looking tough. It is looking tough.
Yeah, because now they don't have the money. They don't have the money to buy good equipment.
And they have no mistakes left.
No mistakes left. You can't even make...
This is a little bit of a sentence here.
Uh-huh.
I'm not going to say it. They're being sentenced, is what I'm saying.
Okay, I thought you were about to say you're going on a sentence, like a rant.
I got you.
A very, very just surgical retake of the hookah. I guess hookah take. Just dumped an entire util cage to get there.
I know exactly.
Gonna blast through a little bit of this ice. Get a little further. Just take it one step at a time. Showtime finds one. Bakery gets theirs. Procrastinator to find one. Two left. Can they grab it? They're so close. Bakery going in for the plant. Procrastinator forcing their way back, looking for anything. The hunt is on. Genjar holding up the last bastion. A Boombot goes in just to hold people at bay. They take care of it, no problem. Some weapons to bonus up with Bora. And ult still available through the smoke. Here it is. The ult goes out. Is it going to be what they need? They are canceled. The tripwire left from above. They find one. It's a trade. The last man down there finds Gengar. The last chance. And the golds and the silvers are awarded.
Bishop Kelly. Taking home the W. First place for Bishop Kelly. Second day of the championship out here at the Boise State Esports Arena here. Massive, absolutely massive. They definitely proved themselves to be more than perfect for that championship. They made light work of game 1. They made light work of game 2. And even though the first map at game 3 looked like the Bora could really suppose to challenge, map 2 was also looking like a bit of a breeze for them. And they held it down really well, and they kept that to a really massive lead for the entire time. And they had to make very little adjustments for it, and they just played their game perfectly.
What a competition. Brilliant play by everyone involved, and thanks to everyone for coming out, hanging out, and playing your hearts out. We saw a lot of great plays. We saw a lot. Great flicks and kills and all. Lots of teamwork. Lots of endurance. I mean, it's been a day, and we're not even done yet.
Not even done yet. Yeah, just over our shoulder over there on the other side is Smash Bros. Tournament going on right now, which will be populating after our studio recast with Jacob to hand out the trophies. But I still just want to recap. This event has also been amazing as well. The Valorant crowd out there was lively. They were loud. They were great. They were active. Bishop Kelly had a team behind them, and they were a team themselves and a force to be reckoned with. And I think they 100% deserve. They were better today. They were better for the rest of the season. I see why they deserve that #1 seed. They were a great team.
Yeah, and it's good to end on a high note. I mean, it's nice seeing the arena full and having all the support and the people coming out tonight. Thank you guys in particular. Thank you players. Thank you parents. Thank you friends and families. It's been a good one. But, like you said, we've got many to do left.
Oh, yeah. We got many to do. I imagine we're going to keep talking here for a little bit before we get the teams inside the studio to receive their reward themselves. Once again, they fought pretty hard for that gold Valorant trophy and the silver Valorant trophy, which, of course, the gold one gets to go to Bishop Kelly. The silver one gets to go to Bora. The third one, I don't think we have to determine who's going to end up getting that trophy. I don't think we found out who gets third place. But I imagine in the studio we will. Maybe if we look at the bracket over there.
Valley View and Timberline, it looks like the toss-up is between the two of them, and I don't know how things have been going over there, but...
Okay. Going to take a look at the last bracket. I don't know if they've all updated it. We know the outcome of the BK versus Bora game, but I don't think third and fourth, fifth and sixth, or seventh and eighth place matches just have been decided just yet. But
a little bit of an interjection right now because I couldn't help but hear you two say that you don't know how the Valley View and Timberline match is turning out for third place. And I got to tell you, we have got a real close match. Timberwolves are currently up 1 game at match point. They're the top team right there. Timberwolves Valley View. They sit at 9-8 on Lotus. There's just 1-1 left here. Either Valley View ties it up at 9-all or Timberwolf goes up to 10. And Timberline, the Timberwolves, they are going to be able to do that. So they do go up to 10. They're now just 3 rounds away. I don't know if you can see, but if you go in the battleground, there's a whole cheering section right now for Timberline as well, wanting them to take home a trophy. So the third place match is just as exciting as the first place match. And yeah, here we go. We can take a little bit of a look-see here because I want to see if Timberline is able to take home the trophy, or if Valley View is going to force this towards a swift play tiebreaker. When things out, it looks like Timberline going to be starting with an A push to start things out. Going to throw out the Dizzy for that little bit of sight denial. Valley View has 2 hanging out on A, one behind doors. The Haunt is thrown out. That's going to be mowed down pretty quickly. They're keeping their options open on whether they want to go through the door or still take the main road through A. They're going to make a quick rotation onto Ward B, and that was a perfect beta, I got to say. That's really good. That's going to be completely open for them. Timberwolves already pick up 1. Now there's just 4 left for Valley View, and they can go into post-plant, watch over all these doors. Look at that angle also that the Cypher is holding. He's put up the cage right near Link. He's going to try to take an unexpected position because when that smoke drops, they might not be expecting him to be positioned up that far. A trade back and forth, and Valley View still trying to make something of this. We see a Nightfall being cast out by the Fade. Another 1-1 trade. Timberwolves now up 2-1 with the spike counting down in their favor. And a thrash. Oh, I like this. They get a clear view and the concuss. Timberwolves now just 2 away from getting third place and guaranteeing a trophy. Remember, unlike the match you just saw where even if you don't finish first place, Bora congratulates them. They still get this great silver trophy here, the second place trophy. These 2 teams competing right now. This is for a trophy or no trophy. Going home with something or going home with absolutely nothing. I gotta say, Timberwolves are still putting on a lot of pressure despite Valley View having the ult advantage here. Showstopper, Lockdown, and Viper's Pit. Timberwolves only have that Neural Theft, which if they continue getting first bloods like they have been doing, then I can see a good opportunity for them should the positioning be right. Looks like a concerted push up C mound with 1 lurker. Hanging out near A or B, seeing if he can pick out 1. What a great wallbang to clear out C. That's a clear wide open point for Timberline. And the best thing about it is that's one of the best points that you can plant on early because it is such a hard retake with so many angles. Uphill advantage, not quite working out in your favor if you want to try to take it through mound. Although they didn't quite claim the link through attacker spawn though. So Valley View will get the high ground advantage at least through that, but that is easily smokable. They'll start out with the lockdown. That's going to force a whole bunch of players out back toward mound. One final view through. Doesn't look like any sort of concuss is going to go, but they still have everyone available. They're going to have some sort of stalling util as it's already half. Oh, you got to know where that spike is. He finds it with the wallbang. Mows him on down. Now there's just 1 Valley View left. Timberwolves are hanging on the edge of taking home the third place trophy. They are just 1 away now. And not only did they win that last match, but they also that last round, I should say. I'm getting ahead of myself here. They also picked up another ultimate to boot. That Omen ultimate, not the most impactful ultimate, but you know, it can always make your opponents second guess themselves. You can Also, just gather a bit of intel, try to go on their back line, just see who's signing out where. And in fact, it looks like it's going to be a wash, rinse, repeat for Timberline. Going back for another C-mount push, except this time they're going no lurker. They are going full push on toward C, although that is much better defended now. They've got a turret and 2 agents hanging out there. Going to throw out the Trailblazers, see if they can't spot anyone around the corner. Poison Orb's going to go up right in the choke point. That's going to make Timberline rethink their strategy. Maybe go for a B push or head on over toward A. They opted not to go for the Viper, so that does make this A push just a little bit harder. It opens up those sight lines from Link. But as of right now, I think they've baited the vast majority of Valley View over to B and C. They're still in the midst of their rotation. Oh, they bamboozled me as well. They're going to go for the quick rotation on toward B, and they're able to flush out that Viper from the high ground. Four Valley View players left between Timberline and a trophy from the state championships. The plant is going to go down. They can now go into post plant, force Valley View to come to them. Can they clench this? One might be coming out through Link. They got looks like they got one player looking that down. That's a trade back, 4 apiece now. Valley View clenching on for dear life. There's another one for Valley View. Now Timberwolves have just 3 left. 1-for-1 trade, but it's still 3-2. A lot of time has passed, though, and they know where the spike is. They can just, oh, he's going to try to get in their face while someone tries to plant. That's a very clutch snake bite, and Valley View will be able to clear them out. They are still alive. They are not going to let this one go down easy. Timberwolves still have a good amount of chances to clench it, but Valley View still staying alive. Although, good thing for Timberline is that Valley View did spend 2 of their ults. Or they have spent 2 of their ults in the past few rounds, so that only leaves the Viper's Pit. Now, that is a very impactful ult, so that could still make all of the difference. But right now, Timberline is just on the precipice. They can also still have that Omen ultimate. Gates drop, another opening push towards C. I mean, they know how valuable that point is. It's tough to take, but once you get it, ooh boy, you are sitting pretty for the rest of the round. Cairo slowly moving up. Seekers are going to get some information. Great use of the ult orb there. That brings online that ultimate, gets them some information, but it's not information that they're too thrilled about. They're going to have to retreat, but not before a wallbang is achieved by Valley View. Takes them down to 4. A few of them go through the door. Some of them are going through spawn. They might be converging onto B or a very long route onto A. Or they've been bringing out a lot of trick plays as well. Could be bamboozling all of us right now. I also wouldn't be too shocked if maybe the Omen tries to do a little bit of scouting with that ult, see if anyone is on any of the 3 points. That's a great evening up shot. It charges up the showstopper to boot, and that's just sending Valley View scurrying away. They know the danger of that ultimate. That's going to leave B open for Timberline to claim. Now, just like last round, can they manage to survive the post plant? 1 rotating up through Waterfall. Actually, we got 2, so possible double angle. They need to coordinate it right. Going into a Hornets nest, though, of Timberwolves. They don't quite know where they're situated. Fire exchange, 1 gotten by Rays. Now 1 up for Timberwolves. Prowler's going to go up. What an angle claimed by Valley View, however. They're still keeping it alive, but Timberwolves now just 1 away, and they will walk away with the trophy. Timberline wins it and claims 3rd place. Oh boy, what a tournament. We had so many great matches in the semifinals and finals, but now that Valorant's all over, we gotta get to the trophy ceremonies. We got a lot of great stuff to give out. We'll take a short break and be back, get some of the players' thoughts right after this.
I think the best aspect about it competitively is probably the players. I think that there's a lot of cool players up at like the top level. It's really fun to watch them play.
I like how competitive it can be, in like even as people get better. It's just like specifically as players improve, it gets even more like complex, and having to think about specific matchups can be pretty fun. So I'm excited just to.
Smash, I definitely like the mental part of it. Like it's not a super deep game, but once you start playing competitively, there comes a lot more depth with it. So it's fun to think through it and like win that way.
I like the amount of characters and playstyles as you adapt around every character has a different play style, and some people play the characters differently. The idea of the game, just because it's pretty unique, especially with all the special abilities that they have with all the different characters, and I think that's overall a pretty well-balanced game.
Probably the variation of different play styles that can happen, and like any match can be won by any team at different times.
I think I like how it's never really over, you know, until it's over. You can be down a ton and you're never really out of it until the very end.
And honestly, just having fun. It's not fun to lose, but we always have fun and we never put each other down and we always try to make it fun. So.
I think the best part about this tournament and competition is students being able to work together as a team to accomplish a common goal and to get to know other teams and schools and just build that camaraderie.
And welcome back to the Boise State Esports Studio. We're here covering the Idaho State Esports Championships, and we have just seen the grand final for Valorant. And who is taking home the gold? It is Bishop Kelly. I feel like we've been here before.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like deja vu, I think.
Yeah, it really is. But here, under much more fortunate circumstances, gold place finish in the tournament. Now, I know you were saying a little bit earlier about, you kind of wish you could have gone against your main rival in the grand final. But I want to say, as you were entering, you did get to see Timberline win in the final round. So that's kind of a good consolation, too.
Yeah,
You're still going home with the gold.
Yeah. It was wonderful. And, man, mad props to Bora. They had us, that meme of, man, I thought they had us in the first half. I was sweating buckets up there. I was so worried.
Well, let's hear it from the individual players. Talk to us about the difference between, the first half where things might have been a little bit more stressful to where you really started to pull away in the end. What started the avalanche?
It was kind of, the first half, we were kind of like, oh, it's Bora. We beat them in the regular season pretty bad, and we were like, this is going to be a light little game, and then they just flipped the switch, and we were like, oh, we took that round 2 timeout, and we were like, hey guys, we got to come in, we got to lock in, we got to play our game, play our round by round, and and then just from there, we kind of just got back into it, and then ended up with a pretty good win, and then map 2 was just even better.
Yeah, honestly, I agree. I was really impressed by them. Like he said, in the regular season, we did beat them by a lot, but this time it was a lot closer. It was a lot of fun. Seriously, props to them. They were a really difficult opponent. It was really fun to play against them, and yeah.
Well, I was also pretty surprised. Because we beat them in the regular season. We beat them 3-4 times, so I also thought it was going to be a blowout. And when we got down, I was a little nervous. But then Ethan here, or Bakery, had his ace, and that just completely flipped everything for us. And I think that's what helped us win on Ascent.
I just think we locked in when it mattered, we did lose a few rounds, but it's we got all the kills when we needed the kills, you know what I'm saying? And we always did what we needed to do when it was when it came down to it.
Don't let him talk.
Honestly, we just kept pushing out smokes at the beginning, just pushing out smokes and dying. But then, after we finished that second half, we went to the new half. Couldn't push out smokes, because we were on attack, and then we just won.
Now, you had a pretty good margin of victory in the final map bind. I want to confirm, is that where you feel most at home playing, or are there any others that are kind of key picks for you where you feel comfortable if you are able to get it past the picks and bans?
Honestly, I think probably Lotus is our best map, and we thought Ascent was probably our second best map, but maybe some rethinking into that. But Bind was also pretty comfortable. We played it a lot. It's been one of our bread and butter maps. We just love to play it. It fits our play style a lot.
Yeah, Bind and Lotus are, I would probably say, our two comfortable maps right now. I'm glad that we got to play Bind. It's a fun map, in my opinion. But I think that, like you said, we locked in when it mattered, especially on that second map. We locked in and got all the kills, and yeah.
I agree. Lotus is definitely our best map. That showed when we played in our first 2 matches. But Bind is definitely one of our strong suits, and I think I definitely had it. I definitely knew that we would do better on Bind because we've just always been playing well on Bind. So.
Breeze is Breeze is for sure like our worst map though, because we already talked about a lot about like Lotus. I just think that like if we got Breeze, that would have been hell. So I'm the sky winner on Breeze. I just want to say that.
You know, we've been talking about Bond and Lotus, but I think our Sunset is really good.
It is.
Yeah.
Because when we scrimmed someone, it was like what, 13-1?
Yeah.
We destroyed them.
I don't think we've lost on Sunset ever.
And and so not only do you get to I get to present you with the trophy, but you all get to take home something that some of your teammates can't say. For getting gold in first place, you each individually get to take home a medal for you to keep. This for the trophy cabinet, but this is for wherever you want to display it. So I'll hand this to your coach.
Yeah,
and he can
you
distribute
guys just
it to
pass
them.
it out.
And then here is the gold medal for Valorant. First place, the Idaho State champions, Bishop Kelly High School. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah. All right, you guys raise it.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, we thank you for joining us, and we'll let you get on your way to celebrate for the rest of the evening. That's going to do it, but we have got more interviews and trophies to give out, so please stay tuned.
Well-calibrated play. Oh, slick roads, never mind. Oh, really got me like that. Oh, 2 people just walking away from the angle. In, I would prep the dodge now, but you can't. Got to wait for 2 more kills.
Oh,
wow,
what a shot.
So ready, and that was a Vandal. Devastating run today. So, oh, no, we had an orbital strike earlier, so, but he's not been consistently run. Beautiful shots from Procrastinator and Bakery. Court has to rotate out a little bit. It's uncomfortable. The timer here might find it, gets showtime. Could do a little tap. Oh, almost gets timed out. Noya, both of them alive on the angles. They're able to isolate. Gengar alone now, low on health. Can he fight off Fear? Oh, Fear through the wall takes him. What a lineup.
Rocket League, it's so easy for people to understand. It's cars playing soccer. It's kind of the easy one for the new person to come in and be able to follow what's happening in esports.
I love Rocket League. I absolutely love watching Rocket League, so I'm real excited for that. I think the skill level and seeing players that are able to do those just phenomenally well done aerials, and they just really know how to move the ball. That is so much fun to watch.
I think just the fact that it's unique in its own way. It's not like any other shooter game. It's not like any other just first person. It's unique in its own right.
They're so excited. My wife is a huge supporter. She, is the reason why I'm here and is behind me every single way and is just so excited. I know my friends are super stoked. I've got a lot of friends working in the program here, and they're all like, oh, we can't wait to watch BK play. And I've got friends who are hanging out in the Discord, watching the Twitch, ready to watch us rock.
I mean, it's like very lucrative, but like the people that I do talk to about it are like excited and probably willing to watch. So
they actually think it's pretty funny because I'm not a gamer at all, so this is my first introduction to everything.
We're all really proud of each other for the success we've made along the season. Our teammates, the amount of support we have for each other is a little ridiculous sometimes, but yeah.
All of them are super supportive. All of them really encourage me to continue moving forward, and I can't thank them enough.
They think it's great. My whole family comes from like a line of gamers since before it was really popularized, and everyone thinks it's a really chill thing to do.
Well, they're really proud of me and my family because I've never been to state for like really any kind of sport, or let alone esports, but now that I've worked for it and practiced really hard, they're quite proud of me for it.
They're actually really kind of surprised. I haven't really talked much about it, so that all of a sudden it's like, yeah, I'm going to state, and it caught them by surprise, and like they're really proud of it. They're like, that's actually really awesome.